Shami in. Squared up Louis Kimber, but he's played it well. He's guided it down between third slip and gully, who's moved a bit wider now, and that's gone down to the deep third boundary for the first boundary for Leicestershire. To dual athlete sports people in a second, as Shami is in a skewed drive from Kimber. He wasn't quite into the shot, but he threw the hands through it with that big backlift, and there is a fantastic story that Jeremy Snape, former Leicestershire player, tells about Verinder Sehwag. Evans facing up to Shami, and he's gone. First ball that he's faced from Shami. It was a beauty from the India fast bowler. A little bit full, a little bit of movement away. Evans had a little prod at it, and it's gone low to first slip. A nice catch taken just above the ankle. Sam Evans, the Leicestershire, is a shot fraught with risk, unless you are a very good player indeed.
Yadav is in, bowls again, and he is flashing this time, and he's got it wide of, well, between third and fourth slip. I say wide of fourth slip to his left, and dive as Yadav is in, and Kimber inside edges down to long leg between his body and the stumps. 4-4 came back in, and he took the bottom hand off the bat as he was looking to force on the offside.
As Shami is in to Pujara, yet to get off the mark, and he's bowled him. Cheteshwar Pujara gone for a ducker. Mohammed Shami spreads the arms wide like an aeroplane and then leaps to hug Pujara around the neck. That one will be much talked about. That was a beauty from Shami. They've been moving away off the seam. That one came back in and took the top of the bails. Cheteshwar Pujara floppy hat, the wide brim hats are very much in evidence. Last ball of a very good over from Mohammed Shami. He's down the leg side, and I think that might be leg buys. It's escaped KS Bharat, then gone down to the boundary for 4. Yes, leg buys just off the thigh pad. The other thigh. Rishabh Pant then next.
Yeah. Yadav is in, bowls to Kimber, full and on driven, and he's got that one past the diving mid on Jadeja, I think it is there.
Shardul Thakur.
Thakur, beg your pardon, and he couldn't quite get there. And once you're beaten,
one of India's better fielders, and sort of dived over the top of that delivery, that shot rather.
Yadav is in and bowls, and Kimber is turning it out towards square leg. He's going to pick up another 4. A nice piece of timing there. It does just trickle over the ropes. It was no more really than a defensive push, but
Shardul Thakur comes in his second over, and that's punched down. A shot of the morning so far from Jones with a little strike inside it on 4. Just limp on it, half volley from Shardul Thakur, and a lovely swing of the bat through the ball from Joey. He moves to 5.
Shot.
Shardul Thakur Raj with the shot, not as quick. Does tend to try and pitch the ball up, where he does have a
Shami is going to bowl from the Bennett end.
And he's in to Rishabh Pant on 22. Shami in, and that's beautifully driven away by Rishabh Pant. Slightly over pitch. It's the long boundary out that way, but Rishabh Pant doesn't fear long boundaries. First ball after lunch is a no ball. Gill and Vihari in the cordon, and Bharat behind the stumps go down as Shami is into Rishabh Pant, then is driven away again through extra cover by Rishabh Pant. This one a little bit squarer, but no less pleasing on the eye. Rishabh Pant's second four of the over would be, or fourth as it were, in terms of their spread.
Thakur is in a little bit short, up on his toes, beautifully played by Rishi Patel. A slightly angled bat, crunching it away through the offside to the extra cover boundary. Had a lot of time. Adjusted late, but he did adjust. Thakur is in again to him, and he's driving off the back foot very straight through the offside this time. Mid-off, Gill couldn't get across in time. May not be the greatest fielder, but Leicestershire. Well, India declared on their overnight score of 246 for 8. To nobody's great surprise, that it has to be said. They did want to start bowling as soon as the match started this morning. The touring side, they did pick up 4 wickets during the morning session, which Leicestershire, I think that is VK Kelly.
VK Kelly, who was on the field a good chunk of the morning session, and that's a beauty from Shami and a really good catch by Hanuma Vihari at gully. It squared up Rishi Patel, angled into him, moved away. He was turned into an S, really, trying to play that, and it squirted off the outer part of the bat, and a very good...
Don't think he could do that again if he tried. He's watching now as Thakur is into Sam Bates, who is cutting away, driving away off the back foot, and very nicely indeed. Used every inch of his 6'3" there. It was short. He got up on his toes. Is in and bowls, and he's driving through extra cover for 4 more. No way that is going to be chased down. It just overpitched Thakur.
Or to Evans, there's a lot more fluency to the way the bat's coming down from Bates.
Thakur is in, edged caught at first slip. It edged and loaded. He took him out there rather, didn't he? He was batting very nicely for all the 7 balls that he had faced before that one. That was his 8th, and it was a little bit more as Thakur turns, leans forward, then he gets into his run and side off stump and fade away through the offside unceremoniously. And a gully behind Rishabh Pant, who's been in the feels as though he's been in the 40s for him for quite a long time. In goes Yadav and bowls down the leg side, helped on its way beautifully by Pant. Just leant forward, picked it up, and somehow managed to get it all the way over the ropes for 6.
Well,
top edge.
You wanted him to get out of the 40s, and he's done.
Long red streak down the back of his whites, where he's been polishing the ball. Yadav is in, bowls onto the leg side, and that is asking for it. It's a little bit short and unfussily almost. Pant just paddle pulls it away through mid-wicket. In he goes and bowls full and is driven for 4. It was overpitched. It was a half volley, and it was just outside off stump, and Walker was.
Rishabh Pant on one is one of the great sights in world cricket, and he, with absolute contempt, flicks Mohammad Siraj away with through the onside. Held the pose, no follow through on it. A short arm front foot flick. Siraj getting a little bit of a head of steam up there. We don't have speed gun, but sometimes the quicker it comes on, the quicker it comes off the bat, and that is a good shot from Roman Walker. I think the best of his today. He's put away from
skipper goes in around the wicket. He's lofted over deep mid-wicket for 6. Slog swept, essentially.
4, in fact.
Did it not? Oh, it didn't carry. I thought it had carried. Just bounced short of the ropes down there at deep mid-wicket. One of the stewards, oh, I say, gives it very quickly through his overs. Just a couple of steps, and he is in another hit. Now that could be going all the way, but no, it should be caught down here at long on, and is caught at long on. And Jadeja raises both hands to the heavens. Rishabh Pant's hugely entertaining innings has come to an end. He gets a huge hug from Jadeja. Well, rather have one in those circumstances than Pujara had from Shami earlier in the day. 208 for 6.
Field for India.
To finish the over, Jadeja is in. Down the wicket goes Walker, lofting a very nice straight hit indeed. And it thumps into the
Angling
Leicestershire.
across him and then moving away as well. Is in, penultimate ball of the over, flapped by Bowley, but effectively flat fine of the fielder at long leg. 4-4. Nat Bowley has scored 8 off his 20 deliveries, even by the four seamers.
The burden has been shared. Jadeja is in, should be stumped, and is stumped. Not taken cleanly or out the first attempt by the keeper. However, Walker had danced down the wicket, realised he was beaten, didn't
Long
attempt
leg.
to get.
As Parker is in. 4th ball over the over is short and hooked and dropped for 4. Sam Wood, the Leicestershire Academy player, down on the balcony. It came straight to him. He was in a good position and it burst through his hands and dribbled away for 4. Nat Bowley survives.
Go for a little walk, back goes Bowley, plays and misses, though he's caught behind. It was a nothing shot, delivery outside off stump, but it's fair to say that it's been coming in that over. He played and missed one way or another 3 times, and then the 4th.
It was Vika Kelly there at extra cover doing that bit of fielding. Subfielders all over the place. Sakande now facing up to Tucker, and he's bowled him off stump out the ground, and that is a pretty emphatic way to wrap up an innings and an emphatic way to secure a not at all vital first innings lead of 2. Sakande playing down middle. The ball was on off, and off is now on the floor.
Yeah, that's what I meant really, but plenty of time to go in the game.
As Prasid is in to KS Barrett, who goes down on one knee and drives this through the covers. Not perfectly timed, but fast outfield and pace on the ball and a short boundary means that he and India are away with 4.
Umpire Harris, I don't think, has dropped any wheel clangers so far. In goes Walker. That is overpitched on the leg stump, and this time Gill does put it away. It was in goes Walker and bowls, and he is driven for 4 through the offside. Evans is in pursuit, but it's going to get there, I'm pretty sure. Yes, it does. Barrett moves into double figures on 2-11. 31.
Prasid in 5th ball of the over, right arm over the wicket to KS Bharat, who picks him up over the leg side and deposits this to the long leg boundary. Rowan Walker's at fine leg. I think even if he'd been 5 yards away from that, he wouldn't have stopped it. As it was closer to 25.
9.6 miles, and your village in Derbyshire was 70, didn't you say?
Where, as KS Bharat cuts this. I'm not entirely sure how the fielder out there ended up trying to field that over his head. That must have taken a heck of a bounce off one of the practice wickets because Nat Bowley out there is a tall man that ended slightly jabby, including the one that got him out.
Walker in to finish his over. Bowls full outside off stump, driven away for 4. Pujara puts in the chase, but without any real belief that he was going to get anywhere near the ball. Sprints into the crease and bowls, and he's got him caught behind Gill. It was a little bit of a flat-footed attempt to cut the ball away through the offside. Took off a little bit off the pitch, gathered pace off the pitch. Good quick bowlers can sometimes do. Guess by whom?
India had a very strange attack around that time as Davis is in full and driven nicely to the onside of the stumps and then dived over by Prasid Krishna. I think that
The teams, certainly Leicestershire's team, has chopped and changed throughout the game so far. The object of the game is, of course, to prepare India as well as possible for next week's one-off test against England at Edgbaston. The drums are beating, Knuckle, and we should have a good day's play in prospect.
The amount of colour and noise around this ground has grown day on day. We've got two lines of drummers, of dhol drummers, the big drums that are worn around the neck, being beaten with gusto. We've got 8 dancers, we've got lines of children waving Leicestershire flags, and in this Pride Month, I'm glad to say, a few Pride flags as well, and a couple of big India flags as well. You can see Jasprit Bumrah down below us in his kit. He has been playing for the Leicestershire team during this game, and it does look like he's going to be bowling at some point. We can see Hanuma Vihari down there. The 2 not-out batters are KS Bharat, who opened late last night, and Vihari. You can also see, I think that's Virat Kohli over there on the right, coming back from a net. We've seen the Indian players and the Leicestershire players mixing really well throughout the course of this game. We're expecting a big crowd in today as well on this, what started out as a sunny Saturday and is now going through the various stages of the British summer. But out come the umpires, out come the Leicestershire team, and we should be set for a cracker.
The umpires, Anthony Harris, who's really getting involved. He's high-fiving all the dancers as he walks down the guard of honour, for want of a better description. Russell Warren, the other umpire, slightly more reserved. But Anthony Harris, as I say, thoroughly enjoying himself.
Anthony Harris normally does second team games. I don't think you get this at County Seconds T20.
Not often, that is for sure. And it is Virat coming back from the nets with his... Well, he's also sort of got a guard of honour, more also a security guard as well.
Ravindra Jadeja as well, carrying his helmet under his arm. You can see Rishabh Pant and Mohammad Siraj and Shubman Gill and Umesh Yadav, who've been out there playing football this morning, just coming back off there in their training gear. But out come the Leicestershire players with Jasprit Bumrah and another one of the Indian net bowlers. I think that is Kamlesh Nagarkoti, if I've identified that correctly. Can't see Prasidh Krishna out there. As you say, the
Saini's coming out as well, I think.
Saini, who bowled very well last night and dismissed Shubman Gill. But out come Hanuma Vihari down the drum line. You can hear that beat thudding below us. We can hear it shaking our commentary box up here. Out come Vihari and KS Bharat. Vihari could play a part in the game at Edgbaston next week. He and Shreyas Iyer are kind of competing for that number 5 slot, assuming Cheteshwar Pujara bats 3, which is a reasonable expectation. KS Bharat is very unlikely to play, barring an injury, but has acquitted himself really well with the bat and with the gloves.
I would love to see and hear these drums at Edgbaston next week. They would add so much to the atmosphere. Alas, I think it's an unlikely prospect unless the ECB has a change of heart. Roman Walker, who bowled very, very well in the first innings, has had rather less joy in the second innings. None for 21 from his 5 overs, having taken a 5 for in the first innings. He's going to open the bowling for the Foxes, as Leicestershire are known for those of you watching and listening in India. Many of you now subscribing to the Leicestershire TV feed. Walker is in from the Bennett end and bowls to Vihari, who is carefully leaning forward into that one. As Knuckle said, he has plenty to play for, potentially, in this game.
Didn't bat particularly well in the first innings, was rather scratchy for his 3, but looked quite pleasant last night. It is spitting with rain here, but there's also blue skies over a good 2/3 of the sky, so it's a curious one. Hopefully this rain will just blow through. We are starting in slight drizzle.
Walker is in. Vihari is pushing it out wide of mid-on, who sprawls to his right. Saini out there doesn't manage to stop the ball. It sort of bobbles over his 2 hands out there. It's actually raining quite hard at the moment. He recovers, runs back, picks it up, and a couple taken by Vihari. He moves on to 11 from his overnight 9 not out. It's this weird sort of little shower cloud that it's just sort of hanging around overhead. With the breeze being as strong as it is, it should push it over. But Vihari wants to go off. He's legging it. Walker's going to run in and bowl anyway, and doesn't he, grinning over there. And the players, after 2 deliveries, are coming off, I'm afraid. It won't be for very long, I'm sure of that. There's much amusement out there. Vihari went running off, started to go running off, then looked for confirmation. Walker came running in, pretending to bowl at the empty stumps, so to speak. 82 for 1. As I say, it is raining rather hard.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they've gone off. You probably shouldn't be playing cricket in it. The rain is streaming down our commentary box window, despite the fact that there seems to be only about 1 cloud of any sort of darkness in the sky. The covers have come part way on. Could see the India players and the Leicestershire players have run off. The India players rather, who are on field for Leicestershire at the moment, at the starting player, Jasprit Bumrah, Cheteshwar Pujara, Navdeep Saini and Arsai Kishore. So no, Prasidh Krishna is not on there. He did a good amount of bowling yesterday. Has impressed the tall fast bowler from Karnataka. Bowling a few very lively spells, but it looks like Jasprit Bumrah is going to be bowling at some point. Today, hopefully this weather should clear up in a few minutes or so, and we'll get ourselves underway properly.
It is extraordinary. Well, I'm happy to say that the covers are now coming off here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, and the players are heading back out there. So what was it, about 14 minutes, 13 minutes or so. We thought it'd be about 10. Just wondering whether they're going to put a rope around the outfield, but the umpires, happy to say, umpires Harris and Warren have waved the players back out. And Vihari and Bharat actually first out there. They are very keen to get batting again. The Leicestershire players behind them. Leicestershire and India players behind them. There are several members of the India touring party, plus a couple of, a net bowler at least, forming part of the Leicestershire side this morning. But it's going to be Roman Walker to resume his over. Only managed 2 balls before we had that odd little shower. It actually, momentarily, became quite heavy, but the outfield here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, as Knuckles said, like many of the outgrounds, or many of the outfields around the county circuit, been a lot of work done on them to make them much better draining. It was drilled here at the Uptonsteel County Ground about 4 years ago, and the holes have never quite closed looking down from up here. So it's made it a very good draining ground, but very hard, very dry, and very bobbly and difficult to field on.
Particularly square of the wicket. We've seen a number bounce up. There's one that Nat Bowley nearly took in the face out there and towards the point boundary from this end in front of the meet.
Even Navdeep Saini with that second ball, it bobbled over his hands. In goes Walker and bowls to Vihari, who back on his toes, drops it down towards Silly Point, looks up to see KS Bharat running towards him, and then raises his thumb to confirm it was a good call. Evans came in, Leicestershire's captain in this game, Sam Evans, and underarmed the ball at the stumps, but A, he missed, and B, KS Bharat had more than comfortably made his ground anyway. He takes guard from umpire Warren. Umpire Warren indicates that he's got it right first time. Turquoise heels on his cricket boots for KS Bharat. Batting out there, 31 not out. He's resuming on. Walker comes in, bowls to him, fullish outside off stump. He drives and he gets a wonderful bobble on the ball. But over there at mid-off, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's been part of Leicestershire's side throughout the game. Actually, he's been one of the constants in the Leicestershire side, makes the stop.
He's been out there doing an awful lot of fielding, Cheteshwar Pujara, and not in the slip cordon as he often is for India. He's been at mid-off and cover. Very keen.
Walker is in and bowling outside off stump, tries to flay it away short and wide outside. It was there to be hit, but a little bit too early. Bharat's eye not quite in, missed it, and it bounced through to Sam Bates behind the stumps.
So yeah, there are 4 India players out there at the moment for Leicestershire. You've got Pujara at mid-off, you've got Bumrah down here at long leg, both part of the touring party and almost certain to play in the test match. And then you've got Navdeep Saini at mid-on and Sai Kishore, who's spinner from Chennai, at mid-wicket. Those are both net bowlers, Saini and Sai Kishore.
Walker in to finish his over, bowl straight, and Bharat covers up, leaning across, slightly falls across himself to the offside as he pushes it out into the onside. End of Walker's over, the first over of the day. Interrupted by that brief shower, India have moved on to 83 for 1. They've added 3 to their overnight score.
And we'll now have to face Jasprit Bumrah from the pavilion end on a slightly rain-livened pitch. But this is the sort of hard practice that you want and that you need. A lot of touring sides have complained for a few years in England that they've not got any meaningful practice in. They've had pudding pitches and bowlers who don't replicate what you get in Test cricket. But the Leicestershire bowlers have been fired up. We've seen some bounce and movement off the seaman in the air. Roman Walker. We've had Bumrah and Prasidh Krishna and Saini. 2 of whom have played, obviously Bumrah, one of the best bowlers in the world. Saini's played Test cricket. Prasidh, I'm sure, will soon. So it's been a good workout for the India batters. As the sun begins to make itself known, Jasprit Bumrah comes in from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hanuma Vihari, who is beaten by a beauty outside off stump. A classic from Bumrah, back of a length and seaming away and taken above his head by Sam Bates in front of Rishi Patel at first slip. There is no run. We've got 3 slips, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. You could hear that roar as Bumrah came in with that idiosyncratic but oh so effective run up a couple of steps, the elbows lock, then they come in to sort of cradle the ball, then a couple of little show jumping steps, and then he's into that delivery stride, and it's blocked into the onside. There is no run.
Doesn't seem to bowl many looseners, does he? But we're at that first one. Wasn't far off full pace.
No, he's not. Most bowlers these days don't, do they? They're at such a sort of keen edge of preparation that you don't get the old sort of floater outside off stump anymore. There's nothing floaty about facing Jasprit Bumrah, I would imagine. For all that's the idiosyncratic about the top half, the bottom half is putting an awful lot of work in the legs, and that's nicely done by Vihari. He just dropped it into the offside and came through for a single, well responded to by KS Bharat. One of the things that makes facing Bumrah even harder is that if you watch him from side on and you stop it at the point of delivery, you can see that his not only his front leg is locked, but he's leaning forward, so he's actually delivering the ball from a good foot in front of the, or more in fact, from in front of the crease.
The point of release, you mean?
The point of release is way in front of the crease, so it's coming onto you even quicker than it would be otherwise. As Bumrah is in to Bharat, he's in behind this one and blocking to cover. Evans in quickly, and there is no run. And we throw in the braced front leg and the wrist and the control that he's got, can move the ball both ways, as poor Keaton Jennings found to his cost in 2018. Didn't think he had an in-swinger to the left-hander, but suddenly he bowled one that he'd been keeping under wraps, and Jennings was made to look foolish. Excellent control of length, fabulous bowler. And there's a reason he's been so successful in Test cricket since making his debut in South Africa at the start of 2018. KS Bharat faces up to him, fifth ball of the over, and turns this to Sai Kishore, the man from Chennai. At mid-wicket there is no run. So Sai Kishore and his fellow India spinner, his own fellow Chennai spinner Ashwin, doing some bowling on one of the practice wickets earlier. Sai Kishore gets a quite tall man, not dissimilar. He's not as thick set as Ashwin, but he's a tall man, and he usually has long fingers and gets a lot of overspin on the ball. Has played a good amount of limited overs cricket for at the top level in the IPL. Last ball, the second over of the morning, is pleasantly driven by KS Bharat, but straight to Sam Evans at cover. There is no run. A maiden to start. Oh no, one run rather off the over from Bumrah to start. India are 84 for 1.
A lot of gestures from Bumrah as he walks away. Just didn't quite feel he'd got into his rhythm, perhaps, with some of those deliveries. Understandably enough. Up the slope.
Setting himself high standards.
Yes.
Look pretty good from where we're sitting.
Yeah. Yes. Well, one of the world's best bowlers. Very high standards indeed. KS Bharat then watches as Vihari takes strike. Walker to continue, of course, from the Bennett end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Down the slope he goes and bowls outside off stump. Looking to drive, doesn't put his full weight into the shot, slightly outside, edgy, along the ground all the way, and towards backward point it goes. Jerry Everson, who has been signed by Leicestershire from Nottinghamshire on a 6-week loan period. They're probably kicking themselves a bit, Leicestershire, that they didn't pick up Everson at the start, because he was a pupil at Stamford School, which is one of Leicestershire's breeding grounds, so to speak, for young cricketers. In goes Walker and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of movement away from Vihari, who lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Sam Bates behind the stumps.
Joey Everson has played with one of these India players at least. His first-class debut was Ashwin's last game for Nottinghamshire in that very successful spell that he spent there in 2019. And Ashwin was bowling extremely well in a not particularly good Nottinghamshire team.
Dean Headley of a very famous cricketing family is the cricket master there. In goes Walker and bowls much wider. He really put his back into that one though a little bit. Unfortunately it was wasted effort because it was too wide, and although it bounced and swung away at a nice height, again Vihari had nothing to do with it, let it bounce through to Bates behind the stumps. The conversation levels have dropped a little from the first morning when Rishabh Pant was keeping wicket for Leicestershire and had something to say to the slips between every delivery. Sam Bates, I'm sure he's a good conversationalist, but not quite up there with Rishabh Pant as yet. In goes Walker and bowls, and it's driven hard down into the ground. It bounces on the full low down to Sam Evans out in the covers, and again there's no run. Again, not quite the placement and timing.
You know how sometimes you go through these periods where you almost seem to have a designated fielder, one fielder's doing all the work. First 2 days it's been Pujara. This morning I bet you about half of the deliveries that have been bowled have ended up in the hands of Sam Evans at cover.
Really good crowd in already at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Huge interest locally, of course, in seeing the superstars of world cricket. In goes Walker and bowls, line and length, and Vihari is carefully leaning forward, getting close to the pitch of that one, not quite at there, playing it carefully out into the offside, then wanders away towards short leg, adjusts his gloves.
Casting ahead a little bit, I'm trying to think who else will bat for India today. You would imagine that Shreyas Iyer, after not getting any runs in the first innings, would bat. He is probably the incumbent number 5, place of the dropped Ajinkya Rahane, but he'll want some more time in the middle.
Walker is into Vihari. Again, it's outside off stump. Again, Vihari setting his stall out for a longish stay. Hopefully, from his point of view, lets it go through outside off stump. Certainly, Virat Kohli would presumably want another decent bat.
Seen him having a net, getting balls hurled at him at some pace by the fellow with the dog thrower. India actually have people on tour who are specifically deputed with the throwdowns, with the dog thrower. They had someone who was particularly good with it left arm and could hurl the ball down at sort of high 90s, almost 100 miles an hour with that thing who they started bringing on staff. And from our vantage point in the commentary box, you can see into the nets, and they could see him getting a workout, him and Ravindra Jadeja, as Bumrah starts his second over. KS Bharat on strike on 31, very still at the crease. KS Bharat, the Andhra wicketkeeper. It's a no ball from Jasprit Bumrah, straining a little bit. He does get very close to that front line and has bowled occasional costly no ball in international cricket. I'm sure Paras Mambre, the India bowling coach, will be noting that down and just have a look at the footage later.
One assumes Rohit might want another bat as well.
Possibly, although he did not come out opening. We're all sort of speculating and trying to work out who it's going to be at any given point. This is straighter and is fended off the hip by Bharat to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Trying to work out who's in the Leicestershire slip coordinate. That's Rishi Patel at first slip, isn't it? And Louis Kimber's been in there at points today, and also we've had Will Davis in there at some point. Is that the slip coordinate that we're looking at?
Yeah, I think VK Kelly's at first.
VK Kelly in the sun hat, who's been all over the place. He's been at backward point, long leg, and now first slip.
But yes, then Kimber and Davis. So Rishi Patel may have just come in for the second day.
May just not be on field, yeah. Batted quite nicely yesterday with Rishabh Pant at one point during the afternoon, sprightly 30, as Bumrah comes in to Bharat, tighter to off stump, but left alone comfortably enough by KS Bharat, and there is no run. As you can, even if you weren't really watching, you can tell by the level of the general level of the hubbub is significantly louder than it has been the last couple of days. I can also see that we've had a few people in England shirts, a few I guess white English locals as well. People just coming down to watch a bit of cricket. and I'm sure they'll be keeping an eye on the Test match at Headingley, which faintly ridiculous day of cricket yesterday. Enjoying themselves here, watching some of the world's very best. Jasprit Bumrah in third ball of the over, and this is again straight targeting the stumps of KS Bharat. This is pushed again to mid-wicket. Sai Kishore, the left-arm throw. He and Saini are wearing Leicestershire shirts, presumably because they don't have India tour shirts with them, printed up with their names on. Saini does have a Test cap, so presumably he's got one somewhere. You can certainly see him wearing his India sleeveless sweater.
I thought they could dig out a couple of even anonymous ones that they could have worn.
They'll get them printed up in the club shop, I think.
Yeah.
As Bumrah is in again to Bharat, who drives this down the ground. Well stopped by Bumrah in his follow-through, sticking out a left hand and preventing that going away for any runs. Listening to an interview with Steve Waugh, talking about when it was his innovation to have, one-day caps before they have the players' cap number, so the order in which they were capped on the side. He wanted to do this for the one-day caps, the yellow caps. They were in Cardiff. They didn't have them, so they went to a tailor, a seamstress, who sewed them on so big that they were covering the entire side of the side surface of the cap. To hurriedly do something about that. That's how it used to be when before kit manufacturing kicked up a little notch. That one kicked up off the surface into the gloves of Sam Bates, a little bit too wide. KS Bharat leaves it alone through to the keeper. There is no run.
The potential in the Test match next week at Edgbaston is considerable, isn't it? Two of the world's most arguably exciting and slightly unpredictable Test sides meeting.
Yeah, India have been, crushingly predictable in terms of their dominance at home, but have become a very, very competitive team all around the world. This is full and pushed back to Bumrah, and there is no run. A tight over from Jasprit Bumrah, just the one run off a no ball. He continued just the one run off the bat in the 2 overs that he's bowled this morning. India 85 for 1. I think Sakande's wandering onto the field. Not entirely sure why or who for or who else is going off. He and Jasprit Bumrah are having a chat. Sakande's just giving a drink to Sam Evans. I don't know, he's run off with the drink and then run back with it. And Evans has put something in his pocket. So I'm not entirely sure what all that was about, but Sakande just doing something I'm sure that was very, very important.
Acting 12th man duties. Roman Walker, who has thoroughly enjoyed this game so far, is running in from the Bennett end and bowling outside off stump to Vihari, who again leaves. It stays a little bit low this time, as it just sometimes does from the Bennett end. Whichever pitch has been cut on this large Grace Road square, it is a characteristic of the ground. I've got to know over the years, if a delivery does keep low, it tends to be from the Bennett end, whether that's something to do with the very slight inclination of the ground, the slope, although the square itself is pretty level, as you would hope. Unlike Lord's, Walker is in, bowls, Vihari, nice high left elbow, straight-ish delivery, pushed carefully out towards mid-on. There's no run.
I've not seen anything that you could describe as an attacking shot this morning. It's been leaves and defences and...
There was one attempted cut, wasn't there?
Oh, yes.
Vihari who missed it. It was out there to be chopped away through the offside.
Everything else has been defensive pushes or leaves.
Proper cricket, some would say. The start of the day's play. Have a good look. Walker in bright sunshine now here in the East Midlands of England is in and bowling, and again a very careful cover-up defensive push from Vihari down the pitch on the onside. Really gentle stuff from Walker so far this morning, certainly in comparison to Bumrah, but then most seamers would be.
Yeah, we don't have a speed gun here. I'm sure that someone is tracking something. We've seen, I'm sure India are tracking something and tracking the the ball's delivered and that someone can get something. I'd say Roman Walker is early 80s.
Yeah, at best, really, at the moment. Maybe even late 70s. He goes in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Again, that might have been early 80s for sure, as it beat Vihari's forward press outside of stump. A little bit of extra bounce for the Welshman, Walker, from the Wrexham area. Started his career, of course, at Glamorgan, but has signed for Leicestershire in the hope of getting more opportunities at first team level. Well, this is one of those. He did play some T20s for Glamorgan. They were a little bit surprised he left. Talking to them down there. In he goes and bowls. Worked off his legs by Vihari. Just wide of mid-on. Has to run across to his right to field. Does so. Saini out there. But a comfortable single taken by Vihari.
Saini really kicked things up a notch towards the end of a day that was threatening to get a little sleepy yesterday, but he really did steam in, and he's actually warming up now. I can see there at mid-on. I wonder if Saini and Bumrah are going to bowl in tandem, which could be quite a bit of fun. 80 miles an hour, by the way, if you're working in kilometres, is 129 kph.
Walker is in, bowls, and again stays a touch low outside off stump as KS Barrett lets that one go through. Well taken by Bates, because it was almost on the half volley, which for a tall wicketkeeper, we've been remarking on the height of Sam Bates, taller than many wicket keepers, makes life rather difficult. But he's young and supple, and he can stretch down there without any problems at all, and does.
He didn't take it quite cleanly, but he stopped it. He got his hands down to it. Jasprit Bumrah is having a chat with Cheteshwar Pujara. The collegiate spirit among the Indian team has been pretty noticeable for a few years now, but there's a lot of advice that they give to each other, and you see them laughing and joking before the start of play, and all the gentle ribbing seems to be in a good spirit. It's a side that seems to enjoy each other's company, as I suppose you'd have to when you spend so much time together playing cricket. Bumrah, starting his third over of the morning, is on the toes of Hanuma Vihari, 2 full and clipped away for 4. First boundary of the morning, the first bad ball of the morning, really, and Vihari put it away very comfortably indeed.
Huge cheers from the faithful out there in the Uptonsteel County stand, which is probably close on 2/3 full already. Good to see.
India blue shirts and flags visible. I've seen some of the Bharat Army this morning, the India fan club.
Well, they've worked out, of course, that the players have to pass through them to go to the nets as well over there.
Bumrah probably trying to readjust his line, and does, to off stump, but that flies through to Bates, who takes that next to his left ear. Despite the fact he's standing a long way back for Bumrah. This picture's had good carry in it. The odd one's kept a bit low, but it's had good carry in it all day. And Roman Walker, among others, has been talking about wanting to get a bit more of that into the competitive first team pitches here. And there's a lot talked about pitches. The one thing that I want in any pitch is bounce. If you have nothing else, let the ball bounce up above waist height regularly. As Bumrah is in to Vihari, that one bounced well above waist height. It's a genuine bouncer in Vihari. Done well, actually. He sort of sways, bends at the waist, and that one flies through, and a good athletic leap by Bates, taking it above his head. There is no run.
I had a chat to Roman this morning. He said it did flatten out a bit yesterday, and it does look a slightly obviously it's been exposed to what sun we've had over the first 2 days, so it has some of the green has faded rather. But as you say, there's still a little bit of life there if you're good enough with the ball in hand.
3 slips go down as Bumrah is into Vihari. This is outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, you don't have to be particularly quick, I don't think, on this surface to get the bounce when you are bowling high 80s. I'd be surprised if Bumrah's pushing it above 90 too often here. It's certainly regularly high 80s, 140 kilometres an hour. And you have that wrist position that means you can impart that little bit extra to it at the end of your release, then you can get the ball to thud into the gloves and into the splice. And that one flies through, and Bates has to take that. That would be a stinger. Richard next to me is wringing his hands in sympathy. To take that a little bit down the leg side as well, because it jagged in off the seam. There is no run.
I suspect Bates is quite enjoying this, though. He's shaking his right hand now. I don't mean the pain of that, of course, but the challenge and the pace for a wicket-keeper.
I suspect he probably enjoys the consistency of the bounce from Bumrah more than the odd one keeping low. At least you know pretty much where it's going to be. So he doesn't really... He does get into a crouch, but he's not going all the way down as Bumrah's in, and that's a beautiful delivery. That was Fuller, and drawing Hanuma Vihari forward and beat him, I think, on the inside edge. And it's a good take, actually, from Bates down the leg side. A ripper to finish from Bumrah, and over that he was put away for four. That was probably the best ball of the morning we've seen so far. Vihari does survive. India 90 for 1.
How do you play those sort of late 80s?
I'm looking at that on the replay. That started on 5th stump and it's gone over the top of middle. I hope you miss it, I think, is the answer to that question.
Essentially, yeah. Just a sort of half stride forward from Vihari.
You can't get forward to that. You're playing that off the back foot on that
got time, have you? And it's tried to get his weight on his left foot, his front foot, so to speak, but came jagging back at a heck of a pace. In goes Walker outside off stump, and a leave from KS Barrett that has Walker putting his hands to his head momentarily. May have been close. We're just seeing another replay of that delivery from Jasprit Bumrah that went past the inside edge of the startled Vihari's bat. Missed everything. Walker turns at the top of his mark at the Bennett end, named incidentally, if you're watching and listening in India, after one of the club's benefactors, Trevor Bennett. In goes Walker and bowls. Solid defensive press to a straight delivery from KS Barrett. Back down the pitch it goes to Roman Walker, who fields in his follow through.
It's a very Indian way of naming stands, that, naming them after benefactors and people who have given them money. The typical way in English grounds is that you name them after former cricketers. And if you look at the Oval or Lords, it's almost, well, the Oval does have one big stand that's after a sponsor, but the rest is, Laker and Locke and Edrich and so on.
Walker is in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by KS Barrett, as many deliveries have been outside off stump. I think for somewhere like Lords or the Oval, when they have, the MCC is a relatively wealthy organisation compared to a lowly county club like Leicestershire. They are happy to name stands or buildings after benefactors in those circumstances. It'd be nice like the Gower stand, or we have the Geary bar. The Geary, tell you about him later. Famous former Leicestershire player. In goes Walker and bowls, very straight, and KS Barrett very careful, half forward, leaning forward, still a little bit there, pushed out into the offside. George Geary, used to be the Geary stand, and it's become the Geary bar to generate a little bit more income.
The DI Gower is well represented. I actually got a tweet from David Gower last night. I took the Gower suite is where the Leicestershire players are changing for this game, and there's a portrait of David Gower. I posted it, and he said, "It's been a long time since I've seen that, even longer since I posed for it in my kitchen."
In goes Walker, very full, looking to drive. It's perhaps a little straighter than KS Barrett thought it was going to be. Guided it rather than punched it, drove it, didn't follow through at all, out towards Pujara at mid-off. He's a good-natured fellow, Pujara, to have. He seems to be a good-natured fellow. I haven't spoken to him very often, but happy to field. Thought the gate would appear.
He's always been one who's loved his first-class cricket. He doesn't play limited overs cricket to with any regularity.
Walker is in to finish his over. Back foot defensive turn of the bat, pushing it out into the offside. Slightly angled bat from KS Barrett, but then immediately raises his left hand to his partner Vihari to indicate, nope, it's going more or less straight to a fielder. There is not a run to be had. And you have 91, relatively sweet start to the day's play.
Yeah, we've had one boundary, one no ball, and a few pushed singles. I mean, there was nothing sedate about that last ball that Bumrah bowled to Vihari, certainly, but there's been none of the freewheeling stroke play that we saw in the afternoon and the evening yesterday. I'm sure that'll come as the day goes on. If you walk around this ground on the sort of wrap on the outside, the advertising bit, you do see this sort of honour wall of Leicestershire players who represented England, starting with Raymond Illingworth and going through to the likes of James Taylor and Phil de Freitas.
Yeah, there are a few from sort of pre-war and things like that, but obviously photographs rather harder to obtain, it would appear.
Oil paintings, perhaps. Two fielders back on the hook now. Deep square legs gone back, as well as the long leg, as Bumrah resumes to Vihari, who's caught on the crease by this delivery that jags away off the seam, and he skews it off the outside edge to third slip on the bounce. There is no run. If
you can, I don't know whether you'll be able to do so because it's various security, but in the restaurant there are sort of proper sort of honours boards and so to speak, and a full list upon the wall of the various honours and international honours that have been won by players while playing for Leicestershire as well.
I'd be terribly surprised to see Rehan Ahmed's name on that list in a few years' time, the young leg spinning prodigy, as Bumrah is in to Vihari, who's in behind this one nicely and blocks into the onside. There is no run. There was talk that Rehan Ahmed, who missed the first 2 days of this game, at least with a virus, might be down at some point this weekend. I'll have to try and find out from the club how he's doing. Part of the England under-19 team earlier this year at the World Cup, and has made an excellent start to his professional career, particularly in the T20 Blast. A leg spinner who bowls a mean googly. Here is Bumrah, third ball of the over. There's a bouncer. Harry ducks comfortably under. There is no run. You can see Ashwin walking in front of us, another player who's been ill recently. He's wandering off to our right, out towards the nets.
Rehan has also got a gig in the somewhat controversial new one-day tournament 100 that is going to be played through August.
Playing for the men's champions, the Sun Brave.
Along with Callum Parkinson and Colin Ackerman. And, some amusement that Rehan is being paid more than both.
Every T20 team, and the 100 is basically a T20 tournament, loves a wrist spinner. As Bumrah is continuing to Vihari, continuing to bounce Vihari. He had to do a bit more work to duck that one, but does so comfortably. And again, Bates, good take, scrambling down the leg side, and there is no run.
Again, do you think, to a certain extent, Bumrah may be bowling 2 orders? Vihari's, do give him a few bounces. Let's see how he...
it might be that Bumrah is just going through some of his repertoire rather than... I haven't noticed that Vihari is particularly vulnerable to the short ball. He tends to duck them and sway them rather than trying to pull them. But he's a pretty good ducker and swayer, as Bumrah is in. He plays that well, actually, Hanuma Vihari. He couldn't duck or sway that because of the line, and he manages to rip the bottom hand off the glove and guide that down behind square. Played it pretty well, but that was uncomfortable for Hanuma Vihari.
He's getting a serious examination here from Bumrah via the short ball, but that's what made me think with a view to next week, really.
It's possible. I mean, Jamie Overton bowled almost exclusively short balls at one point yesterday for England. Stokes can also be relied upon for a bouncer barrage.
When fit.
Sometimes even when not.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over is on the leg stump of K.S. Bharat, then it's clipped off the hip down to Sai Kishore at deep square leg, who thunders the ball into Bates's gloves. Those inners are getting a good workout from Sam Bates. An interesting over from Bumrah, Indian 92 for 1.
And the wind is getting up again here. It's from the sort of south, but it's slightly chilly. Looking at the flags blowing across from the south, and there are 2 Fox weather vanes. One is on top of the clock, the cupola clock on top of the manual scoreboard. The other on one of the flagpoles away to our right, on part of the pavilion complex here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. gilded foxes.
The fox is very... I'll come to that after this ball. This iconography in these parts of the fox.
Walker is in and bowls, looking to work it on the leg side is KS Barrett. Maybe the movement a little bit too pronounced for him to get too much bat on it. Thick inside edge or possibly straight on to pad. Going down the leg side, of course.
So yeah, obviously very heavily associated with not just Leicestershire County Cricket Club, but Leicester City Football Club. What is
the county badge, essentially? It's hunting, I'm afraid.
I see.
I say I'm afraid because obviously it is a slightly controversial subject in modern times. But the fox was very much, yes, the victim in all this, so to speak. In goes Walker and bowls, and again back foot defence shot doesn't really get up too much, but Barrett gets everything behind it, out into the offside it goes. It was, yeah, there's a good few of hunts were based around here, and possibly still are for all I know. Not something in which I indulge, but certainly in Victorian times. And at Leicester City you will hear the post horn gallop, the hunting sort of
charge.
Yep, tune, if you like, being played before the start of each game. Walker is in. Bowles looking to drive thick inside edge, and it could easily have gone on to the stumps. I think it just went on to the pad and dribbled out towards short leg. So Barrett looking to be more positive on that occasion. Again, there might have been a little bit of movement back into him, and he can't time his attempted off drive at all. Henry, the huntsman, used to play the post horn gallop. I think it's, you know, with a big hunting horn at the football ground at Filbert Street, as was. Walker is in, bowling very full again, and this time he is driving KS Barrett, but again not quite timing it. Runs out towards Pujara, who returns the ball towards the stumps. Bates runs into field. Barrett just has to reach back into his ground to make sure he's got something back behind the line.
He gets very low on his drive, KS Barrett. He got one away yesterday on bended knee, but he's sort of slightly hit that drive pretty much with the toe of the bat. Sort of crouched in his stance. Until he's a wicket keeper, comfortable holding that half crouch for a long time.
In goes Walker, driving, and this time he has got it away. That extra little bit of width is what he's been looking for. It was full enough as well. And as Knuckles said, almost down on his right knee as he executes that one, puts it away to the cover boundary. No chance for Evans, who's wide-ish there, trying to cover both cover and extra cover. Couldn't get there, and it crosses the ropes in front of the Uptonsteel stand, the popular stand between the meet and the electronic scoreboard over there.
It's that little opening of the bottom of the blade with the bottom hand, just getting it a bit squarer. You know, people talk about, you know, driving with a full face of the bat, but I do think in general, against a newish ball, you're better off driving square than through cover, and Barrett did that very well.
Walker is in again, to him outside off stump. This time he's cutting away for 4, and Walker head bowed in almost despair as he turns away. There was a poor delivery, but Barrett put it away very nicely. Economically almost the width, and this time a little bit shorter. Chopped it away behind square on the offside for a consecutive boundary. So having struggled, not struggled, but not been tied down necessarily, but been very careful in the first few overs, consecutive boundaries. He began the day on 31 not out off 59 deliveries, KS Barrett, now 40 off 86.
Yeah, that was a bad ball. The previous one was not a particularly bad ball. It was full and swung a little bit, and there's 3 slips in place and all that, but that was a poor delivery that was easily put away. As the ground announcer booms out across the Uptonsteel County ground. Navdeep Saini is going to replace Jasprit Bumrah at the pavilion end. Bowled very well last night, 4 overs, 1 for 12. I wonder about this from the tour game point of view, in the sense that Saini is not even part of the touring party, at least the squad. He is part of the touring group. He's here as a net bowler. I wonder if this is for Vihari's benefit rather than Saini's. Interesting to see
that. Yeah.
Interesting to see what happens at the other end. Maybe Bumrah will switch ends and bowl a couple down the hill. The bowler out there from India's point of view is Sai Kishore, who is a left-arm spinner. replicating Jack Leach perhaps, who's took that 5 for yesterday. Sort of like these levels are sort of like for like preparations that touring teams go through. Very interesting on occasion. Of course, this could all be tea leaf reading and all too an interesting field now. This we've got 2 mid wickets relatively close together for Vihari as Saini comes in. This is outside off stump and there is no run, so there's a massive gap square on the leg side from long leg around to Joey Everson at mid wicket. There is not a single fielder, and then we've got even the mid-on has moved quite, or the fielder who was at mid-on has moved quite square, and Bumrah is at mid-on. So Saini, I think, will look to attack the stumps of Hanuma Vihari, who has mostly had his head and neck and shoulders attacked by Bumrah from this end earlier. Saini, longer run, more orthodox run, very upright run is in, and Vihari is forward and pushing up to Bumrah at mid-on. There is no run. Some warming up going on from the fielder at mid-wicket. Will Davis, I think that is, has come out from third slip. He was... is that Will Davis? Is there at mid-wicket? He's doing some jumping and whirling of the arms like he was...
It is, he hasn't got his own sweater on.
He's got Sam Bates's jumper on.
He's got Bates's jumper on, yeah.
That's what confused me for a second.
They do this from time to time. I'm sure they do it on purpose.
As the wind ruffles the trousers of Nurdeep Saini as he's in to Hanuma Vihari. It's full and driven, not with any power or timing. Slightly opened out there, Vihari, and it squirted off the sponsor's sticker. A couple of bounces to Pujara at mid-off. There is no run. It's not looked that comfortable, Hanuma Vihari, in the last few overs.
A little bit of a moral victory for the bowler there.
Definitely had Vihari pushing inside out. Got 2 slips, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on. Those 2 mid-wickets. The long leg as Saini comes in. That's beaten Vihari on the outside edge. Drawn forward. Might have slightly withdrawn the bat from the line, but he was definitely looking to play at that, coming forward to a ball that was not particularly full, and he's beaten through to the keeper. There is no run. Vihari is a very solid player who's got a superb first-class record. Has struggled to impose himself on international attacks. He's very good at occupying the crease and has done some very useful things for India, sometimes unheralded, but he hasn't been ever dominant in international cricket. He punches this off the back foot into the covers and comes through for a single, a more kind line, as it were, from Saini to him on that occasion. And he'll get himself off strike for the last ball of the over, which will be bowled by K.S. Bharat. Davis is going to presumably come on from the Bennett end, given the fairly strenuous warm-up he's going through. He was jumping up in the air and swinging his arms around like he was skipping with a rope, like a boxer, a few balls ago. Then he was just practicing his action as Saini is in. Last ball of the over. Bharat in behind that one, looking for a single. He's not going to find it. And there is no run. End of the over. India 101 for 1.
Glorious sunshine now, bathing the ground in a rather golden light looking out there. The crowd not exactly basking in it because the wind is brisk and cool. But if you can get out of the wind, which you can behind our commentary box, but that's not much use for us. It's delightful to be in it. Abhi Sikandar comes out to replace who's running
Rowan
off at
Walker.
the moment. Walker's done his work for the time being, it would appear. And it is going to be Will Davis, who has shed Sam Bates' sweater, handed it presumably to Walker to take off. Practices a few looseners.
Rowan Walker will need that sweater if he comes up here. I think the fact that we're at relative altitude means we're feeling the wind more than the players probably are.
gusting around a little bit at the moment. It's patchy, but strong when it does. In goes Davis and bowls on off stump. Vihari is leaning forward, sort of dabbing that one down into the offside. Sakande comes in from backward point to field, and there is no run, just the two slips now. Kelly and Kimber alongside Sam Bates. Otherwise a fairly conventional field. Long leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point.
Sakande is at a sort of very fine backward point come wide gully.
Davis is in, bowls very straight. Vihari just blocks it back up the pitch. Barrett stops it at the non-striker's end and throws it to Jasprit Bumrah, who's up there at mid-on.
Acting as sort of bowling team captain, as it were, as the senior bowler at mid-on will often do. Some of our Indian listeners might be interested in an update from the Ranji Trophy final, which I'll give you at the end of the over.
Davis is in, bowls, it bounces back, seams back in. There's a peel forward leg before. It sounded a little bit wooden. He was well forward, looked highish. Otherwise, I'm sure it was a decent shout, and it was turned down.
My initial thought from behind
was
that it was too high. I had a look on the replay to see the umpire Warren, is it, at that end, was not particularly interested. Yes, it's high. And did come back in off the seam, but it looked high.
Kelly loses his hat at first slip, his sun hat. Always liable to be blown off in conditions like these. Davis is in again, bowls outside off stump. A little bit of movement away, but started wide, and Vihari had nothing to do with it. Wanders off towards umpire Harris at square leg, only travels a few feet before stopping. Crowd continues to build here. It's really good to see this many in the ground. Leicestershire will be hoping to see another full ground next Friday night when they play a huge T20 game in their season. In goes Davis and bowls. Vihari covers up. It might just have shaped back in to him a little bit, looking to seam it back in to the right-handers. Will Davis feels himself in his follow-through.
Paul Warren's having a little word with Sam Evans there about something or other. Yeah, Leicestershire captain, he just wandered into, was summoned to the office briefly.
Davis turns. Very straight run, chest on a little bit, and beats the bat, and it's a peel for a catch behind. He's gone. Vihari's innings has come to an end, and head down he turns, walks back around the wicket. I think he knew his fate. He did wait for the decision from umpire Warren, but Bates knew straight away. Davis's appeal looked slightly belated, oddly, but Bates, as I say, went up straight away. The slips likewise, and Vihari turns philosophically, heads for the pavilion. Slightly unconvincing innings from him this morning. He never really found his touch, and he has gone for 20 from 55 balls. India 101 for 2.
Will Davis, the beneficiary of excellent work by Jasprit Bumrah and Navdeep Saini, who really did work Vihari over a little bit. He was not really able to get forward or back to much of what Bumrah and Saini were bowling at him, and those feet weren't quite moving as well as they should have been. The weight wasn't going into the ball properly. It was a good delivery from Davis, but he did get caught on the crease. A little nibble and comfortable catch for Bates. Hanuma Vihari gone for 20 of 55 balls with just the 2 fours. He hasn't done himself too many favours, and coming out at number 4 is Shreyas Iyer, who will need somebody. Got a duck in the first innings. Yeah, that Ranji Trophy update. Madhya Pradesh's first innings has just ended. Madhya Pradesh versus Mumbai, that game being played in Bangalore. Madhya Pradesh 536 in reply to Mumbai's 374, so a first innings lead of 162. Centuries for Yash Dubey, Shubham Sharma, Rajat Patidar, who you may know if you watch the IPL, and a maiden first-class 50 from number 8 from Saransh Jain. The Ranji Trophy final, the way that it works, that if the match is a draw, the side who gets the first innings lead wins the match. So Madhya Pradesh definitely less fancied than the powerhouse Mumbai going into that final. So potentially exciting game in prospect there. We've got most of the last session of day 4 to go. Navdeep Saini here in Leicester is going to bowl to KS Bharat with Shreyas Iyer at the non-strikers end. Saini is in right arm over the wicket. That's nicely driven by Bharat, and unlike Lahari, Bharat's feet are moving well. His weight transfer is good, and he's punching that to mid-off. There is no run. Madhya Pradesh have never won the Ranji Trophy, where Mumbai have won more than any other. They've won 41 titles. So this will be quite a story if Madhya Pradesh can pull that off. A couple of India players in the Mumbai team. Maybe able to hear how much the wind is gusting around the Grace Road, ruffling even the fairly heavy baffle on our effects, Mike. Shreyas Iyer is edging his first ball short of the keeper and short of first slip. A good ball from Navdeep Saini. It is a no ball. Unfortunately for him, it was a cracking delivery, moved away off the seam, and Shreyas Iyer, who was pinging them into the advertising hoardings from some throwdowns last night, squared up by that, and lucky that it went down. Good half stop by Bates, and then by the first slip fielder Vikai Kelly. Good first ball from Saini. Shreyas Iyer, but in slightly open stance. The bat waggling and being tapped in between the legs as Saini comes in to him. I think he was expecting that to bounce a bit more than it did. Shreyas Iyer, he gets in behind it and blocks it down in front of him, and there is no run. Shreyas Iyer, a Mumbai player himself, obviously not available for them due to international duty. He scored 100 on his Test debut, which he made at short notice due to an injury to KL Rahul. Standing player of spin bowling, very good on the drive as well. Struggles to score somewhat against short pitch bowling, and I do wonder if that might be what Saini gives him a few of. So got those two short mid wickets, or not short mid wickets, but mid wickets in place. One fielder down on the leg side boundary. That's full and punched, and Saini gets a good chunk of a hand on that and takes all the sting out of it. And there might have been some sting because that was hit reasonably hard by Shreyas Iyer. There is no run. I'm really hearing that wind like a theatrical sound effect in our off the effects mic. It's just coming in over the Bennett stand towards us here in the pavilion. And coming away from us here in the pavilion is Saini towards Shreyas Iyer. That's short and that's cut away, and that's probably going to be 4. It beats backward point, and yes, Sam Evans chased it but then realised he wasn't going to get there. Shreyas Iyer away with a good square cut past point for 4.
Love the drum greeting it, accompanying the ball over the boundary down there at wide third man stroke, deep backward point.
It gives a great sense of theatre and moment to all of the boundaries that are being hit, almost drumming the ball towards its destination, just under the covers in front of the sort of temporary portable nets. Family stand the least full of all of the stands. The Uptonsteel away to our right, and the I'm not quite sure what that stand actually is called, with the sort of sail umbrella effect over to our left. But that one's pretty full and loud as well. And the hospitality tents have been doing a roaring trade all match, as Saini is in better line, tighter to off stump and defended to backward point. Sai Kishore does the fielding. There is no run.
I'm not sure it actually has a name as such. No doubt someone at the club will tell me. The names sometimes do change according to the sponsor.
According to the Leicestershire ground map, the pavilion stand, in between the pavilion and the Geary bar.
Right, okay.
It's currently carrying the advertisement of a local Indian restaurant, which is good to see. Actually, they're quite prominent around here.
Yeah, no, they are.
Indian restaurant.
Yeah, they're good.
as Saini's in. Last ball of the over is driven very pleasantly by Shreyas Iyer, but just a push to Evans at cover. There is no run. India 107 for 2. The last man out, Hanuma Vihari, in the last over from Will Davis, having been worked over by Bumrah and Saini.
Serious application on the part of KS Barrett, and now Shreyas Iyer. This is an important part of the preparation for next week. The two batsmen having a chat in mid-pitch. Innings, we think, more important for Iyer than KS Barrett, who has had a very good game one way or another. Over 100 runs in the game so far for him. Power to add.
Not dismissed either, because he was not out in the first innings.
He's facing Will Davis now. Davis is in from the Bennett end, bowls outside off stump, ignored by Barrett. Well, not ignored, not played at. Taken quite low down by Sam Bates, round about shin high by the time it comes through to Leicestershire's, or one of Leicestershire's reserve wicket keepers.
There's a lot of wicket keepers in this Leicestershire squad. I mean, they're not alone among in that of having a lot of wicket keepers. I think at one point New Zealand's entire top 4 or 5 were wicket keepers at one point on this tour. But at least 3 in the first team squad who can keep wicket.
They're all born in Leicester, pleasingly, as well. In goes Davis, and he's cut, but only as far as Sekande at that sort of fly gully backward point position, around about 22 yards, maybe a few more from the bat there. So well placed in that respect. He was able to make the stop. Barrett remains 41.
Disappointing news for fans of large southwest England fast bowlers. Jamie Overton has been dismissed for 97 in his first Test match innings. Trent Boult taking his wicket. Daryl Mitchell finally holding a catch at slip.
Yes, he's spilled 1 or 2, hasn't he? In goes Davis and bowls. That one comes back in, but Barrett plays it very competently. Forward in defence, leaning forward in defence. Back down the pitch it bounces.
Yeah, he's batted like the World 11 and kept like the fourth 11, or caught like the fourth 11. Daryl Mitchell, strange tour for him. Johnny Bairstow is on 153. England 296 for 7, trailing by 33 runs.
Davis is in again. Shapes back into KS Barrett. Again, he's forward in defence. Everything neatly close together. Full sun now. The ground looks splendid. Perhaps
it's like somebody just turned the light on.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe just freshened slightly the grass by that shower. Really pleasing variations in its shades of green, not just from the cut, but where some of the grass has sort of grown slightly more than in others. Forward again goes Barrett, dropping it out into the offside. Not a big stride, of course, just inquiring of Shreyas Iyer whether he might be interested in a single by taking a step or 2 down the wicket. Iyer was going nowhere.
Iyer actually turned his back on KS Barrett. I've rarely seen anyone less interested in a single.
Short of having no written on his back, that the message was very clear.
Rightly so, there was never a run there.
No, absolutely. Just sort of keeping his feet moving as much as anything. KS Barrett, who has his bat raised as Davis is in to him. It's in position to play the ball, but at the very last moment it's lifted above the line of the ball as it goes through outside off stump. Good honest stuff from Will Davis, keeping the batsman involved pretty much throughout the over. 7 overs, 1 for 16 for him.
Yeah, the one boundary he's been hit for was a short wide ball, and it was put away by KS Barrett, but he's not trying anything extravagant against him. And he's mostly been bowling tight to off stump. India's women are also in action. There's so much cricket going on around the world, international and domestic. They're in a series against Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, India won the first T20 by 34 runs. They're currently 63 for 2, requiring a further 63. from the remaining 12 overs as Saini is into Iyer, who pushes pleasantly to mid-off. Sri Lanka made 125 for 7 in their batting innings, with Chamari Atapattu and Vishmi Gunaratne putting on 87 for the first wicket, and then a collapse. Deepti Sharma taking 2 wickets for Renuka Singh, Radha Yadav, Pooja Vastrakar, Harmanpreet Kaur. Harmanpreet is at the wicket at the moment with Smriti Mandana. Sri Lanka's men completed a series win against Australia. Fantastic scenes at the end of that game as Australia were applauding on the ground for coming to Sri Lanka in times of civil strife. Shreyas Iyer turns this off the hips down to long leg. It's like stray in line from Saini. There, so India's men are in Test action next week. India's women are currently in T20 action, and India's men will be in T20 action tomorrow. The ambassadorial work of the Indian cricket teams is extremely in evidence at the moment. Deep square leg, or that sort of square mid wicket, has gone back to deep square leg as KS Bharat comes on strike to Saini. This is full and driven very hard by KS Bharat, but straight to Sam Evan. It's just as well it was straight to him, because if that had been 2 yards either side, that was rocketing away to the pavilion stand for 4, but straight to Evans, there is no run.
I hope the drummers have got their thermals on down there, because all those orange jackets that they're wearing have a certain quilted quality, because they're right in the wind, bless them, sitting down there. Or the drums, I suppose, give them a certain amount of protection. They're big things.
Bharat on 41, facing up to Saini. He bowls full. This is punched down the ground, and Pujara gets across to his right to stop it. They are able to come through for his single. I mean, they can warm themselves up by drumming. That's pretty energetic work on those big dhol drums, and these are sort of oversized dhols. And the dhol is the one that is worn around the neck and beaten with sticks from either side. Sort of like if you're familiar with marching bands, you'll be familiar with it. Often with a curved stick.
Are they heavy or just awkward?
I've never actually worn one. They look heavy.
Yeah, they do. I assume they're sort of hollow, of course.
I'm assuming they're quite well balanced and so forth.
Yeah.
You've got to have strong back to wheel one of those things, back and shoulders. Saini's in 5th ball of the over, short, rising into the ribs of Shreyas Iyer. He plays it well, just drops it down into the short leg region, and there is no run. It looks as the
dancers glittering. Are they dancers?
Yes, there's some entertainers trying to get past the stewards at the far end of the ground near the electronic scoreboard.
Rush them. Just you can flatten them in the rush. Go on.
It's a precarious thing being a steward. There's some pretty unpleasant scenes at a few English football grounds this year.
Yes, yeah, no fun at all.
Saini having a chat with Pujara to try and work out how he's going to plot the demise of his teammate Shreyas Iyer. 2 slits backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Last ball of Saini's over is short ball, and Shreyas Iyer ducks into that very pleasing down on both knees swaying position. That would make a nice shot for John Mallett, the Leicestershire photographer, if he caught that. End of the over. Indian 109 for 2. Always looks even if the ball wasn't particularly near Shreyas, the batter, it wasn't on that occasion, it's always really a very stylish, pleasing angle.
Down on one knee. Not flinging yourself to short leg as I might have been in those circumstances.
I don't think I've ever faced a bowler who was quick enough to bounce anyone.
Have you not?
Well, the fastest I've faced is about 80 miles an hour, but it was on absolute pudding. So it didn't really feel like 80 miles an hour.
Davis, probably bowling about sort of 75, 76, goes in and bowls very full, flings himself off his feet. He's driven behind square on the offside, full delivery. Bharat is going to pick up a single because Joey Everson is out there sort of sweeping really on the point boundary. So just a 1 on that occasion to Bharat, who moves on to 43. I played Yorkshire League cricket for quite a few years, and occasionally one of the paid-for pros was quick enough to put them around your ears.
I was not a very good cricketer, but I did play a decent amount of sort of mid-level, low-level league and club cricket.
Davis is in, drags his length back, but he's going to suffer for it because up on his toes is Shreyas Iyer outside off stump, guiding it neatly, economically, and perfectly placed down to third man wide of the slips inside Sekande's position at that deepish backward point, and it runs down, crosses the ropes in front of the meet for 4.
Very nicely controlled by Shreyas Iyer, just standing up tall, hitting it at the top of its bounce and guiding it down fine. I did my first men's game of cricket. I was 15 or 16, playing again in the Yorkshire League. The overseas for the opposition was the West Indian opener Sherwin Campbell.
In goes Davis and bowls. Solidly forward is Shreyas Iyer on off stump, and there's no run.
Sherwin Campbell opened for the West Indies in the 1990s. Very aggressive opening batter, and bowling leg spin to him with a 40-yard boundary out one side. You can guess the rest. Good fun. Good fun.
Yeah, I'd always tend to prefer to face a side with a professional batter rather than a sort of professional pace bowler. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump. Good length, but not such a good line, and Iyer steps forward, then leaves his bat raised, lets it bounce through to Bates behind the stumps.
Also got hit for an absolutely monstrous 6 by Claire Taylor, the former England Women's International.
Which there were a couple, weren't there?
Yeah, the one who I think was playing for England at the time.
First, Claire Taylor played football as well as cricket for England, and she used to have a post round. I remember interviewing her for the Yorkshire Post, believe it or not. In goes Davis and bowls a leave, but that one came back in, and it wasn't so very far from Shreyas Iyer's off stump. Good judgment on his part, he let it go.
That was a very good leave, actually, because Davis isn't anywhere near as quick as Bumrah or Saini, and the ball isn't likely to bounce above stump level that too often, but he judged it well. Getting into position to potentially play, and then just manoeuvring the bat out of the way. Little cock of the wrists. Quite open stance, Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah, it is. In goes Davis and bowls to him. He cuts it away in the air. Not so very far from Abinde Sekande at that position at backward point, deep-ish, and the slips started to go up, hands started to go into the air, but it was wide enough. Sekande couldn't get anywhere near it, and it again bounces down to the third man boundary for 4. So I think we have to give Iyer credit there for placement. Again, different sort of placement. I'd say it was in the air, and you could say he was flirting a bit with disaster, but he knew exactly perhaps where he was hitting it.
He got given the width and he went through with the shot. Probably didn't actually get it quite as high as he wanted to. I think he was trying to cut that way over the top of the slip cordon, but hit it too flat. Yeah, very, very comfortable for seeing those dancers just moving their way around the ground. They're currently walking in front of the Meet, which is one of the cafes and bars around here. Lovely glints off those golden outfits. This is short, and this is hooked by KS Bharat. It's gone straight up in the air, and it's going to be caught by Jasprit Bumrah at mid-on. Saini stands, hands aloft. Are you not entertained, he says, as he bounces out KS Bharat. It was a good sharp bouncer that Bharat was late on. It spooned straight up in the air. He was aiming it over towards the net at square leg, but it went straight up in the air, and Jasprit Bumrah took a very easy catch. KS Bharat dismissed for the first time in the match. A good few days for him in Leicester. He goes for 43 off 97 deliveries, 98 deliveries indeed, with 7 fours. He's batted very well, but that was a decided win for Navdeep Saini, 118 for 3.
He was furious with himself, KS Bharat, there. As soon as he saw where it was going, and long before it had landed in the hands of Jasprit Bumrah, whacking the air in bitter self-admonition there. Really cross with himself.
he knew as almost, I think, before he'd hit it that he was in no position to play the shot. It got big on him, it got quick on him, and by the time he was halfway into the shot, he couldn't really have done anything other than spoon it straight up in the air. Well bowled Navdeep Saini again, brings to the middle Ravindra Jadeja to a drum beat that I'm sure is a bit of a showman. He'll be well up for. Jadeja, quite well known as someone who'll do the swing of the bat like a sword when he gets to 50, sort of underlining his heritage from that particular part of Gujarat. Well, he's from Gujarat, but he has princely ancestry going way back. He's not himself of that kind of descent, but he has that in his ancestry, and he pays tribute to it when he goes to milestones. Interesting to see how he plays. Can hit the ball a very long way, but has turned himself into an extremely good middle and lower order batter for India. Regular number 7 for India, averaging well over 40 in the last few years. Got 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long legs. Square legs been left open for Ravindra Jadeja, if he wants to try and work one off his hips. Saini in. Long run-up, long rhythmical run-up. It's full, and this is nicely played by Jadeja up to mid-off. There is no run.
And if K.S. Barrett was cross with himself, Saini's celebration was a thing to see as well. He was delighted about that. Proper fast bowler's wicket, I suppose, in a way. But equally delighted with the impression he's made bowling in this game, and I'm sure in the nets as well.
When the Indian players have dismissed each other, there's been an awful lot of glee. Saini did not try and tackle K.S. Bharat around the neck, as we've seen a couple of times today. He's into Ravindra Jadeja, and he's gone. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Navdeep Saini. I'm not really sure why he appealed, because that edge went to second slip off the shoulder of the bat. Another really good ball by Navdeep Saini, who's been the pick of the bowlers today and last night. Back of a length delivery, seaming away and bouncing. Jadeja not exactly playing outside the line of his body, but just drawn into the shot and comfortably held at second slip. Ravindra Jadeja gone for a second ball duck. 2 wickets in the over for Navdeep Saini.
Yeah, comfortable catch for Louis Kimber at second slip. Never looked like missing it. He's got good hands, Kimber. But yeah, on the back foot, a little bit of extra bounce perhaps. Just his second delivery.
2 good wickets, genuinely got out by Navdeep Saini. Brings Shardul Thakur to the wicket at number 6, with India 118 for 4. He also made very few runs in the first innings in India's certainly possible number 8, depending on the makeup of their side. Just seeing this on the replay, yeah, it was a very good delivery. Jadeja did very little wrong with that, just a bit of bounce and seam movement from Saini. Caught the shoulder of the bat, and comfortable catch, as you say, at sort of chest height by Louis Kimber.
Had to play it, didn't he?
Very much had to play it. You know, if you're being really harsh, you could say leave on length, but that line makes it very difficult to leave on length. There's nowhere for the bat and the body to go, really.
Yeah. Well bowled, Navdeep Saini.
7.3 overs, no maidens, 3 for 21, and he's probably bowled even better than that as Saini. Shardul Thakur is certainly capable with the bat. 2 rapid-fire 50s, one of them with India in real trouble at the Oval. Dominated a 100-run partnership with Rishabh Pant, which is not an easy thing to do. Just the 2 slips for him. Split field, really, saying he can go quite straight if he wants to. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off. And then 4 fielders saving 1 on the leg side at mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 mid-wickets, really.
Is it at all feasible that he might be bowling himself into some sort of contention?
Probably not. I think he's well down the pecking order, but it doesn't hurt to have competition. There's long leggers as well. That's defended comfortably by Thakur into the offside. There is no run. Bumrah, Siraj and Shami would be the first 3. Then you've got Umesh Yadav, Shardul Thakur, and then I guess in this party Saini would be the 5th choice. Look, it's not him. It's not him. It's been in very, very recent times that India have had net bowlers bowling and winning Test matches for them. But he would need a lot to go wrong for other people for that to be the case. Sure. So he wasn't particularly impressive in those 2 Test matches in Australia that he did play at Sydney and Brisbane, but he has been here. Shardul Thakur defends this to backward point. Kamlesh Nagarkoti, I think, is on the field at backward point, the fast bowler. He's doing a bit of warm-ups. I wonder if you might see him. He's quite an exciting prospect. He's part of the India under-19 team that won the 2018 World Cup and then had a few years of injuries, but was retained even while injured by Kolkata Knight Riders, such as his promise. He and Shivam Mavi opened the bowling for India in that tournament, and of both sides there. The promise last ball, it's been a really good over from Saini, awkwardly pulled round the corner by Shardul Thakur, got on top of it, but nothing more than a steered pull down to long leg. Saini completes a superb over where he bounced out KS Bharat and then had Jadeja nicking off a delivery he could do very little with within the space of 3 balls. India 119 for 4. Surprised actually he's not got more of a reaction, Saini, as he walks towards the long leg. That was a really good over.
Might get some applause in the end. Davis is going to continue from the Bennett end. Wicket for him this morning. Vihari caught behind. 420. 101 for 1 at that stage. 118 for 4. When Ravindra Jadeja edged off to Saini. Nice height catch for Louis Kimber at second slip. So, Shardul Thakur on strike to Davis as the sun goes behind a cloud. Davis bowls, leaves outside off stump, and again Davis stops at the end of his follow through with his hands on his head because it was a good leave, not so very far from off stump. Thakur retreats to short leg. Stands leaning on his bat. Long-sleeved sweater for him. Short-sleeved for Iyer at the non-striker's end. Davis turns, rather bustles into the crease and bowls again a leave, this time an inch or 2 wider, a safer leave, so to speak, from Thakur. He remains on 1, 5 balls faced. Murmur around the crowd, this good crowd in at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. As I say, they'll be hoping for a similar sort of crowd next Friday when Leicestershire take on Northamptonshire in a must-win T20 game. Just 2 games left in the group stages of the competition as Davis is in and bowls, covers up Thakur, the delivery that comes back to him, a little ungainly as he does so, slightly falls across to the offside, but manages to push it out down the pitch towards Davis. Evans does the polishing before throwing it across the bomber at on. As free was advised to Davis as he was to Saini down at the other end. Davis turns, runs in and bowls, thick outside part of the bat as Thakur props forward at that one, runs gently down towards Sakindi.
He's an aggressive lower order batter, Shardul Thakur, very good on the pull shot over mid wicket, gives it a good thump. And that's how he's scored the majority of his runs for India in all formats. Actually, he's been at times a very useful part of limited overs teams.
Davis is in and goes past the outside edge there. Did rather plunge forward at that one. Shardul Thakur bounced a little bit more perhaps than he expected, but not excessively so. Just finding his way. 8 balls faced for his single, but again good stuff from Davis, who can do this from time to time. It's been one of the sort of frustrating aspects of his career at Leicestershire. His spells will differ sort of in a day, so to speak. Once he finds his rhythm, he can be really useful. And again, he goes past the outside edge of Thakur's bat. A really good over, a testing over from Davies. No great pace about it, but there or thereabouts. Just looking to draw the batsman into playing all round about the line of off stump or just outside. 119 for 4. Thakur a single. 13 off 15.
Rowan Walker has gone on and then come off within the space of about 2 overs. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Maybe he's just deputising for somebody needing a loo break. The very impressive Saini is going to continue his 4th over on this spell. Just a sin, but he's been very impressive. He's bowled Leicestershire, who looked good enough, is at 13, scored well off the back foot through the offside. 2 back on the hook, it's deep square and long leg. 2 slips as Saini's in back of a length, and Shreyas Iyer pushes this to cover, and there is no run.
For some reason, the site that I'm using for scoring is not recording this spell. It's got a heading, this spell, but it's not recording it.
4 overs he's bowled so far this morning, probably this afternoon now, from the pavilion end. It's probably going to be his last. I mean, we'll see Bumrah again. Sakande's on the field as well, I think, so he might have a bowl. Flings himself at the batter, as Navdeep was saying. He flings himself over enthusiastically as it's a no ball defended into the onside. There is no run. Shreyas Iyer practices a shot that he could not possibly have played off that ball. He practices an on drive to a ball that was banged in back of a length. Kamlesh Nagarkoti is doing some work at backward point, so we might see him as well, another India net bowler with some pace. And there's Quiff pointing forward, which can double up as a weather vane, I imagine. Tell you which way the wind is pointing. He's there at backward point now, waiting as Saini comes into Shreyas Iyer, who pushes this to Evans at cover, and there is no run.
It has been an impressive spell, not least because he's going up the slight slope here and against the wind. The pace isn't quite what it was in his opening couple of overs, but just occasionally.
Always been quick, Navdeep Saini,
yeah,
for a long time. And we were talking about this yesterday. India, for the last few years, have been in positions where they've got farming out of here. As Saini comes in, 3rd ball of the over. And this is on the hips and turned down to square leg. You can see a little bit of the intensity draining out of him, bowling 5 overs into a fairly stiff breeze, yes. Actually. Yeah. Not the easiest. Really put it in that over to Bharat and to Jadeja, and worked up a good head of steam coming the other way down the hill last night. You can see Sakande there at long leg warming up, so there's a potential double change about to happen. Best weather of the game so far is the certainly in terms of the sun, although it is pretty breezy as we've been saying. Thakur now facing up to Saini, leaves this through to the keeper. There is no run. Ball hurled by slip to cover and to mid off. That's Sam Wood on at mid off, the Leicestershire Academy graduate.
I think so.
Dropped a catch last night down
yes.
at what was it, long leg. One that he should have taken, a hook that went straight to him. That was down there to our right, kind of in front of the confluence of pavilion and cafe. And Saini is in. Although Thakur just defends this to Nagarkoti at backward point, and there is no run. Last ball coming up probably of Saini for the first session. See Sakande going through his bowling action. He's bowled with a decent amount of pace, but not a lot of control in this game. Still looking to sort of resurrect or even really kickstart a first-class career that's promised at times, but hasn't really reached the heights that he would have wanted it to. Took a hatful of wickets against a South Africa A team that included some very, very fine players indeed, like September Bavuma and others a few years ago for Sussex, but hasn't been able to replicate that. Big gap at square leg as Saini comes in. Last ball of the over, and it's a ripper to finish. It zips past the outside edge of Shardul Thakur, who dropped the hands and just about managed to get out of the way. Really good over, really good spell from Navdeep Saini. 9 overs, 3 for 24, but and he gets a little pat on the back from the umpire. That was a treat to watch, I have to say. 121 for 4.
It was, and Sam Evans asked him whether he wanted another. Is that it? He made the gesture, and Saini replied, yeah, that's it. So I think that is the end of a pretty impressive spell from the paceman, running down towards long leg.
Delhi boy Navdeep Saini. Played 2 test matches, 8 ODIs and 11 T20 internationals. Played a little bit for Rajasthan Royals this season in the IPL.
Beginning to warm up at square leg. Davis is ready to go, but Iyer stands back and asks him to run through the crease, not bowl, because something had distracted him, whether he wasn't quite ready. Couldn't see anybody moving behind the bowler's arm or in front of the sight screens over there. Perhaps he just wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, Nagarkoti, that is it. Squarish mid-wicket, has been warming up for a good 3 overs now.
It looks like he's going to have a bowl. Davis is down the slope and bowling. It's worked away off middle and leg stump by Iyer, wide of mid-on. Bumrah runs across to his right, not with any great intensity, gets there always because there was always going to be 2 there essentially. Iyer takes his 2, moves on to 16. Sekande 2 is warming up, so might be a double change. How long until lunch? 19 minutes. So should be a couple of overs from each end at least, you would have thought. Davis is in and bowling, drags his length and line back a little bit and covers up. Iyer drops it out into the offside. Thinks about the possibility of a single, but it's no more than a gesture, really. A physical gesture, that is. Takes a couple of steps forward, and Thakur going nowhere at the other end. So he pirouettes around, returns to his crease, remains on 16. Wind gets up again. The trees obviously in full leaf around the ground. You can see all the new growth out there as Davis bowls. Thick outside edge. Runs along the ground towards Sekande at that deep backward point, deep-ish gully combination position. Again, there's no run. I got one of those sort of tree identifying apps because there are so many around the ground, and I've got them wrong so often, so I haven't actually gone round. I did ask the groundsman, he said no, grass is, I know about grass, he said I don't know anything about trees. In goes Davis and bowls, back foot defensive, working it out into the onside. Oh, and it bounces up horribly as Kimber is backing up behind Bates, and he jerks his head out of the way as, well, we've seen 1 or 2 of those. He manages to get his head out of the way. Sekande completes the backing up, and it's all goes down in the book as a dot, all that activity.
I was playing in a school tour match where mid-wicket thumped the ball into the practice wicket. Backward point leapt up, came down and broke his arm.
Oh, Davis is in. Fuller, slightly fuller on off stump and looking to drive Iyer, but not quite at the pitch of the ball. So he checks the shot rather, strokes it out towards Wood at mid off, and there's no run.
It was our first game of a 2-week, 6-game tour, and he spent the rest of it with his arm in plaster. It's one of those where we're going, don't throw it, don't throw it, oh.
Davis is in and bowling straight on the back foot. Turns it into the onside. This time Thakur looks briefly interested in the possibility of a quick single, which is an equally impossible prospect, and is sent back by end of the over. Sakande takes off a sweater, hands it to the umpire because he is going to take over from Saini at this pavilion end.
I wonder if they'll unleash Nagarkoti down the hill then. Sakande will think that he should have had Virat Kohli on day one of the game. Full ball outside off stump that Virat Kohli tried to chop backward of square that we thought in the commentary box was a bump ball into the hands of third slip, but on the replay it was a definite spoon into the hands of third slip. Sakande was understandably livid not to have that one to his name.
Yes, as I say, he did pop it out there on social media, a replay of the incident. Not out? Question mark.
Nagarkoti still doing some warming up at backward point for Sakande, who born to a Burkinabe father from Burkina Faso, bowling into two slips, backward point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and two back on the hook at long leg and deep square leg. Outside off stump, Shardul Thakur plays his first aggressive shot of the innings and misses his cut through to the keeper. There is no run. Burkina Faso, an increasing force in football, you regularly get to the latter stages of AFCON, but I can't think there have been too many prominent cricketers of Burkinabe origin. Sakande is wearing some. I quite like his hair actually. He's got some sort of coloured beads in his hair, which is shaved on the sides and then sticking up in points on top. This is cut again by Shardul Thakur in front of square. Didn't time it all that well, and Evans I think will reach that before it intersects with the boundary rope. Hands it off to Nagarkoti, who hurls the ball in slightly offline, and they'll come back for 3. Shows you the mismatch in the boundary sizes, where the pitch is over to the right of centre, right of the screen when the bowling's from this end, and that would have thumped into the boundary boards on the other side of the ground before any of the fielders could have moved.
Indeed. It was a very hard throw, but it wasn't a very accurate one.
Quite a long throw from out there, I think.
Yeah.
Working to probably a 70 yard and a sub 60 offside and leg side respectively when the bowling is from the pavilion end. Sakande in and guided beautifully by Shreyas Iyer. Barely made a sound off the bat, just put the bat in the way and guided it past the wider of the two slips down to the deep third boundary before. He's played very well backward of square today, Shreyas Iyer.
This is just Captain Sam Evans talking quite forcefully to Sakande there as he walks back towards his mark. All sorts of hand gestures. Don't bowl there, presumably it's the gist of it, without a third man.
It wasn't a terrible delivery, it just gave him a little bit of, I say width, it was the length as much as anything from Sakande. Where's he going to bowl this? He's going to bowl very full, and it's a full toss, and Shreyas Iyer just opens the face of the bat and puts it away to the right hand of point. Back-to-back fours for Shreyas Iyer. The first one wasn't a bad ball, that one was. That was a full toss on off stump. I'm saying it's swinging Sakande, but you can't be bowling full tosses to batters of Shreyas Iyer's class. He's on 24 off 27. He's batted very nicely this morning. Afternoon now, 12:20, firmly afternoon.
Well, that's 11 off the first 4 balls of Sakande's over, and indeed spell.
Annoyed with himself as well one might be. No change to the field. Evans didn't go near Sakande on that occasion. He's got cover on the leg side as well. He can be much straighter than he has been these last 2 deliveries. That's a better delivery. Hits Shreyas Iyer kind of on the thigh pad, and as he tries to work it square, really better off bowling that line to Iyer with this field. There is no run. suppose it shows you what the variables of quite quick bowling. Sakande is probably the briskest, definitely the briskest of the Leicestershire bowlers, sort of mid-80s and occasionally above. But you, if you get things wrong at that relatively brisk pace, the multiplier effect of any errors can be punished. Last ball of the over is back of a length and straight and pushed into the mid-wicket region by Shreyas Iyer, who hit 2 boundaries in that over that went for 11. And Shardul Thakur also hitting a 3. India 134 for 4.
By Harris demonstrating, as he might not, had this been a first-class game, to Abhi Sakande, where his feet were landing and how close he was getting perhaps to cutting, to overstepping. But he's been a willing participant in the game, so to speak. Anthony Harris, he's got involved, as I say, when he went out at the start, high-fiving, which is good to see from an umpire.
I always like umpires who can get a nice casual, easy rapport with players. I think it stops, not that there were ever going to be any problems in this game, but it stops problems developing before they happen.
So, we are going to see another net bowler.
Nagarkoti only played 1 first-class game thus far. It was this year, actually, for Rajasthan, where he's from, in northern India. Took 2 for 58 and 2 for 35 in that game.
Smallish man in terms of height.
Whippy is the usual descriptor for Nagarkoti.
5'8"-ish, something like that, 5'9", something around that sort of, no more than that, I don't think.
5'9" or so, yeah. Not by any means almost short for a fast bowler. Sort of average height for a normal person. I say that as somebody who's 5'8".
3 slips go down as he runs in and bowls onto the legs of Shardul Thakur, works it away, or tries to work it away down to long leg. Came off the pad, I suspect it did, just come off the pad. Ran down towards Saini down here at long leg, who claps his hands together, having thrown the ball in. But yeah, whippy and skiddy off the pitch into the legs.
He's 22, but has only played 1 first-class game because he spent a couple of years injured after that 2018 World Cup, after being bought in the IPL auction.
Was it a back injury?
I'll have a look actually what that injury was.
As he runs in and bowls on off stump this time. Upon his toes is Shardul Thakur, deflecting it off a thick outside part of the bat along the ground all the way down towards Sakande. That backward, deepish point / gully, stroke short third man, you name it.
Stress fracture of the back and stress reaction, which is the sort of pre-stress fracture of the ankle. Common fast bowler's injury.
Yeah.
There's not, as you say, there's not a lot on him, so that frame's got to be bearing an awful lot of load.
He is in and bowling, looking for the Yorker. It's drifting down the leg side again, thumps into the bottom of the pad of Thakur, and it trickles out towards the sort of leg gully area. Sam Bates, the wicketkeeper, runs around to field, but it's sharpish, no question about that from Nagarkoti. But just at the moment, very early in his over, certainly the scorer's struggling to find him in. Wondering, it's the 2 Leicestershire scorers, it's the first team and second team scorers, Paul Rogers and Buck Johnson. And in goes Nagarkoti and bowls again. It's a decent Yorker length delivery that thumps into the bottom of the pad, and momentarily the slips are perhaps more interested in the leg before appeal than Kamlesh Nagarkoti himself, although he did turn to umpire Warren with a sort of inquiring raised arm, but no great shout.
It's a bit too leg-sidey, but it was a good full delivery from Nagarkoti, who is on the... Will Davis is still on the scoreboard.
I don't know if anybody's sort of helping the Leicestershire scorers in that respect.
I might have to pop there myself at lunch.
You might be helpful for them. Nagarkoti is in down the leg side again. Better length, but again the line all wrong. and just struggling a little bit at the moment. It's very difficult to come into the game on unfamiliar ground, slightly sloping. Good crowd. Anxious to make an impression, perhaps.
Played in front of some. He's not unused to playing in front of crowds in the IPL in particular. No. Nagarkoti, but yeah, I think he and Saini have both hurled themselves at this perhaps unexpected challenge.
Thakur just 4 from 15 balls as Nagarkoti is in, bowls to him, and again the slip started to go up, suggesting, although Nagarkoti didn't, that it might have been a bit of an inside edge onto the pad. Interesting over, interesting young cricketer, and interesting action as well. 134 for 4, 2 overs to go before lunch.
Leading edge, I think, as it skewed away into the covers. Yeah, Nagarkoti can. He's been at backward point, and he's pretty good in the field. He can bat a bit as well. Hits the ball, sort of aggressive lower order batter, as I think all good lower order batters should be. I think that's generally the way to go. He's played a decent amount of List A cricket for Rajasthan, and has taken 17 List A wickets in 15 games at 29, a good economy rate. Aggressive bowler. Sakande is going to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Shardul Thakur, who just guides this down backward to square, getting Shreyas Iyer back on strike, who flayed Sakande for 2 boundaries in that over. First over that he bowled. It's a lone India flag bearer at the far end of the ground, just in front of the hospitality.
Good big flag though, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like the flag bearer is going to have to be helped out. It's quite a large flag being waved by quite a small person. It's hanging a little bit limper in the breeze than it has been. It's not quite as windy as it has been earlier. Sakande is into Shreyas Iyer, who uppercuts this, not with perfect control by any means, took the bottom hand off the bat, but it's flown over backward point. Nagarkoti races towards that and will get to it, and they'll come through for 2, I think. No, they've come back 3, in fact, to Shreyas Iyer and Shardul Thakur. Good chase from Nagarkoti. There aren't many fast bowlers, even relatively young ones, who'd be fielding at backward point in the middle of a spell. He's at backward point. Vika Kelly's at first slip, Louis Kimber at second, Leicestershire captain Sam Evans at cover, Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off, Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-on. Mid-wicket fielder, I can't quite see it, that's Will Davis, as Sakande, the bowler, is in down the leg side and clipped away fine by Shardul Thakur. Buys, in fact, he missed it completely, an outside leg stump half volley that Thakur missed, and Sam Bates had very little chance with. A bit wild and woolly from Sakande in this short spell that we've had so far. Just to complete the cast list, we've got Joey Everson, I think, down there at deep square leg, and the long leg is slightly too far away for me to see who it is.
I think that's Wood down there.
Sam Wood, there we go. Tall man in front of the covers. Sakande steaming in to Shardul Thakur, again down the leg side, again missed by Bates, again 4 buys. That one probably Bates should have stopped. He dived over the top of it, but Sakande has not been able to get his line right at all in this spell so far. He's bowled 8 balls, and 2 of them have been way down leg side, and 3 of them, possibly 4 of them, have been way outside off from Sakande. Bumrah and Saini and Nagarkoti, who's now at cover, are just doing some chatting. I think one of them, probably Bumrah, might have to go up to Sakande here and just calm him down a little bit. He's trying too hard, almost, Sakande, trying too hard to make an impression. He's in to Thakur, who drives pleasantly to... in fact, sorry, that's Shreyas Iyer, isn't it? The electronic scoreboard stopped working again to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah. I think it's going to be switched off and on again during the luncheon interval.
Had this yesterday where it stopped for a few overs.
The ever-reliable manual.
But yes, that 3 was run by Shardul Thakur. And now Shreyas Iyer is on strike. He's on 25, and he drives this, but straight to Nagarkoti at cover. There is no run.
Umpires looking at each other inquiringly. It may be lunch. Umpire Harris kind of looking hopeful. He's staying by the stumps at the pavilion end. Umpire Warren walking quite slowly to the stumps.
No dice, Anthony. It's 12:29.
Yeah, looks that way. He keeps looking at the clock. Oh, it's ticked to 12:30, and it is lunch. It is lunch. Umpire Warren walked quite slow. Oh no, they all started walking towards the pavilion.
Russell Warren was in position at 12:29.
Oh, I think he was a yard short, but bearing in mind we did lose maybe 3 overs this morning due to that little rain shower we had at the start. Seems fair enough that we squeeze in another from Kamlesh Nagarkoti from the Bennett end. It will be sharp. In he runs and bowls and is driven beautifully, economically and decisively through the offside by Shardul Thakur for 4.
Sharp work driving in high 80s, possibly even low 90s fast bowler on the up through cover. Shardul Thakur trusts his eye, short boundary and a quick outfield, and he put it away very nicely. 150 up for India, 152 for 4.
Navdeep Saini came sprinting back on there at long leg. I think he'd thought it was lunch and was well on the other side, and I just saw him out of the corner of my eye as Nagarkoti arrived at the crease. He suddenly realised it was still going on. In he goes and bowls on off stump, worked out into the offside. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. A misfield there by Wood, moving to his left at wide mid off. Got his 2 hands down, but somehow the ball squeezed through, and a couple of runs taken by Thakur. Moves on to 13. 154 for 4. The manual once again well ahead of the electronic, which may have, having been kicked back into action. There it goes.
It's caught up now, yeah.
Just a little bit slow at the moment.
I think Nagarkoti broke it.
In he goes and bowls on off stump, and with minimal foot movement effort but perfect positioning and timing, Thakur guides the slightly wide delivery between second slip and backward point stroke wide short third man down to the boundary for 4. It was just perfectly positioned and absolutely no movement other than the sort of hands and wrists, and consequently of the bat from Thakur.
Took that from 4th stump and just guided it, just that little work of the bottom hand at the point of impact. Lovely shot. Nothing really wrong with the ball from Nagarkoti.
Depressing if you're a bowler to see something like that happen.
4 fielders behind square on the offside.
Down the slope he comes and bowls to Thakur, who is driving. Evans gets down to his left, gets his hands to the ball. Again, it bursts through them, but he gets plenty of hand to the ball, slows it right down, otherwise it would have crossed the ropes. Not quite instantaneously, about half a second later, and it ran about 4 or 5 yards behind him. 1 is taken. Thakur on to 18. 159 for 4. Ayer on 25. 2 balls left in what is the 41st over of the India second innings, or as a couple of the websites have it, the Indians. They're not calling the side India anymore.
That's sort of the naming convention, isn't it, for touring sides? In
goes Nagarkoti, and in almost at the point of release pulls out of his action with a real sort of jerk there. And I thought, horrible minute, he might just have hurt himself, but it doesn't seem to have done. Whether he just lost his footing slightly, that's the implication of the batsman Thakur at the non-striker's end, just stepping across.
That was a very abrupt stop for a fast bowler, wasn't it?
Frighteningly
pulled up
so.
In his delivery stride.
I thought for a minute he must have just pulled a shoulder muscle or something, but he just lost, he's just skidded a little bit, and as I say, Thakur just scraped away at the crease for him. Nagarkoti is in and bowls slightly short of a length. Ayer is up on his toes, turning the delivery off leg stump out towards square leg. Joey Evison runs across from mid-wicket to field, and a single is taken.
England's helter-skelter innings at Headingley is done. They're bowled up for 360, leading by 31 runs. Stuart Broad blitzed 42 off 36 balls. Johnny Bairstow was out for 162. And Jack Leach has just got out. So that game moving apace.
5 for Bolt, or a few more?
4 for.
4 for.
3 for Southey, 1 for Michael Bracewell, and 2 for Neil Wagner.
Nagarkoti to finish the morning's play comes in and bowls on the off stump to Shardul Thakur, who blocks it out into the offside. And that, as I say, is lunch. 160 for 4 India in their second innings, having begun the day on 80 for 1. Even my maths can therefore work out that 80 runs have been added this morning. 3 wickets have fallen. Vihari caught by Sam Bates, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Will Davis for 20. KS Bharat, who batted really seriously in going 243, if that makes any sort of sense. Really applied himself before skying a pull off Navdeep Saini to Jasprit Bumrah at mid-on for 43. And Ravindra Jadeja came and went quickly. Second ball, got a really good one from Saini that he edged to Louis Kimber at second slip. 118 for 4 at that stage. The ship, although has been righted, so to speak, steadied a little bit by Iyer on 26 not out and Thakur on 18 not out. Good overs for Bumrah and for Saini in particular. And a lot of entertainment to be had by the sizable crowd here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We will be back with you on the stream and on commentary, of course, in around the back.
Shummy in. That's squared up Louis Kimber, but he's played it well. He's guided it down between third slip and Gully, who's moved a bit wider now, and that's gone down to the deep third boundary for the first boundary for Leicestershire. To dual athlete sports people in a second, as Shummy is in a skewed drive from Kimber. He wasn't quite into the shot, but he threw the hands through it with that big backlift, and there is a fantastic story that Jeremy Snape, a former Leicestershire player, tells about Verinder Sehwag. Evans facing up to Shummy, and he's gone. First ball that he's faced from Shummy. It was a beauty from the India fast bowler. A little bit full, a little bit of movement away. Evans had a little prod at it, and it's gone low to first slip. A nice catch taken just above the ankle. Sam Evans, the Leicestershire, is a shot fraught with risk, unless you are a very good player indeed.
Yadav is in bowls again, and he is flashing this time, and he's got it wide of, well, between third and fourth slip. I say wide of fourth slip to his left, and dive as Yadav is in, and Kimber inside edges down to long leg between his body and the stumps. 4-4. Came back in, and he took the bottom hand off the bat as he was looking to force on the offside.
As Shummy is in to Pujara, yet to get off the mark, and he's bowled him. Cheteshwar Pujara gone for a ducker. Mohammed Shummy spreads the arms wide like an aeroplane and then leaps to hug Pujara around the neck. That one will be much talked about. That was a beauty from Shummy. They've been moving away off the seam. That one came back in and took the top of the bails. Cheteshwar Pujara floppy hat, the wide brim hats are very much in evidence. Last ball of a very good over from Mohammed Shummy. He's down the leg side, and I think that might be leg buys. It's escaped KS Bharat, then gone down to the boundary for 4. Yes, leg buys just off the thigh pad. The other thigh. Rishabh Pant in next.
Yeah. Yadav is in. Bowls to Kimber, full and on driven, and he's got that one past the diving mid on Jadeja, I think it is there.
Shardul Thakur.
Thakur, I beg your pardon, and he couldn't quite get there. And once you're beaten,
one of India's better fielders, and sort of dived over the top of that delivery. That shot, rather.
Yadav is in and bowls, and Kimber is turning it out towards square leg. He's going to pick up another 4. A nice piece of timing there. It does just trickle over the ropes. It was no more, really, than a defensive push. But
Shardul Thakur comes in his second over, and that's punched down. A shot of the morning so far from Jones with a little strike inside on 4. Just limp on it, half volley from Shardul Thakur, and a lovely swing of the bat through the ball from Joey. He moves to 5.
Shot.
Shardul Thakur a bit more driven. Raj on his yard, therefore. With the shot not as quick. Does tend to try and pitch the ball up, where he does have a
nicely, and of course Mohammad Sani, I beg your pardon, Navdeep Sani. Where did I get Mohammed from? I don't know. Navdeep Sani, who bowled really nicely this morning, picked up 3 wickets. The 2 not-out batsmen at the crease at the moment. Messrs Thakur and Iyer, 18 and 26 respectively, and we're going to see a few overs of spin.
Yeah, the Chennai and Tamil Nadu left arm finger spinner R. Sai Kishore, tall man, gives it a good rip. The first sign of spin in this innings. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. There's a short hit out towards the mid-wicket boundary from this end. Sai Kishore is pretty talented. He's played some IPL cricket as Sai Kishore, 25-year-old from Chennai, hails from the same part of the world as R. Ashwin. They were bowling together this morning. Played for the Gujarat Titans in the IPL this year, and has played 20 first-class games, taken 59 wickets at 27.
Sam Evans is asking him. He's towering over Evans. He's captain in this game, in theory, about what field he would like. There's a few gestures going on out there at the moment. I would assume it relates to pads and helmets, that sort of thing. Ikai Kelly is taking some pads from Abhi Sekande, who is gone back to being acting 12th man. He's running back out there, so he's going to be fielding somewhere close to the bat, possibly sort of short leg area.
See Rishabh Pant walking around the ground behind us. He was, despite a fairly strict injunction that no selfies or autographs were going to be forthcoming, Rishabh Pant decided that he would sort of Pied Piper about 20 school children to get an autograph and signing session, and he was poking his head into the hospitality tents. He's made himself extremely popular in this part of the East Midlands over the last few days.
It does make a difference when they want some, I think they want some windows closing or doors closing in the committee room, which is alongside the Burrows Terrace here, above the restaurant.
You can see Jasprit Bumrah down there at deep square leg. Presumably he's going to bowl from the Bennett end. You can see Saini at mid-off, or sort of deepish mid-off, halfway back to the boundary, and Nagarkoti in the covers. Yeah, someone's Shreyas Iyer is saying, pull the door closed. No, closed, pull.
Don't open it. Yep. Have we got a wave from the umpire? The umpire's waving at the scorers, Anthony Harris, and I think we are now finally ready to go.
Sai Kishore is going to be. He's just handed his cap to the umpire. We've got a slip, a short leg, backward point, cover, catching short extra cover, deepish set mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep square leg. The sweep is on if Shreyas Iyer wants to paddle one fine. He's a good player of spin. In he comes through and round Sai Kishore, and he starts with a full delivery which is blocked into the covers. There is no run. When I say through and round, he starts on the right-hand side of the stumps as we're looking at it from the pavilion end, and comes between the umpire and the stumps to deliver from over the wicket. He's in 7 steps or so, a little bit shorter this, skids on. Didn't see any turn for Jadeja yesterday. Sai Kishore perhaps a bigger turner of the ball than Jadeja, tall man, lots of overspin. This is pushed again to Evans at short extra cover. In comes Sai Kishore, a little bit flatter, and that's beautifully played by Iyer. Lunged forward and then realised he wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, and it was a bit shorter, and just adjusted his shot and guided it very nicely past slip, all off the middle of the bat, all along the ground for 4. Lovely adjustment from Shreyas Iyer. He moves to 30.
Yeah, really clever. Former England player Philip de Freitas walking around the ground at the moment, involved in the Leicestershire coaching setup these days. Phil de Freitas.
I haven't yet seen Paul Nixon, the Leicestershire head coach. Talking about Leicester wicket keepers, he must be delighted to have 3 hometown keepers to work with. Good work out here for Sam Bates behind the stumps to Sai Kishore. This is outside off stump. A little bit of drift from Sai Kishore and leg, and Iyer defends it into his pad, and there is no run. 164 for 4. Shreyas Iyer, India's probable number 5 in the Test match, is on 30. Shardul Thakur, one of many contenders for the all-rounders slots, is... oh, that might be a brilliant bit of work from Vikai Kelly at short leg. It is. That's wonderful work from the Leicestershire subfielder, the academy graduate. Shreyas Iyer just inside edged it on the bounce to Vikai Kelly, who threw down the stumps at the striker's end, with Shreyas Iyer slightly out of his crease. Slightly dozy, perhaps, dismissal, but brilliant from Vikai Kelly at short leg. Shreyas Iyer is run out for 30. India 164 for 5. That was superb work at bat pad.
Really was. Really alert, really clever, because he only had the one stump to aim at, but he knew straight away Iyer hadn't got back into his ground. He'll be hugely disappointed about that, won't he? In the circumstances, worked hard all morning, much of the morning, to establish himself, was looking to go on. Head down as he walks off. Who's coming out now? A
huge roar as the former India captain Virat Kohli strides to the middle. Very, very rarely he's batted at number 6. He punches gloves with Shreyas Iyer, who will be disappointed. He's batted really nicely today, Shreyas Iyer, but Virat Kohli strides out to the middle to face our Sai Kishore. The drums start up. The Dole players were in action over the interval. They're away to our left, beating those big Dole drums as Kohli strides out to the middle. A little punch of gloves with Shardul Thakur. It was a pretty inoffensive delivery from Sai Kishore, just a delivery that was angled into the pads of the Mumbai batter Shreyas Iyer, and the just blocked it to Vikai Kelly, who grasped it with 2 hands, flung it in to Sam Bates, who whipped off the bails. Virat Kohli facing up to his first delivery.
Did he not hit them?
Didn't hit them direct. He bounced it into the keepers.
Just shows how much time there was, yeah.
As Virat Kohli stretches forward, Vikai Kelly lunges after a ball he was never going to get near. And that is the end of an eventful first over from Sai Kishore. Was steered past slip for 4, but off his bowling, Shreyas Iyer run out for 30 by Vikai Kelly, a Leicestershire academy player, yet to make his first team debut. Shreyas Iyer gone for 30 off 41 balls, I think it was. Batted very nicely. 6 fours, 164 for 5.
Kamlesh Nagarkoti is going to continue his briefly interrupted spell, briefly by lunch, that is, from the Bennett end.
Rajasthan from one end in Kamlesh Nagarkoti, and Tamil Nadu, our Sai Kishore. These are their first-class teams.
Sun goes behind cloud. It's filled in a little bit overhead as Nagarkoti goes in and bowls again, very full, perhaps looking for the Yorker, perhaps just over pitching, but clipped away off his toes by Thakur out to the square leg boundary. It's not going to quite make it, dragged back about a foot inside the ropes out there, and throw comes in. Thakur picks up 3, moves on to 21, brings the great man down on strike. Virat Kohli 30, what did he make in the first dig? 35, was it? 33.
Yeah, Virat Kohli 33 before being LBW to Roman Walker. A dismissal. It took us a while to work out exactly what had happened, but when we eventually saw the replay, it was hitting off stump.
Nagarkoti is in past umpire Warren and bowling to Kohli. Delivery on towards middle leg that's calmly worked out towards Jasprit Bumrah at mid-on. Slightly wide of him, and it wasn't going very quickly, and Kohli takes 1 to get off the mark. Cheers and whistles greet the single. 168 for 5, in as much as that is a irrelevance. Could be that all 4 innings roughly finish with the same sort of score. One of those sort of games. In goes Nagarkoti and bowls. Thakur is defending. Sharpish delivery that is straight on off stump, out into the offside it goes.
Nagarkoti is a skiddy type of fast bowler. It's like slingy, fast arm action. Saying he's very upright, who's been bowling from so well from this end. And Nagarkoti down the hill, much more whippy and sort of loose-limbed.
Runs in, down the slope and bowls. Again, it's full. And looking this time to drive. Thakur isn't quite timing it as well as he would have liked, or hitting it as straight as he would like it. Runs out towards deepish, mid-off. A few yards back from perhaps a normal position, slightly wide out there. And there is no run. Yeah, smart work. Just watching that again between Messrs Kelly and Bates. To see the end of Shreyash Iyer. In goes Nagarkoti, bowls, and a big wild drive at the delivery from Thakur, and he misses it. Not in position at all. Ball was possibly there to hit away, but again, a little bit of extra pace perhaps. Might just have moved away a fraction. Thakur launched himself at that one. Didn't get anything on it. He remains on 21.
It was nowhere near that. Looking at the replay, it was a real loss of shape. The sort of flung the hands through the ball, but the batsman was all sort of too quick and uncontrolled. It was a long way from that in the end.
In goes Nagarkoti, outside off stump, blocked out into the offside end of the over. 3 overs he's bowled now, none for 16. 168 for 5. I would imagine Kohli would looking to bat at least a couple of hours, really bat a session really, just to get the feel out there. Don't think we're going to see too many fireworks too soon from him. You never know.
He's obviously a very controlled player of spin, likes to score down the ground through mid-on, doesn't sweep a lot. Virat Kohli doesn't cut very much either. A driver and a flicker off the hips. Often plays deliveries straight that a lot of others wouldn't, as he's going to face up to Sai Kishore now. Still no change to the field, just the slip and the short leg and the shortish extra cover. As Sai Kishore is in, that's full and that's driven by Kohli, but really just an extension of a defensive shot, and it goes to Evans cover, and there is no run. Possibly more vulnerable to the ball spinning into him than away from him, Virat Kohli. So maybe just turns a little bit, Virat Kohli using his hands to smother any spin into the covers again, and there is no run. Well, the experience this for Sai Kishore bowling to Virat Kohli with red ball and white clothes, one round the back. It was sort of undercut, I think, a little bit by Sai Kishore, a little bit flatter, and it's turned around the corner by Kohli for a single to deep square leg, where Nagarkoti does the fielding.
Just reading a little, the sort of potted biography of Virat Kohli that appears on the ESPN website. Interesting first line.
It's quite florid, isn't it, that biography? Some of them are more stylized than others. Shardul Thakur facing up to Sai Kishore. Off the inside part of the bat, backward of square, with Vikat Kelly in front of square, another single.
India has given to the world many a great cricketer, but perhaps none as ambitious as Virat Kohli. That's a vaguely... Ooh, I don't know. Ambiguous.
Kohli down the wicket. Talk of no fireworks. I don't think I even need to tell you where that one's gone. The roar as Virat Kohli deposits Sai Kishore into the pavilion for 6.
Right up probably better shut up for a while.
We've all done it. I've talked a couple out already in this game. Lovely use of the feet from Virat Kohli. 1, 2, 3 steps down, and as the third came, down came the bat, and up went the ball. Beautiful shot from Virat Kohli. Leicestershire in to him. Tosses this one up, though. I'd like to see that. Nice use of the bottom hand by Kohli to get that squarish on the offside for a single. He's not bowled much against Virat Kohli in competitive games. Just the 14 balls, well, in T20 cricket, in the presumably in the IPL. 8 runs conceded, though. Didn't get him out, but pretty good. 8 off 14 to Virat Kohli for Leicestershire. Kohli didn't have a particularly good IPL. 177 for 5 at the end of the over. Kohli on strike to Nagarkoti.
Next week's test will be his 102nd. Just past 8,000 test runs. Astonishing number of ODIs, 260. Kamlesh Nagarkoti continues down the slope, bowling to Virat Kohli, who defends. Again, he's looking to pitch the ball up. Nagarkoti giving it a chance.
He's pitched the ball up far more than any of the bowlers of comparable pace, Saini or Bumrah, or even Siraj and Shami in the innings yesterday. So you're looking for maybe a little bit of swing back into the right-hander.
One of those bowlers who stands stock still at the start of his run-up before exploding into action. That's a better length, and Kohli's looking to work it into the offside. Thick outside part of the bat sees the ball rather squirt down to that short third position. He rehearses a shot through the offside, looking to play it squarer. Fraction late on it, which might please Nagarkoti.
Skewed a little off the open face of the bat, trying to punch that to sort of the deep point region for a single, I think. They've got that deep point set back on the boundary out there.
Down the slope comes the young bowler and bowls on towards middle and off middle, but it does come back in a fraction. Again, not timing it, or not middling it at all. Kohli, thick inside part of the bat on that occasion, sees it run out to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Nagarkoti has also managed to keep Kohli quiet in a very small sample size. 11 balls bowled to him, 11 runs, which in T20 cricket is you would very much take as a bowler. No boundaries.
The crowd, which has been wandering around, is now very much at attention with Kohli at the wicket. In goes Nagarkoti and bowls to him. Sort of checked on drive, getting in position to play the on drive Kohli, and it's a nice sonorous sound of ball on bat, but didn't really follow through, just blocked it back down the pitch on the onside. Bumrah moved across from mid-on to a much straighter position to field.
I had a few comments about Saini and Nagarkoti sent in to us on social media. This one pretty much sums it up from Vanch Suryan that I'll give you after this delivery.
Nagarkoti stops, then he gets into his run and bowls again over pitches slightly on towards leg stump. Kohli looking to turn it away into the leg side, does so, but again, placement and timing just still coming at the start of his innings, and it goes straight out to mid-wicket.
Can we have Saini and Nagarkoti at Grace Road for the rest of the season or next season? Quite a bit of that going around. Also, many people pointing out his starring role in the Under-19 World Cup and his injury record, and the fact that he can be very, very quick, one of the quickest bowlers in India. Xavier Voigt-Hill, who works for CricViz, says Rishabh Pant is a Leicestershire player now.
We wish. Nagarkoti is in and bowls to Kohli, who strokes it back past him. He reaches out with his left hand, can't get there. Gavin Griffiths is on the field, I think they're at mid-off, or is it Everson out there? Everson it is out there. Griffiths has been acting 12th man for a while during the morning of this third day. He feels Kohli takes one, moves into double figures onto 10 off 13 balls, 100 78 for 5. To what extent would net bowlers, as it's just started to spit with rain again, involved in the India setup, have their movements in terms of domestic cricket dictated by the
It's an interesting one. Saini and Nagar, certainly Saini is on the fringes of potential international white ball teams. The T20 World Cup, of course, coming up later this year, but that team is in Ireland at the moment, and he's not part of it after a not particularly good IPL. I think certainly Indian players are in high demand. Of course, Nagarkoti, injury-wise, I think will also be managed quite closely. Sai Kishore has played a little more first-class cricket than Sai Kishore. Into Kohli he goes, who just stretches forward and turns it away through the leg side. A rare shot actually out that way to that boundary that's not gone for 4. It's chased down by Will Davis, confusingly wearing Sam Bates' shirt or jumper, and they'll come through for 2. So I think that it would be possible, but there would have to be a little bit of negotiation. It might not be a very long stint for Saini or for Sai Kishore. It's very easy for an Indian player to suddenly find themselves playing every single month of the year. It's a little bit short, and this is clipped more firmly. I think that's going to go for 4. He's not going to be able to catch that up with that one. Davis from mid-wicket. Virat Kohli picks up his second boundary. He moves on to 16 off 15, and even more so than in the first innings where he looked fairly businesslike. He is looking extremely purposeful. I mean, when doesn't he? Resting purposeful face, Virat Kohli. And that rain shower has sort of come in from kind of over the back of the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard, but it seemed to last for about 45 seconds and has now abated. A sprinkle of God's watering can is raining down upon us. This is full and just pushed by Kohli. Sai Kishore as well on his follow through to field. There is no run. Like one of those, like a sort of succulent that you don't give very much water, just a little bit of zhuzh. 184 for 5. India, Shardul Thakur on 22. Virat Kohli facing up to Sai Kishore on 16, blocked into the onside. There is no run. Sai Kishore some way down the pecking order for India in terms of spin bowlers. You got obviously Ashwin and Jadeja in this squad. Akshar Patel is with the T20 squad that's in Ireland at the moment. He was in the touring party last summer, of course, ripped England apart. There's a no ball from Sai Kishore. He does do occasionally bowl front foot no balls, much to everybody's chagrin. Pushed to mid-wicket, there is no run. Washington Sundar is coming back from injury. He's going to be playing for Lancashire in both the One Day Cup and the County Championship this season. To my mind, more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder in first-class cricket. Full and driven down to mid-off, deepish set. Mid-off Navdeep Saini for a single. Kuldeep Yadav, the left-arm wrist spinner, has played a bit of Test cricket. And more up the pecking order in limited overs cricket. It's come back this year after a tricky period. Sai Kishore, if he does play for India anytime soon, it's more likely to be in T20 international cricket. He's in now to Shardul Thakur. A appeal for LBW, nothing doing, says umpire Davis, probably going down leg. I don't think that turned very much. It was sort of overspun rather than, or slid maybe off the finger, almost an arm ball from Sai Kishore. Decent over, that hit for 1 boundary. He's bowling tidily enough. Just seeing this on the replay, yeah, definitely going down leg. No real need for the umpire to make a decision. End of the over, 186 for 5.
Nagarkoti getting a decent bowl, a couple before lunch. Continuing now into what will be his 5th over, so his 3rd post the interval. Leans forward, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Decent lick, but Virat Kohli just lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Bit of news from England women. Emily Arlott, who has been ruled out of England's test match against South Africa at Taunton, the after effects of COVID-19, replaced by her domestic teammate Izzy Wong. fast bowling all-rounder, who is a pretty exciting cricketer, Izzy Wong. Shame for Emily Arlett, though. There was a good chance of her playing in that Test match with the retirement of Catherine Brunt from Test cricket and Anya Shrubsole from international cricket, and the injury to Tash Farrant.
Nagrikoti is in, bowls nice and straight. Kohli has to play respectfully back down the pitch. Nice high left elbow as ever, pushing it out towards Bumrah at mid-on.
Izzy Wong from London, but plays most of her cricket in the Midlands, Birmingham Phoenix and the Central Sparks.
So we're playing for the Sparks with some of the games that have dovetailed with the T20s. That was at Wantage Road.
Yeah, that's right. They've in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They've done those as double headers with the T20s. Yeah,
it's worked well, I think, as a sort of concept. It was a very good crowd in for the women's game.
Yeah, closer than it could have been, actually, given the rate of scoring.
Nagrikoti is in short, pulled around the corner. One bounce down to long leg by Thakur, in control of the shot. Started to lift his left knee. A rather stylish flourish.
It's all a bit slow motion, that from Thakur. A lot of people would turn that off the hip. Shardul Thakur just plays a pull shot that I thought for a second was going to sail straight into the hands of Navdeep Saini.
Sort of helped it on its way, rather than thrashing it on its way. 190 for 5. Nagrikoti is in on towards leg stump, middle and leg. Kohli again waiting for it, just working it slightly wide of Bumrah at mid-on, and jogs the single. Easy peasy. None for 22 for Kamlesh Nagrikoti at the moment, coming to the end of his 5th over. He hasn't necessarily looked like he believes he's going to take a wicket. To me, it's just his demeanour. To quote Jeff Thompson, run up and go wang has been pretty much the way it's gone for Nagrikoti. All energy, lacking a little control. He's only one first-class game for him in his career. In he goes, and bowls, flings himself off his feet almost, again over pitches. Thakur this time looking to drive, goes straight back along the pitch towards Nagrikoti, who manages somehow to stop it in his follow-through. Not sure how much intent was involved in what he did there, but he managed, as I say, to slow it right down and almost stop it. End of the over. He takes his sweater and dons it. As I say, his body language is that of a young man who is certainly not going through the motions, but he's not necessarily expecting to take a 5 for.
Oh, I don't think going through the motions at all. He's really bowling with enthusiasm, but the control just isn't quite there, and that is the gulf of experience and quality. And he was injured for the best part of 2 years after that under-19 World Cup. Still a young man, but there's a lot of promise to him. Sai Kishore, none for 21 off his 3 overs, but it was off his bowling that the brilliant run-out of Shreyas Iyer was affected by Vikai Kelly, the Leicestershire Academy graduate, and completed by Sam Bates, another Leicestershire Academy graduate. This is full and driven by Kohli. Beats the dive of Sai Kishore, the bowler, down to long off. Saini feels there is no run. I think Vikai Kelly actually is currently in the Leicestershire Academy rather than a graduate. I've slightly over-promoted him, but it was superb work. Sai Kishore continuing to go through and round now to Shardul Thakur in the long sleeve sweater. Little bat tap, but turn there from Sai Kishore. Nothing doing on the appeal. It was a good delivery from Sai Kishore. Let's just have a look at that on the replay to see exactly what that did.
Good shout.
Might be a little bit high. He's quite a tall bowler, Sai Kishore. Having a look at that on the replay. Yeah, a little bit high. And it didn't quite turn as much as he was hoping. It's shorter and forced by Thakur off the back foot to mid-wicket. There is no run, straight to mid-wicket. If that had beaten him on either side, almost certainly would have been for a good firm punch by Shardul Thakur. Places up again to Sai Kishore, comes down the track and just inside out drives this all along the ground to Saini at deepish set mid-off for a single controlled shot from the Mumbai bowling all-rounder. Short leg has come out now that Kohli's starting to be a bit more aggressive. He's now Vikas Kelly on the deep mid-wicket boundary, quite square. Full and flat, and Kohli just opens the face and pushes a single to Sam Evans running round to his left from cover. There is no run. Sorry, excuse me, there is a very easy single. Sometimes that phrase comes out automatically. It's just a lovely rhythm to it. There is no run. But no, there was a very comfortable single. 4 on the offside, 4 on the leg, plus he slipped only 1 back on the boundary, and there's no one at deep third. That was a bit of an edge from Shardul Thakur. He was trying to cut that away finer than he was intending, and it races past slip for 4 to complete the over. He moves on to 32. Should bring up the 200 for India. The scoreboard has kept up. Or am I ahead of the scoreboard? I think I am ahead of the scoreboard. 198 for 5. Shardul Thakur on to 28. Apologies, just jumping ahead of the electronic and the manual scoreboard. Stumps on day 4 of the Ranji Trophy final. Mumbai 113 for 2 at the close, still trailing by Madhya Pradesh by 49 runs. They've got work to do tomorrow if they're going to win the Ranji Trophy after a few years' absence.
Nagarkoti is into Kohli, who defends on the off stump in a sort of aggressive way. He was looking to work it into the offside. Big gap around the point area. Looks like Sikandar is back out there now at the deep back on the deep backward point boundary. So there was a single to be had to him, but he managed to steer it rather fine of that. Roman Walker's occupying that deep backward point now, sort of short third man, deep gully position. Nagarkoti is into Kohli, this time a little bit shorter and off the back foot, punched away into the offside for Sikandar. Had about 15 yards to run to his right to get there. He probably completed 14 and a half of them as he dived towards the ball. Didn't quite complete the necessary extra few inches to stop it to Virat Kohli.
Good player, that punch off the back foot, Virat Kohli, and Sikandar was always fighting a losing battle there, coming around from point to cover. Quick outfield, slickened by the slight showers that keep threatening to rain down upon Grace Road.
Nagarkoti bowls, goes past the outside edge there, I think, of Kohli's bat, not taken cleanly by Bates. The bounce and perhaps half a foot or so of extra pace surprised him. It was straight into his chest. It bounced off through his gloves, off his chest, way towards the sort of leg slip area, and Thakur called Kohli through for the single, but a little bit of something extra there for Nagarkoti, and it was enough to see the ball rise past the outside edge of Virat Kohli's bat.
Bit of seam away from the bat. Virat Kohli didn't really fence at it, but was discomforted by it, and it just sort of thumped into the chest of Bates and went away for that bye.
Sun comes back out as Nagarkoti is in, bowled him! Yorked him just about. Thakur looking to drive. He's been bowling that delivery, or trying to bowl that delivery most of his spell, one way or another, Kamlesh Nagarkoti, and got that one right, or at least defeated the attempt of Thakur, who indicates that it just moved back in a little bit to him.
Slingy, in-swinging Yorker, Waqar Younis, Darren Gough type with that slightly lower arm, and it was a good one. It swung in, and Shardul Thakur was surprised by it, didn't get in position to play the Yorker, and the off stump went for a nice lie down. And Shardul Thakur goes off bowled for 28 off 38 deliveries with 3 fours. Kamlesh Nagarkoti getting his first wicket of the match.
He punched the air, but again there was no great smile from the young man there.
And interesting, batting at numbers 7 and 8. Virat Kohli and Cheteshwar Pujara.
That's not a bad 7 and 8.
Talking about short tails yesterday, this takes the biscuit. Jiteshwar Pujara, who made a duck in the first innings, was chopping on to Mohammad Shami, a 6-ball duck, and then was high tackled by Mohammad Shami for his troubles, both in the short-sleeved sweaters, Pujara and Nagarkoti.
He does not want a sort of similar incident involving perhaps Kamlesh Nagarkoti, I wouldn't imagine. He wants to spend a little bit of time at the crease, Pujara, now. Well, he's got an opportunity so to do. I would imagine that Nagarkoti would not. That would be a spot of lèse-majesté, wouldn't it? In those circles, I don't think he'd be running up to put his arms around the neck of. You never know.
The sort of senior players' deference that used to be a real feature and an unfortunate feature of Indian teams is a lot less severe than it used to be.
Nagarkoti is in. Oh, and a lovely delivery, but just, although it bounces and moves a fraction, keeps his bat inside the line of that one. Pujara plays it well, plays it late, and doesn't play it. That's how he plays it well. 203 for 6.
You know, young players are encouraged to have their say and to be part of the team properly. I mean, if you speak to Rahul Dravid, the India head coach, you know, when he came into the side, debuted in 1996, it was probably, I mean, he's a quieter character than many, but I think that was very much the days of deference to the senior players.
Them and us. Nagarkoti is in, bowls down the leg side, just lost control of that one a little bit, stepped inside the line. Pujara sort of gestured at it, but didn't really try to play it too hard. End of the over. I mean, them and us very much operative in county cricket here at Leicestershire. The junior players, as Nick Cook often tells me, when he's here umpiring, used to have to change in a different sort of location, basically a cellar from what they've been telling me. There was no window.
Not even a different room of the same sort of building. Stick them down in the basement.
May have been in the same building, but it was well away from the seniors' dressing room. They had to knock on the door if they wanted to go into the seniors' dressing room. All sorts of class tales.
Saika Shore as the sun comes out, but still some little sprinkles of rain. The weather can't quite decide what it wants to do, so it's doing everything. As Kohli pushes to cover, there is no run. Maximalist weather, I think you'd call this. All 4 seasons in, forget one day. One single snapshot as Saika Shore is in to Kohli, stretches forward defensively, pushes to cover. There is no run. Damn, I'm going to have to put my sunglasses on though now as it gets a little bit more intense. I can see Saini warming up a bit at long off, and Bumrah warming up at long on. As in comes Saika Shore, short and clipped in the air slightly by Kohli, and it thumps into Nagarkoti at the sort of backward square on the bounce into his chest. There is no run. That would have been a very annoying way to get out if he just spooned a catch to land on the 45. As Kohli faces up to Saika Shore again and just defends this. Pujara, once the single is sent back by a bark of no from his former captain.
Both Saini and Bumrah are sort of 10 yards inside the ropes at long off and long, well, a bit more in Bumrah's case.
There for the miss it. I think the theory being that if Kohli gets hold of it, there's no point them being back on the rope. It'll sail over their heads. This is turned by Kohli to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think that's a good thing. I like that for spinners, particularly on smallish boundaries, smallish straight boundaries here at Grace Road.
He's already shown hitting with the wind.
Yeah,
that's a long way.
That too. Last ball of the 50th over of this innings. Saika Shore's fifth rather, and perhaps last, pushed to Everson at cover. There is no run. India 203 for 6. Virat Kohli 27. Jiteshwar Pujara on 0. Drink it in. Kohli at 7. Pujara at 8.
You are going to see those two great batsmen batting against two pretty good bowlers, including Jasprit Bumrah, who is taking off his cap and now taking off his sweater. He's going to come down the slope from the Bennett end and bowl at Jiteshwar Pujara. So we are seeing some high quality, in inverted commas, practice close inverted commas, cricket out there at the moment. International quality practice, if you like. Cheers as it's announced that Bumrah is going to be bowling to Pujara. This is worth watching, folks, and this is why a good crowd, a really good crowd, is in here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Jiteshwar Pujara has been speaking to the press, saying that if India can win at Edgbaston, it'll be one of their best ever test wins.
Bumrah with that idiosyncratic run-up goes in and bowls, and it's short and it bounces, and for a second Bumrah looked as though he was about to almost celebrate. He was so certain it was edged, top edged through to Bates, but there was no reaction at all from Bates or any of the Leicestershire slip fielders, and Bumrah just choked off his before it almost started, his appeal stroke celebration.
It was an ooh. It was an encouraged ooh.
Turns, leans forward, arms swing, grasps the ball, stutters, in and bowls. Again, good bounce and carry. This time Pujara isn't going to try and crack it away through the offside. He very deliberately and pointedly lifts his bat high over the line of the ball. Kohli shows what he'd have done at the other end. He'd have leant back and used the face of the bat to cut it high over the meat and somewhere into Aylstone.
Not a shot I don't think I've ever seen Virat Kohli play in a match. Virendra Sehwag shot that.
He fancied it, didn't he, the way he was practising. Bumrah is in. Pujara gets a fuller delivery. He stays on the back foot. Wasn't full by any means. It was fuller, that's all, and it was straighter. And he blocked it, or defended it out into the onside. Crowd loving this. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, Virendra Sehwag, one of the smattering of Indian players who played for Leicestershire, was very fond of that uppercut shot over the top of backward point or gully.
Well, with a sort of pink sort of undershirt, the sleeves thereof evident underneath his injured shirt, bowls outside off stump, again slightly short of a good length, and Pujara on the back foot lifts this bat over the line of the ball again and watches it carefully through into the gloves of Bates.
He always wears those sort of tubey grip things, almost bandages, really, on both of his arms. Protects them when he dives and so forth. Yeah, they're a feature of his. All bowlers have these sort of little bits of customization on their kit. Stuart Broad and James Anderson both bowl with wristbands on their leading arms as a sighter to make sure that their leading arm is going toward the target appropriately.
Bumrah is in and bowls fuller this time, but wider, unfortunately, from his point of view. Bates takes it running across in front of first slip.
Bumrah's bowled well in this game. He's looked in very good rhythm. His control of line and length has been good. He's not taken a wicket yet in either innings, but he has. Wouldn't be alarmed at all if you're just looking at the scorecard. He has looked in good nick.
Turns, comes in and bowls. Better line and length on off stump, and Pujara leans forward, bat very close to pad as he blocks that one out into the offside end of the first over of Jasprit Bumrah's spell. 5 overs overall he's bowled now, and 8 runs conceded in them. 203 for 6. Virat Kohli has 27. Jiteshwar Pujara has yet to get off the mark. 8 balls he's faced now.
Not terribly unusual, and he's defended the straight ones and flashed at one of the wide ones and left the others. Wicket at Headingley. Will Young caught by Arlie Pope at third slip off the bowling of Matt Potts for 8. Tom Latham's 26 not out. Kane Williamson has just faced the 1 ball for his 1. New Zealand 35 for 1, leading by 4. And, remarkably, just day 3 of yet another fast-forward Test match. Test cricket in England is... Test cricket around the world has been phenomenally entertaining for the last 5 or 6 years. We've had we're in a period of outstanding fast bowlers around the world and pitches that aid them a little bit, and it's barely been a bad or slow Test match around the world as Sai Kishore comes in to Virat Kohli, who just defends with an open face and pushes a single to cover point. Come through for a single. Pujara, excellent player of spin bowling, went a long time barely ever being dismissed by a left arm spinner in particular. Jack Leach did pretty well against him last winter, in the 2021 winter, but an excellent player of spin bowling, Cheteshwar Pujara. Very Rahul Dravid-like, actually, in the way he plays. He gets right forward and goes right back. He's an excellent cutter of a spinner. Right back on those stumps. No one out there at deep point. There is a deep square leg. Pull will come. Flick. Down the track comes Pujara initially, then retreats as he realises he's going to have to leave that. It's a long way to go for a leave. Sam Bates thought he might be in action for the stumping. Just beat Bumrah at is sort of set about 10 yards in off the boundary at deep backward square, almost long leg. Comes in now, more on the 45. Little hint of straightening from Saika Short. Pujara defends into the offside, and there is no run. Horn palms as Saika Short goes back to the top of his mark. Pujara wasn't quite ready. He is now. Down the track comes Pujara using his feet and clipping out to the mid-wicket region for a single. So the really good players of spin who aren't using your feet sometimes as a player against spin bowling can be a big event. Like, I'm coming down and I'm going to hit you out of the ground. But no, it's just another method that you can use to manufacture the ball into a gap. You're essentially just getting yourself in a better position to play the drive. It's that unfussy accumulation of singles off good balls that marks out a really good player's spin in first class or test cricket. Not that this is a first class game, but it's been played roughly with those structures. This is again turned with the spin by Kohli out into the offside, who doesn't use his feet as much, and so plays with the spin rather than Pujara going against it. Saini continues his high knees warm-up at deepish set mid-off. Flatter from Saika Short. Pujara wants the single from the non-strikers, and Kohli from the strikers very much doesn't. Tidy over from Saika Short. 6 overs, 1 maiden, done for 30. India 205 for 6.
Good over that.
Yes, very good.
Probing.
Yeah, as I say, there's not really barely a ball has turned off the straight today, but he's
Nice use of a bit of flight.
Little variations in flight and angle, and as Jadeja did yesterday. I thought Jadeja bowled really well yesterday on a pitch that really wasn't helping the spinner at all. Took 3-for and a good 3-for.
So, Jasprit Bumrah turns. Still bowling to Pujara from the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls outside off stump. Super lift, but again, direction just awry, just too wide to persuade, or for Pujara to even need to play at it. Doesn't. Lets it go through. Scrapes away at his crease and wanders down and prods a couple of times. Kohli rehearsing cuts off the drives of square drives off the back foot at the moment, it looks like. Just the feel of the bat in the arc. Bowls straighter again this time. Pujara leans forward, head almost over the ball as it comes into contact with the bat. Slightly off the inside part, back down the pitch it goes, and picked up by Bumrah and retained, which always pleases me because it just saves a couple of seconds of ball being thrown around or to the designated polisher.
Very soft-handed, almost loose-handed defence from Pujara.
Slightly crouched in his stance, bat tapping away at the crease as Bumrah is in. Bowls to him, goes past the outside edge, didn't carry. I think it took the outside edge, bounced short of Walker at first slip. Just looking down to my right, the pillar of the window was rather in the way there.
Roman Walker's down on his haunches. I don't know if that's because it hit him on the finger or that he's disappointed he didn't take a catch. It looked to me as though it went down off the edge.
I thought it just dropped short. We'll no doubt get a replay, hopefully. shortly.
Hard to see on the replay, I have to say.
Bumrah is in a leave from Pujara, and a good leave. One of those sorts of leaves. Did start to shape back in. Taken by Bates. Not moving to his left, but reaching to his left.
I think, having had a look at the replay about 3 times, I think it just bounced in front of Walker. Maybe if he'd been able to go forward, which is very difficult from slip, he might have been able to grab it.
One's inclination wouldn't be necessarily to take a step forward at slip when Bumrah is bowling, even though you perhaps should. In he goes and bowls again outside off stump. This time it doesn't come back in as much, and a perfectly safe leave by Pujara. A very pronounced leave in that he stepped forward and lifted his bat high over the line of the ball.
I think Bates and his slip corner are having a conversation about how far they should stand up. The ball is skidding through more from the Bennett end than it is from the Pavilion end, where it's been flying through on occasion.
Not much fun slipping to a bowler of Bumrah's pace. Not as well. I mean, some slippers might like it, I suppose.
You've got to enjoy it to be in there.
Do you reckon? In goes Bumrah and bowls onto middle and leg stump this time, looking to work it away as Pujara thumps into the pad and trickles out in towards mid-wicket. You just might have a good pair of hands, but I'm not sure I'd necessarily enjoy the anticipation.
Yeah, I think
end of the over. Sorry.
Fielding's. I think you'll be a better fielder if you enjoy it and you want every ball to. This is what you hear the great fielders say, Mark Waugh and John T. Rhodes and those types. That you want every ball to come to you, not just expecting, but wanting every ball to come to you. You want to be in the game. I don't know if Roman Walker's a regular slip fielder or not.
Haven't seen enough of him in first team cricket to say that for sure.
He's not. You're playing in limited overs cricket. He's played a lot of list A and T20 cricket where you don't tend to have many slips in for very long. But I think you've got to try and find a way to enjoy it to be good at it. As Kohli clips this straight of the mid wicket up to deepish set mid on. Kamlesh Nagarkoti does the fielding. I don't think you'd last too long in there if you weren't enjoying it. And fielding a slip to Jasprit Bumrah must be a little bit of a thrill for a player who's not yet made a first team debut. Down the track comes Pujara, and again clips it very nicely. The fact that he's able to get to the pitch of the ball means that playing theoretically against the spin is not a problem at all for him. Something Rahul Dravid was very keen to, has always been very keen to talk about. One of the great players of slip bowling in the history of cricket, Rahul Dravid. Hit the ball back where it came from, if you can. Kohli, a different method, goes inside out and plays quote-unquote with the spin. Drives this down to deepish set mid-off.
Wind is getting up again, as you can probably hear.
I don't know if you can see us on the camera, but if you can see us looking nervously, it's because the ceiling is threatening to cave in on itself with the wind blowing these sort of faux tiles above us. As Saika Short is in to Pujara. Scored 2, both in singles that he's come down the wicket to and clipped through mid-wicket. An appeal, more from Saika Short than anybody else, clearly going down leg, and umpire Davis is not at all moved. Got the slip, backward point, cover, shortish extra cover. Mid-off now and mid-on both more up for Pujara than they were for Kohli down the track, and as a result, that push to mid-off is not going to result in a single. It's smart field placing and well done. Pujara doesn't hit the ball anywhere near as hard as Kohli. There is no run. Also got a shortish, straightish mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, quite square, and Bumrah kind of a little bit wider than a regular 45 would be. Kind of on a right angle between the wicket-keeper and the square leg umpire as Saika Shore is in. Last ball of the over. Driven at by Pujara. Comes off the bottom / inside half of the bat, and there is no run. Another tidy over from Saika Shore, who was a little expensive earlier on. Dropped short a couple of times, but has bowled pleasantly enough. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. India 208 for 6. Pujara and Kohli at the wicket. Bumrah about to bowl. If you are anywhere near Grace Road, come on down, and if you're not, I, Nakul Pandey and Richard Ray to my right will be with you throughout. You can contact me at Knuckle M Pandey, NAKULMPANDE on Twitter, and Richard is at Fox's Cricket 22.
A bit of cloud building up away to the southeast, but I think we're going to be okay. Certainly for the afternoon session, the rest thereof. Bumrah just scrapes at his mark momentarily before walking into what run he has and bowling to Kohli, who leaves and raises his hands to the heavens, Bumrah that is, because it wasn't so very far from off stump, and there was an ooh from behind from Bates and Davis at first, Kimber at second. I beg your pardon, Walker at first, Kimber at second, Davis at third now.
Kimber and Davis have been in the slip cordon for most of the Leicestershire fielding portion of this match.
Hands on knees as Bumrah is in and bowling to Kohli, who is careful in defence, leaning forward on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Evans comes running in from cover to field and then has a word with Jerry Everson at mid-off as he walks back towards his fielding position.
For a batter who is in many ways very orthodox and almost classical, Virat Kohli does everything with his own style. That real wrist cock and the use of the bottom hand on impact to almost flick the bat into the path of the ball.
Just a little bob at the knees as he turns very sideways on, faces Bumrah and looks to work him out into the offside, and does. It is that uppercut down towards backward point stroke third man, wide third man, and he does uppercut it over the ropes without bouncing for 6. So he rehearsed the shot, what was it, 4 or 5 overs ago at that far end when Pujara attempted to cut Bumrah away, couldn't get it away. Well, Kohli could and did.
That's a ridiculous shot. That's a ridiculously good shot of Jasprit Bumrah. Stood up tall, opened the face, guided it off the middle of the bat over third for 6.
Used the pace brilliantly. In goes Bumrah, bowls again to Kohli, who leaves, bounces back over the top of the stumps, well over the top of the stumps. He left on length and did so safely. There was movement there for Bumrah. Bates dived across to his left, got a gauntlet to it. We'll be disappointed he didn't stop it cleanly, deflected it around the post, and Walker ran behind to complete the fielding. The bye was taken.
It's a shot I very rarely, if ever, can recall Virat Kohli playing, and he played it with a vertical bat pretty much. It was a punch rather than a cut or a slash.
Showing Russell Warren how he did it. Oh, I don't know. In goes Bumrah and bowls to Pujara, fast, and it comes back a little bit, but just a little bit too wide, and again Pujara can safely leave.
You hear the slap as that hits Sam Bates's gloves up above his ear hole.
215 for 6 with that boundary and the bye. Kohli 36 now, or 43. In comes Bumrah and bowls to Pujara, who covers up. It does come back in towards him a little bit, and he has to adjust slightly as he defends out into the onside. It goes. End of another hugely entertaining over here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 7 overs, none for 14 for Jasprit Bumrah, even with that 6. First scoring shot off him for some little time, but what a scoring shot it was.
A phenomenal shot. Again, it's that firm use of the bottom hand to get it, the momentum onto the ball. I remember him doing I think his first scoring shot in a test match against England in India in 2016 it was, when he had that phenomenal tour where he just jabbed with absolutely no follow through the ball, racing past backward point, and it had a little of that authority to it. Saika Short now bowling to Virat Kohli, who's on 36 of 43 balls. Undercut again by Saika Short. A little bit of bounce, and Kohli defends it watchfully. Stares at it accusingly as it dares to do something to discomfort him. Plenty of gaps on the leg side, but Kohli's looked to score in the offside from Saika Shore. Goes back in behind this and pushes back to the bowler. There is no run. Saika Shore, being a tall bowler, tends to get up and over his front leg and kind of up and over the ball. Really, there's overspin and loop and dip. That's too full and easy for Kohli to work down to long off for a single. But there is some nice shape to what Saika Shore is doing, even if the ball is not turning particularly. Even given how dry this pitch is, you'd imagine that if Ashwin, for example, were bowling on this surface, he might get one to turn. Or if there were a wrist spinner with a Rehan Ahmed.
Could see him tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Who knows?
As Pujara faces up to Saika Shore, comes down the track, realises that he can't do anything with it, and just defends off the inside part of the bat and the pad.
Although he'd just probably be batting, wouldn't he? So,
which I'm told he's pretty
good.
handy with that.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Gun fielder too.
One to watch. Saika Shore into Pujara down the track and smashes our Saika Shore over long on, in between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4. Really nicely controlled shot by Cheteshwar Pujara. Got right to the pitch of that. Actually, if anything, got slightly too close to it to get under it and hit it flat into the gap between Nagarkoti at mid-on and Sakande at deep mid-wicket for 4. Perfect control of that shot, and adjusted well to the length of the ball, which I think was a little fuller than he expected. He's on 6 now off 25. Again comes down the track, and Saika Shore maybe slightly saw him coming, and he just covers up, and no chance of an LBW shout. Pujara's on 6, all off Saika Shore. 2 clips to leg for 2, and then one that hit down the ground for singles, and then that hit down the ground for 4. Virat Kohli on 37, India 220 for 6.
Wonderful stuff. I can see a shower about sort of 3 or 4 miles away to the south, but it might just be slipping by the ground. From our elevated position, we have quite a good view of the meteorological conditions at the moment.
Just directly ahead of us, there's one very white fluffy cloud in the middle of a sort of hovering, suspended in the middle of the sun. Excuse me, darker ones.
Some odd conditions out there at the moment, with the wind perhaps as well. Tough conditions out there for the batters as well. When Jasprit Bumrah is bowling, down the slope he comes and bowls onto the legs of Virat Kohli. Tries to work it away to the leg side, came off the pad down to roundabout leg gully. Bates, the wicketkeeper, ran around, picked up, and having dropped his gauntlet en route, hurled the ball at the stumps just in case, but he missed, and Pujara had made his ground anyway. 2-2-1 for 6.
Very good, these wicketkeepers are getting the gloves off quickly. I kind of think if I tried to do it without practicing it, I'd sort of get the gloves stuck and it'd be flapping around.
Bumrah leans forward, walks, runs, bowls, dropped into the onside. If he picks up and hits the stumps, he's out. No, he missed it. Pujara turned it out into the leg side, went for the run anyway. Kohli, knowing he wasn't running to the danger end, responded. And Pujara, well, I think he would have been a yard out there, had that throw hit.
That's a good clean pick-up by Saika Shore, to his stronger left hand, picked up and threw it underarm. See on the replay if we can pick that up. Hard to see exactly, but I think you're right that Pujara would have been a foot or two short of the stumps at the non-striker's end.
He moves on to 7 with that extremely risky single. Brings Kohli back down to face Bumrah, who is in and bowling. Slightly short of a length on off stump, up on his toes. Blocks it down at his feet and then just picks it up and tosses it back to Jasprit Bumrah. Doesn't ask for permission. Don't think he needs to bother.
Now, some bowlers get very annoyed about batters getting involved and flicking the ball back to them.
You are supposed to ask, aren't you? Otherwise you could be theoretically dismissed for handling ball, but it would be a brave man who would have appealed in those circumstances. An even braver umpire to have sent him on his way. Bumrah is in and bowling, and again slightly short of a good length on off stump. Kohli on the back foot defends with an angled bat, slightly angled bat. Out it goes towards Sakande at a fairly conventional backward point now. No run, 37. Virat Kohli.
I've seen that happen once. Sky Sports put out they did a segment on unusual dismissals after the freak dismissal of Henry Nicholls off the middle of Darryl Mitchell's batter than on striker's end. And I forget the batter, but there was one where he put his hand down on top of the ball as it was bouncing around and was on the crease line, but that was potentially going on to hit the stumps rather than picking up from in front of you.
Bumrah is in and bowling. Good line, good length, and Kohli has to be careful and is defending that delivery off middle and off out into the offside.
Bumrah has been by no means at his destructive best, but he's bowled very well, and you get the sense of how hard it must be to face him when there's a bit of seam movement around. Because you very rarely get anything to hit. Tight to off stump, he's on you all the time. I don't know. I would like to talk to a batter about whether you can see when he's going to bowl the bouncer from his action, but he's got a good bouncer and an excellent Yorker, good slower ball as well.
Will Kohli see it now? In he goes and bowls. No, length again. No ball, actually. Just overstepped on that occasion as Kohli indicates that it came back in a little bit.
It's the one significant issue for him. That he does bowl the occasional no ball. Slightly more than occasional, but he is prone to that. We're always pushing that front line.
Having called it, umpire Warren wanders out and just inspects that front foot. Area where Bumrah has been landing. But it doesn't look too marked at the moment. And he comes and bowls. Kohli dragged his length a little bit back and on the back foot dropped it towards point. Half a thought of a quick single, but Pujara, no, sent him back. Turns back into his ground. End of Bumrah's over, his 8th. None for 16, 2-2-3 for 6. Pausing out there. Discussions because the 12th man has come out, or a 12th man has come out with a drink.
India's other net bowler, the Delhi fast bowler Simarjeet Singh, who's come out wearing the sort of the turban, the sort of slicked back bandana-like turban, rather than the tall one with the point on top, like Harbhajan Singh used to wear.
Are they called patkas?
The patka is the
taller one.
Yes. Yeah. Well, so the pugdi is the big one that you see Sikh men wearing. Those will fall off if you try and play cricket in them. So the patka is one usually worn by Sikh teenagers and children, but Harbhajan Singh used to wear one while playing.
Bedi used to.
Bishan Bedi, yeah. Great left arm spinner of the 1970s. Wonderful action. Bit of a grouchy fella in his later years, Bishan Singh Bedi. He's had some very strong and harsh words, I think, to say about the likes of Muthiah Muralidharan. It's a bit of a purist, shall we say.
Was he involved with the media sort of subsequently, Bedi, or is that just interviews sort of thing? Or
bit of all sorts, yeah. Usually can be. I think in journalist terms, he gives good copy.
Okay.
Bishan Singh Bedi.
Yeah,
okay. You look at replays of his action, and there's absolute perfection.
It was lovely, yeah.
Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling at this end. Saika Short is out of the attack, replaced by. Thank you. As Navdeep Saini comes back into the attack. 3 wickets he's taken, bowled extremely well. The Delhi fast bowler dismissed KS Bharat, Shubman Gill, and Ravindra Jadeja. KS Bharat caught off a top-edged pull, the latest of those. Shubman Gill caught behind and Ravindra Jadeja caught it slip off a real beauty for a duck. Bowling now to Cheteshwar Pujara, who turns this off his hips. A real bobble as though it hit a hidden trampoline out there. Not that it would have mattered because long leg was quite wide, and that is a very easy for Cheteshwar Pujara. All of his runs on the leg side. And so far today, 11 he is of 28 deliveries. The slightest stray in line when you're this quick means that it's easy enough for a good batter to put you away. You've got 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and long leg. So Saini being encouraged to target Pujara's stumps. Does get bowled a reasonably high amount for a batter of his class and his defensive ability. Those sort of low hands and not really getting at the ball. Potential reasons for that as Saini's in to Pujara. This is back of a length outside off stump. Good scoring area for Pujara. His first run on the offside today as he pushes a single to cover off the back foot for a single. Pujara wandering around to tamp down a spot. Virat Kohli retaking his guard. Middle stump guard, I think, for Virat Kohli to Navdeep Saini. Teammates for a long time. Kohli was his captain at RCB for some years. Navdeep Saini before Navdeep Saini moved on to the Rajasthan Royals. So, a bit of a hold-up. Well, that's what the hold-up was for. They were trying to get the attention of the deep square leg fielder to tell him to come in. I think he was having a bit of chat with the crowd. Is that Everson?
Yeah, I think so.
Deep square leg.
Indicating that somebody, yeah, it could have been work, yeah.
As Saini comes into Virat Kohli.
Was it?
Pushes to mid-on.
It's
Roman.
Roman.
No, it's Roman Walker,
yeah,
sorry.
That's why he loves a chat, doesn't he?
Well, he's become a bit of a celebrity. He was on Sky Sports News this morning, Roman Walker, talking about his fifer and his runs and batting with Rishabh Pant and all of that. Yes, he's come up now to have a chat with the square leg umpire. How to Win Friends and Influence People by Roman Walker. Square leg region is open. He's got to concentrate now, Roman, on the ball that's being delivered by Saini to Kohli, who defends to Saika at backward point, and there is no run.
You have to say that Kohli looks in pretty good order.
Over this run of nearly 3 years without an international 100, he has often, particularly in Test cricket, looked absolutely flawless until he's got out.
Yes.
Think back to his 70-odd in the first innings at Adelaide on this recent ish tour of Australia. One of his innings in the World Test Championship final, couple in England. Faces up now to Saini. Guides this with the open face past second slip. Good slide by Louis Kimber. Gets up and throws, but they'll come through for 2 very comfortably. Good athletic movement for a big man, Louis Kimber. Slid into the ball, transferred it from one hand to the other, got up and threw with his right hand. Sam Wood, the Leicestershire Academy player at mid-off, tall figure. There's a sort of slope in height down from mid-off through Saini, the bowler, down to Nagarkoti polishing his the Red Duke on the back of his trousers at mid-on. In comes Saini, tuba grip on his left arm, short sleeve sweater on. That's on the pads of Virat Kohli. He'll be a bit annoyed with himself that he didn't put that away past Roman Walker, who then underarms the ball in from mid-wicket to Wood. It's the end of the over. Tight one from Saini. Not quite as venomous as previously, but he has bowled extremely well. India 230 for 6. Going to see a change at the other end.
I was going to say, it looks like a helmet, or are we going to see a bit of spin from the... Yes, we are. Swap ends.
Saika is going to get a go from the other end.
Good, because I was rather enjoying his bowling from this pavilion end, so I'm quite happy to see a little bit more of him.
It's very hard to tell exactly how tall or short Sam Evans is, because Saika is a very tall man, but there is a significant height difference between the two. Sam Evans comes up to Saika chest.
Marks his run up foot at a time, literally. No, not a pace, a foot at a time, so heel to toe, so to speak, when he's marking his run up.
Say 6 or 7 paces. I mean, he's got
Not
quite,
much more than
he's
that.
got quite long strides.
Going to see if he can find a little bit more grip, perhaps from the Bennett end. I think he may search in vain, but in he goes around the wicket. Down the track goes Pujara, but then defends, having gotten fairly close to the pitch of the ball. Blocks it out into the onside. Just the slip now. No other close catches, obviously, other than the wicket-keeper. Kishore just adjusts his field very slightly. Does have a long on, and this time he is close to the boundary edge. In goes Kishore, bowls, and Pujara just waits in his crease for that one. Stands up tall, strokes it back. But he would be hitting against the
I think
wind.
that's partly why, because, I mean, Pujara doesn't tend to try and hit down the ground for 6 that often.
Kishore is in. Waiting for it, stretching forward, and then adjusting is Pujara, playing with an angled bat into the offside. Might just have been slightly done in the flight there.
A little bit of straightening. I wouldn't say turn, but straightening.
Spins the ball in his left hand, grips it, runs in and bowls. Again, Pujara is down the track, looking to get to the pitch of the ball. And again, having done so, he's blocking it out into the offside.
He's trying to get forward to Saika at every opportunity, but a couple of times now, Saika just got a little bit of dip, and Pujara's had to defend with his hands. I'd be tempted to get a bat pad in on the offside.
He goes and bowls outside off stump, leans forward, steps forward, leans forward. Pujara, and then having let it go through into the gloves of Bates, sort of gestures at what? At Kishore, perhaps himself for not playing it. Just raised his right hand. Curious gesture. Kishore is in and bowls down the leg side this time. Worked into the onside. He should be cross with himself a bit there, Pujara. Huge gap to push the ball into for a single. Managed to pick out Will Davis, still wearing Sam Bates' sweater, now at mid-wicket. No runs are taken. End of the over, 230 for 6. 9th over for Kishore, none for 38. He's bowled a little bit better than those figures might suggest, I would argue.
Yeah, he's probably only been hit for a handful of scoring strokes, but as particularly with that short leg side boundary, they've all been 4s when he was bowling from this the pavilion end. Nabanitha Bose is watching us from Ayrshire in Scotland. Great commentary. Thank you guys. Delighted to have you with us. You can get in touch with us on Twitter. So you have to do that at the end of this delivery from Navdeep Saini to Virat Kohli, who knew inside edges past the stumps. He was trying to get that square drive away, that shot that he loves so much. Chopped down on it, and it scoots past the wicketkeeper Sam Bates for 4.
It was quite a long way from his off stump. He wasn't really in danger of chopping on, but gestured into, and does it again, gestures into the offside. That's where how I should have hit it.
He's aiming that to the right hand of backward point. Instead, he got it to the right hand of long leg. Mr. 43.
It is one of the bigger playing areas in the country, the Uptonsteel County Ground, and it does look wide open over there, doesn't it? Big area. 16-acre site.
Saini is in to Virat Kohli, again trying to drive through the offside, and again inside edging. This time just for a single.
But I think the 16 acres includes everything, so to speak, including...
It is a big playing area, particularly square.
Ballpark.
Not particularly huge straight boundaries, but big square. You can see that this pitch is a long way over to the leg side when the bowling is from the pavilion end, so it exacerbates the size of the offside boundary, but it is a big playing area. I think the Aegeus Bowl is probably the biggest playing area in England. The Oval is big-ish. The Aegeus Bowl has some massive pockets in certain places, extra cover and so forth. This is outside off stump, and it skids along, and quite nicely taken actually by Evans, who's been expecting the ball to come up chest high and above from Saini. He's just having a word with umpire Anthony Davis, about his footmarks. spinners love bowling at the Ageas Bowl in limited overs cricket, in T20 and one-day international cricket. It was a big part of how Hampshire and the Southern Brave have done well in T20 cricket. Bowl spinners with those big boundaries. They try and make them as big as possible for that reason. Like to Liam Dawson and Mason Crane. As Saini is in to Cheteshwar Pujara, who is just pushing this to backward point, and there is no run. Yes, I was going to tell you how you can get in touch with us. I'm at Knuckle M Pandey, NAKULMPANDE on Twitter. Richard Ray, Leicestershire's regular commentator, next to me, he's on Fox's Cricket 22. You can also get in touch with the club at LECCC, LEICSCCC. You use the hashtag LEIVIND to get in touch with us, or you can do so on the Leicestershire app. Saini is into Cheteshwar Pujara, stretching forward, and that again skids through low and is well taken by Bates behind the stumps, who's done very well, I think, today, off the spin bowlers and the seamers alike. They did well to be alert to the run-out that Vikai Kelly effected to get rid of Shreyas Iyer when he was batting very well. A push to short leg, who grasped it with both hands and recognised the opportunity and gunned it in from short range to Bates, who whipped the bails off Shreyas Iyer. I think was batting outside of his crease to begin with and didn't get back. Last ball of the over from Saini to Pujara is defended into the offside. There is no run. Pujara on 12, Kohli on 44, India 235 for 6.
The ball, as far as I remember, hasn't been changed in this innings so far.
Roman Walker was telling me this morning, it's sort of been our mole in the Leicestershire dressing room, Roman, which is just next to us, that the ball had gone a bit soft. He was telling me at lunch, in fact, that the ball had gone a bit soft.
That's kind of par for the course with these balls, isn't it? But it has stayed spherical, probably to the bowling side's irritation. 60 overs have been bowled with it anyway, so 20 potentially left. Sakande doesn't really bowl a loosener. It's kind of a hopeful sort of rehearsal of his action. And as at the other end yesterday, the Bennett end, now at the Pavilion end, the ground staff, or member of the ground staff, coming out to just to tamp down the ground around the bowlers' footmarks. If you watching with interest as he does so, a lot of teapots being formed out there. Bates and umpire Harris standing there with their hands on hips. Kimber comes in to advise. Everybody's watching carefully.
Saini as well.
Evans is going to come along and have a look now. They're all very interested. As
Roman Walker in there as well. Is the biggest audience this particular member of the ground staff I think has ever had for his tamping work. Almost the entire team were around him.
His work is now done. He gets a pat on the back for it from Sam Evans.
Like all ground staff all round the world, he's wearing shorts in all forms of weather.
And he's just going to do a spot at the other end as well. Sai Kishore will be bowling shortly, the Bennett end, but I wouldn't imagine he has too many issues with moving. He's gentle on his feet.
Kamlesh Nagarkoti appears to be the tamping supervisor. Yes, 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 enough.
Yes. He definitely did have a problem, Kamlesh Nagarkoti. He managed to stop in somehow jarringly worrying fashion, in mid-action almost, mid-delivery stride, when he felt his foot slip slightly. Kishore is in and bowls. Back goes Virat Kohli, suspiciously, carefully playing the ball back down the pitch. Trusting his eye, really, and the fact that there wouldn't be too much turn. Might have got forward otherwise to that one. Sai Kishore is in and bowls, gives it a little bit of air this time. Fuller, driven by Virat Kohli through the vacant mid-off area down to Sakande at long off, who, having shaped to throw it overarm in, ends up underarming it to Sam Evans. And then following it in, rather, coming in about halfway, because Pujara, 12 off 39, is going to be on strike as Kishore is in forward, or moving forward, using his feet, is Cheteshwar Pujara, turning it out into the onside. He's done that on numerous occasions. I'm not sure he's ever managed to work it into any gaps as yet. He's used his feet, but as a defensive weapon, so to speak. And at that time, he does manage to clip it away through the onside, the gap at mid-wicket. Sam Wood is out there in the wide open empty acres, at least 2 or 3 of them of the Grace Road site, of the 16-acre Grace Road site, unoccupied other than for Wood over there.
He's about 60 yards away from the nearest fellow fielder.
Shaw is in. Forward goes Kohli, pushing it out into the offside. Evans, having run across in front of Nagrikoti, doesn't manage to pick it up cleanly, and Nagrikoti sort of looks at him. What are you doing? And then there's a certain amount of amusement on both sides as Evans eventually picks it up. Shaw is in, brings Kohli forward, stretching forward, playing with a slightly angled bat, pushing it out into the offside. Evans runs in and picks up cleanly on this occasion. End of the over, 45. Virat Kohli, 13. Cheteshwar Pujara, clearly very determined to spend some time at the crease after failing to do so, or very little time in the first innings. 2-3-7 for 6. The partnership now has extended to 34.
I'd love to see a close-up of Saikashaw's release, just to see the angle of the seam, to see if it's the bowlers who get a lot of overspin tend to like the seam at sort of 45 degrees, to the degree of travel. You can get it up and down. Graham Swan, and then sort of Jack Leach more 90 degrees, but more sort of side spin and flatter. I'd love to see a little close-up of that, see what he does with it. Saini is in from the pavilion end. Pujara pushes to cover. There is no run. It's very impressive. Michael Bracewell, the New Zealand off-spinner at Trent Bridge on debut. Only been bowling off-spin for 2 years properly, but can change the angle of his seam at will. Very, very, very good indeed. Gives it a decent, aggressive lower-order batter as well.
Seen many Mexican waves at the Uptonsteel County ground, and it's not really that sort of ground. Too many gaps.
There's not a lot of architectural uniformity around this ground. Definitely a ground, not a stadium, back of a length, and turned off the rib cage by Pujara into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, there's not a lot of architectural merit either, really. Probably the only elegant building is the manual scoreboard building that was constructed to house the clock. The clock came first, believe it or not. It was offered to the club. It was made by a local clockmaker, and then the order was cancelled.
Just on the off chance.
I've got it, yeah, well, no, it was ordered, and then the order was cancelled, having made it. So whether they were actually paid for it by the original order, I don't know. But they said, well, we've got this 5-foot clock if you're interested. So Leicestershire constructed a building on which to house it.
It is quite a nice building. To be fair, I think the structure at the Bennett end is quite nice. The hospitality area. This is keeps a little bit low from saying he skids onto the middle of the bat of Virat Kohli. He did get the middle onto it, but it's blocked back to the bowler hurriedly. Yeah, those sort of pillar things. It looks like it fits at a cricket ground.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yes, I'm not displeased by, for example, the new rugby stand at Headingley, or whatever they're calling it these days. I don't mind it at all. It's very, as I say, it's unadventurous in a way, but it fits, it works, unlike the appalling excuse for what has become the pavilion. That astonishing building at Headingley. Yeah, it was a university. It was built by the university.
That sort of angular
with
green-blue glass thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Looks like it would fit at Canary Wharf. Full delivery and driven by Virat Kohli to cover. There is no run. Saini plays his domestic cricket for Delhi, the Firozshah Kotla, as was now renamed for a deceased politician. Has two very distinct stands at the straighter ends. It has these 3-tiered sort of zigzag stands. It looks like a sort of multi-story car park. Very tall, towering things.
1878 cricket was first played here.
Saini in to Virat Kohli. Also a Delhi boy who drives this beautifully into the covers, and that would have stung the hand of Sam Evans, who gets up well, having parried it, and throws at the stumps of the non-strikers, and I think Kohli was in pretty comfortably. The field is sprawled all over the place as Evans gets up, and Everson at mid-wicket gets up, having backed that up. All action for a single.
Saini admiringly applauded Evans' efforts there, having stopped the run, then almost affected a run.
It was a very good shot. It was a very good stop, using all of his limited in length frame. Very well. So, and the shorter guys are very spring-heeled. Last ball of the over from Saini to Pujadas down the leg side, shoulders, arms. Lets it go through to the keeper. There is no run. A couple of spots of rain appearing on our windows, but nothing more than that. Simranjit Singh is coming on with a jumper or a new pair of gloves, I think, for Cheteshwar Pujara, the subfielder. Lots of Delhi out there with Simranjit Singh and Navdeep Saini and Virat Kohli. Pujara Sarashtra takes the gloves, and that's the end of the over. 239 for 6.
Yeah, dark shower cloud right overhead at the moment, with a little bit of a wind underneath it. Almost a squally wind. Might just blow over quickly enough. Tea at 3:10. Remember, during this game, everything a little bit earlier than would normally be the case for a first-class fixture in England. Still in June, aren't we? In goes Kishore, bowls down the wicket. Goes Kohli, gets to the pitch of the ball, but doesn't try and loft it straight. Just punches it away. Guides it away through the gap at mid-off down to Sikandar at long-off. Takes
it might be coming off soon. It's getting a little bit heavier.
They're eyeing the sky, the umpires, at the moment. We could be having an early tea. You never quite know. Let's see what happens. Kishore into the watchful Pujara, who is waiting for that one, nibbling it around the corner as it comes on, perhaps with the arm. Again, the hands go to the head for Sai Kishore. Had he not got the bat on that, he would have been shouting for sure, but he did. He knew exactly what he was doing. And
it would have been turned down because it was too high and going down leg.
Might feel he'd almost got the batsman in a spot of bother, at least. Kishore is in, bowls. Kohli is driving pleasantly past the diving Evans this time. Can't slow things down with his right hand, but it is just the one nonetheless, because certainly didn't put his full weight into the shot and made sure he got on top of it. Sikandar ran to his left a few yards.
He's played Sai Kishore very well through the offside. Kohli not looking to try and whip the ball through mid-wicket as yet.
In he comes, bowls. Pujara is waiting in his crease and blocking it back, leaning forward to Kishore. There'll be a huge... If you think you've heard a lot of the drums, you wait till Kohli goes past 50. I think there'll be a few then. Kishore is stepping in and bowling to Pujara, who's turning the face of the bat on that one as he leans forward and pushes it out to Will Davis, who is at straightish mid-wicket, trying to cover both that and sort of mid-on. Kishore bowls. Pujara leans forward, head right over the ball, pushes it back up the pitch towards Kishore, who ignores the ball, as does Kohli, and it's Davis who steps in to pick it up. End of the over. A few more spots of rain on the commentary box window, but certainly not hard enough at the moment for them to consider coming off, but it might get worse.
There's a bit of what are we doing from Navdeep Saini, bit of a sort of both arms out, but umpires Davis and Warren haven't conferred at any point in the last few minutes.
Is it not Harris?
Harris. Apologies. Where did I get Anthony Davis from?
Do it all the time. Will Davis? I don't know.
Possibly. Loud shouts as Saini comes into Kohli, 2 away from 50, pushes this to cover, and there is no run. I just Googled it and it's not someone I've ever actually heard of, so just surnames floating around in my head. Anthony Harris standing at the pavilion end. Russell Warren standing at the Bennett. 2 slips, Gully cover mid-on. Nagarkoti, who's warming up. 2 mid-wickets, not a bad position for Kohli, and a long leg. Saini in to Kohli, who pushes, and that will be 50. Skews off the outer part of the bat, but very well controlled. Pujara wanted to run 2. Kohli knew it was going for 4, and that 4 takes him to 50. 52 of 69 balls for the former Indian captain, with 5 4s and a 6 for Virat Kohli. The Cricinfo scorecard is a little bit behind, so I'm trying to work out exactly how many, but it was a lovely innings thus far from Virat Kohli in more or less full control throughout. Very good through the offside in particular. India 246 for 6. Crowd are going to go well to find some gears given the reaction to Virat Kohli's 50. He pushes this into the offside. There is no run. I'm sure they've got him. Call and response from the crowd. A few umbrellas up actually going around the ground for those not under cover. A few raincoats going on, but it looks like they are going to try and stay out there as long as they possibly can, which is good. That's padded up below us, but still in his India training top, blue training top.
91,000 watching the stream at the moment.
It's Ravindra Jadeja, actually, who must have either just come back from or is going for a net because he's already batted and made a duck. Very good delivery from Navdeep Saini, who's bowling now to Virat Kohli, who's trying to drive through cover a little bit. Again, sort of the angle of the bat wasn't quite what he wanted it to be. He was trying to get that squarer. Again, he practices the shot again early on the stroke. It goes into the offside for no run. He's playing that shot with a slightly diagonal bat. It's a Virat Kohli trademark. It's a great strength of his. Does occasionally get him out. He practices that shot using the bottom hand to try and get it into the gap, which is left there by Sam Evans. It's just moved a little bit closer to point now. There is a gap to be found between him and Sai Kishore at backward point, particularly given that Sai Kishore's left-handed, and so he'll be going to his wrong side. This one goes straight to Sai Kishore at backward point, and there is no run. You can see actually how well drilled both Leicestershire and India are in the field. Every time the ball goes to a fielder who would be in position to back up comes running and goes running to try and cut it off. It's all automatic. Good to see Nagarkoti doing some warming up exercises, yeah. some kicks, some good hamstring flexibility he's showing, and then going through his action. Jadeja, 2 bats, is going to go and have a net, accompanied by some throwdown specialists and somebody carrying a bag of balls. This is punched firmly by Kohli, but straight to Evans. Couldn't have picked him out more if he'd tried. End of the over. 246 for 6.
Nagarkoti, well, it was a brief warm-up, and that's apparently all that's necessary. He's taking his sweater off, and he's going to replace Sai Kishore at the Bennett end of the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. He scrapes at the crease, which he'd overseen the tamping down thereof, and he seems to have scraped it all out again now. So, well, whether it's rendered futile, all the groundsman's work there, I don't know, but he's clearly happier with a little bit looser ground where his foot lands on the crease. Evans, Leicestershire's captain in this game, directing traffic out there.
Young man from Rajasthan, still just 22 years of age.
He's wearing a Leicestershire shirt, as the India Party net bowlers are in the game. And it's in marked contrast. Those sort of bluey whites, very white trousers, and sort of creamy coloured Leicestershire top. Pauses at the stop of his run, runs away and bowls, tucks up Cheteshwar Pujara a little bit with a delivery that comes back in towards the right-hander, who rehearses the defensive shot, having played it back down the wicket towards Nagarkoti. He remains on 15. Not so little, but the shower cloud has sort of broken up rather, and it looks like we're going to get safely through until tea, and hopefully well beyond. Nagarkoti, feet both together, almost standing to attention at the start of his run, comes in and bowls onto the legs of Pujara, flicked away beautifully, wristily, down towards wide long leg. No chance at all for Saini down here, Navdeep Saini, to run around to his left, crosses the ropes around about 5 yards away from him for 4. Pujara moves on to 19, continues to score almost totally, not just predominantly, almost totally on the leg side.
I think we've had one scoring shot through the offside. The bowling has been fairly straight at him, but he's mostly left everything outside off stump, apart from one that was very short. He's a good cutter of the ball, not a huge driver of a ball. It's funny you mentioned standing to attention. Kamlesh Nagarkoti's dad was a non-commissioned officer in the army.
There you go. Stands to attention, then he runs in and bowls. Squared up slightly there is Pujara. The throw comes in, and we are going to have an overthrow. Kohli, in fact, more than one. Kohli is going to turn for the second overthrow. So a 3 to Pujara in the end. The throw, I think, was from Evans running in from the covers. Missed the stumps, and Wood couldn't get across to cover, had to call in Saini to go in pursuit, running around from long leg to deep backward square, by which time 3 had been completed instead of 1. But he was rather squared up a little bit.
Yeah,
there, Pujara.
So he's using those low hands to guide it out to scoring shot on both the off and leg side simultaneously.
Yeah, good effort. Yes, in goes Nagarkoti, and he's looking for the Yorker again, and Kohli is digging it out, puff of dust, as he plays it hard down into the pitch on the on side. Puff of dust possibly came from his feet in the as he moved them quickly there, kicks away some of the dust. He remains on 52. 253 for 6. The partnership 50 now, actually, with those overthrows for the 7th wicket. Missed by the crowd, otherwise I'm sure would have got a drum or 2.
It wasn't really announced, was it?
Wasn't really. You have to be watching the scoreboard. Goes Nagarkoti and bowls very full outside off stump, guided by Kohli down towards wide third man. Roman Walker runs around from that sort of backward point down towards wide third man and feels Kohli content with a single. It's been for the most part, fairly restrained innings by Virat Kohli. Last time I said that, he came down the wicket and smashed the spinner back over his head for 6, but we'll see. He's leaning on his bat at the moment.
It'd be an effort to do that to Nagarkoti.
I'd be impressed. I'd be impressed if he did, for sure. But it's Cheteshwar Pujara who's going to be on strike to the last ball of the over, assuming it's legitimate. In he comes and bowls, clipped in the air, just short of mid-wicket. Wood got down, but it bounced maybe 6 inches, maybe a foot short of him at mid-wicket. Minimal reaction all around, other than Bates running around to proffer a glove for a low 5, I believe they're called these days. End of the over, 254 for 6.
It's that great break of the wrist that Pujara has. We've seen it on a couple of occasions in that over, just to whip it finer or more sort of behind square or square than he might be. Slightly miscontrolled on that last occasion.
Scott Earle is watching us in Bangkok. He says, lovely to be able to watch in the evenings. Hello, Scott.
Glad you're with us from Bangkok. Saika Shaw is going to come back into the attack at the pavilion end. Change of ends for him. Change of ends, as it were, because he's bowled from this end earlier, then was at the Bennett, and now he's back at the pavilion end. Kohli punches to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Deep square leg, well, deep mid-wicket. back quite square, and Coley goes back and clips again to Will Davis. That ball must have hit a bobble or something, because he was wringing his hand as he fielded that. He's still in a little bit of pain, and there is no run. As the bell strikes 3, this one is clipped down the ground for 1. I'm not actually close enough to a church to hear a bell, alas. I do like it.
No. I can't think of any. It's not sort of like Worcester or somewhere like that, where you don't just hear the bells for the hour, you hear it for the offices of the, the cathedral.
I do love hearing a church bell. I'm not a religious person at all, but I do love hearing a church bell or a mosque call near a cricket ground.
Oh, he may have got back, you know. I think Bates juggled that. Oh, he's given caught behind.
Could have been out twice there, Cheteshwar Pujara. So Saika Shaw came in, and Pujara came down the track. That's a lovely bit of work from Saika Shaw. Just held it back a little bit. It dipped on him and bounced, and Bates again has done well behind the stumps. A little bit of a juggle maybe, but Pujara trying to get back and couldn't, and is stumped by Sam Bates off the bowling of Saika Shaw. 22 off 53 deliveries.
I'm pretty sure he gave him caught behind.
For Cheteshwar Pujara, 3 4s and no 6s. We'll just wait to see that. Yeah, caught behind, a little edge on it, but would have been stumped had he not got a bat on it. It was a good catch, because that bounced a little bit and flew off the outer edge of the bat. Good work by Bates, who's having a good time of it behind the stumps. Did well with the run out, and did well with that catch. And Ravindra Jadeja is going to come back out and bat for the 2nd time in the innings.
I love that from Pujara. He must have known he edged it, but he still flung himself back to try and get his bat back down in his crease. And he might just have made it, because he did juggle with it, Bates, who was just completing the double just in case.
Batters don't always know that they've edged it, as DRS has proven repeatedly.
Well, I suspect quite a few do. I remember once someone was hitting the cover off it, and then only the bowler started to appeal. Nobody else appealed, but...
Hello, Stuart Broad, if you're listening.
Yeah, they've been showing that a few times, haven't they, in recent days?
Slight sort of Mandela effect on that one, because it did actually hit the wicket-keeper's gloves before going to slip on that occasion.
I hasten to add that I walked in the end because I was too embarrassed. I could almost hear the echo. I couldn't understand.
I tend to be out in more emphatic ways than so emphatic a way that it doesn't really matter. It's not much you can do when you spoon a ball to mid-on.
That was deserved by Kishore. I've really enjoyed his bowling, and
yeah,
nice to see him take a wicket.
Got a lovely action at Saika Shaw, very controlled action. He's good at the crease, he's got a good delivery stride, and that was smartly done by both Saika Shaw, getting a world-class player of spin out, and good work by Bates. Jadeja, who's made a duck in today already, such is the nature of a tour game, and made 13 only in the first innings, is now coming out for his 3rd innings in India's 2nd, as Saika Shaw is in short and punched by his fellow left-arm spinner Ravindra Jadeja, and smartly stopped by the fielder at cover, Will Davis, diving to his left. Saika Shaw continuing to be round the wicket to the left-hander, likes to go mid-wicket off the spinners. That's short and punched, and that'll be 4. A little bit too short from Saika Shaw. The first one he's dragged down for a while. A little bit of the opening of the face, and Ravindra Jadeja today is 4 for 1.
One of the spectators hanging on to the ball for an unconscionably long time there. It just bobbled up over the rope to him, and the stewards, about 3 of them, converged on him as he was hanging on to it, and in the end,
is this your ball,
he underarmed it back.
It's not baseball. You don't get to keep the ball when it's hit into the crowd.
No, indeed.
I don't think Leicestershire can afford that many balls. They're quite expensive, Duke's balls.
I saw that. Was it 120 goblins each?
Proper ones,
something
yeah.
Like
when as Gavin Griffiths comes on as a sub-fielder, not quite sure who's gone off. Sam Wood's going off. Yeah. In that first absurd one-day international between the Netherlands and England in Amstelveen, when England made 498, it was estimated that the Dutch Cricket Board, the KNCB, had lost €1,000 worth of balls.
I hope they got compensated. Nagrokoti continues. No, he doesn't, because umpire Warren's hand goes out. Virat Kohli looks down here because Leicestershire were one short in the field. So Wood, having gone off, comes running back. And actually Bates is literally counting as he goes around. So Wood is back on at long leg, wondering what on earth was going on out there. Nagrokoti is in and bowling outside off stump to Virat Kohli, lets it go through and there's no run. Brunty is enjoying the sound of the drums and considering buying a doll for Stench and Benno to replace the Vuvuzela that is well, you heard it tooted on the first day. I think. It was here, wasn't it?
It's rather been drowned out by some horns and drums. You'll have to explain Stench and Benno. I've seen the flag out there in the Uptonsteel stand, but for non-locals.
Nicknames for regulars
right.
out there. I I don't really want to inquire as to why he acquired that particular
Benno
name.
is probably...
Benno's okay. I'm sure that's to do with the name, but Stench. In goes Nagrokoti and bowls on the off stump to Kohli, who stays on the back foot and blocks it out into the offside.
A friend and someone I used to commentate with, Paul Howarth, is nicknamed Grubby. Once asked, always telling him, "Why are you called Grubby? Why are you called Grubby?" He told me, and I was really wished I hadn't asked.
Okay. We won't ask you to share the reason.
No, that one's not coming out in public.
Nagrokoti is in and bowling again, slightly short of a length. It's either one thing or the other with him a little bit, and up on his toes. Virat Kohli just turns the face of the bat slightly as he blocks that one back down the pitch. And there's no run, of course. How are we doing for time? 3 minutes until tea, so we should have, I would anticipate, another Kishore over from this pavilion end.
If he's really quick, he might be able to sneak one through in a minute and a half and get us one more. Jadeja-like.
Nagrokoti is not hurrying until he gets into his run and bowls full-ish on the legs of Kohli, worked out towards deep mid-wicket. Jerry Everson is sprinting after the ball, gets his throw away, but there were always going to be three. Well, there was always going to be three. Decent throw from the Nottsman. Kohli moves on to 57. 262 for 7. I would imagine a few of the Leicester supporters know why Stench is so named, but only tweet me or message me if you consider that I would wish to know why.
Well, we might find out why, but we might not read it. We reserve the right not to read it out.
So a left-hander for Nagrokoti to bowl at now in the form of Ravindra Jadeja. In he comes, bowls, slightly outside off stump, slightly short of a length, up on his toes Jadeja, not timing the attempted cut away through the offside. Thick bottom edge, bounces down towards Kishore, who's fielding at that short third man stroke backward point position, which has been effective actually.
He is a good fielder. He and Nagrokoti both very athletic, quick movers to the ball.
Just the two slips as Nagrokoti comes in and bowls outside off stump. It's Fuller this time, but again Jadeja not timing the shot this time in an attempt to drive away through the offside. Picks out Abhi Sekande in the covers. Umpire Harris wanders in, it being the end of the over. He didn't bother to move across to square leg. He stayed at point for the left-hander. 15:09. So we are going to get just the one more over. Even Kishore will do well to squeeze through an over in less than a minute.
Step, bowl, step, bowl, step, bowl. I don't think you'd struggle to do that with a tennis ball on the beach, I think. Tom Latham, by the way, has gone to 50 in New Zealand vice-captain, his first 50 in 9 innings since his double 100 in Christchurch earlier this year. New Zealand 92 for 1, leading by 61. Normality has reassumed at Headingley. As Saika Short is in last last over rather this session. Virat Kohli drives. Has picked out extra cover a few times. Evans on this side doing the fielding. There is no run. Long off is right back on the rope. Sam Wood, deep mid wicket, quite square, is back on the rope as well. We've got a slip. And as Saika Short is into Virat Kohli. Not someone who uses his feet that often. Certainly not as much as Cheteshwar Pujara. Turns this into the onside. There is no run. When he comes down, he usually comes down with attacking intent, as we saw earlier. That's 6 that he hit over long on Saika Short the last time that he was bowling from this end. That's punched very firmly, and a slightly over-enthusiastic bit of fielding from Will Davis from mid-wicket, given that neither Kohli nor Jadeja were thinking of a run. He dived, underarmed the ball at the stumps, missed, and they get an overthrow. Kohli and Jadeja hadn't had time to go anywhere by the time he picked that up. Very good impression of Jolty Rhodes, though, physically. Jadeja now on strike. So hitting against the wind if he wants to go leg side and to the longer side of the ground. Saika Short into Jadeja, who turns this leg side, but for a single, very comfortable to Evans at mid-wicket. It's a bobbly throw that is backed up by, I think that's Louis Kimber at slip. It was a very, very good bit of work by Bates to adjust to the flashing top edge off the drive from Pujara in Saika Short's last over, and then whipped off the bails as well for good measure. 2 balls left in a very entertaining session, mostly dominated by Virat Kohli, who pushes to cover. There is no run. He's on 58 off 86 deliveries. The former India captain. I keep saying that because I keep trying to get myself used to it after so long at the helm. 4 fours and 2 sixes for him. Cheteshwar Pujara. Shalor Thakur dismissed in this session. And the last ball of the session is just pushed to point for no run. And that'll be kettles on and bails off as the umpire just sends them gently to the floor. Anthony Harris doing the needful. And that is tea on day 3 of this tour match between India and Leicestershire at Grace Road. India 203 for 6 in their second innings, leading by 205 after the first innings scores were very even. Only 2 players past 50 so far. The wicket keepers, both for India, KS Bharat and Rishabh Pant, or the Panthers batting for Leicestershire. In fact, now Virat Kohli has joined them on 50. He goes off 58 not out. Ravindra Jadeja batting for the second time today goes off on 5 not out. The drums and the cheers accompany them off the field. The Leicestershire led off sort of by Sam Evans. I don't think it's as ceremonial as all that. And we'll take a moment to get a beverage of our choice. You go get a beverage of yours and join us again in about 12 minutes.
Wearing that sort of sleeveless jumper, shorts.
Hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the final session on the third day of the tour game between India and Leicestershire. Stream and ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. India about to resume in their second innings, 264 for 7. Virat Kohli 58 not out. Ravindra Jadeja batting for the second time today is 5 not out. Applause greets the arrival of Messrs Jadeja and Kohli, of course, from the many India supporters who have been here in the ground today. Nakul Pandey and Richard Ray, your commentators for this session and for the 3 days thus far. The Leicestershire players led out a mixed group with 1, 2, 3 this time. India players among them. I think it's just the 3.
Jasprit Bumrah, I can see there, with who seems to be marching towards the Bennett end, perhaps, is going to bowl immediately. And Kamlesh Nagar Koti, who is the shortish figure, also wearing the tubey grip on the arms, the young fast bowler from Rajasthan, and
Sai Kishore's still out there, isn't he?
Sai Kishore, who's taken the last wicket before that. Cheteshwar Pujara was also of his bowling that the run at Shreyas Iyer was affected. He's going to be at sort of deep square leg.
VK Kelly is out there, one of the Leicestershire Academy sort of graduates. He's at first slip. It's been, as I say, a changing cast in the Leicestershire side throughout the game thus far. A few hands in pockets out there because the breeze here in the East Midlands has got up. There's a few dark clouds around now. I can see a shower away to the southeast again, but fingers crossed it is blown past the ground. We did have a slight delay at the very start of play this morning, but only for sort of about 12-14 minutes, and that is all we have lost. We've been lucky in that respect. The crowd has thoroughly enjoyed their day. They've seen some very fine batting and some very fine bowling as well. High quality in both cases. Jasprit Bumrah has yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings for Leicestershire. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. And he's going to be bowling around the wicket to his India teammate Ravindra Jadeja with 3 slips. Their whites, or their creams if you like, being buffeted in the wind. Jadeja around the wicket is in, and beg your pardon, Bumrah is around the wicket and in, and bowls to Jadeja, who lets it go through outside off stump. And by Bumrah's standards, that was a bit of a loosener. It was a fairly, not innocuous, but a fairly gentle delivery, probably something like 80 mph as opposed to his normal sort of 87, 88, even 90 mph
Doesn't
stuff.
quite have the spit off the wicket that he sometimes has, Jasprit Bumrah.
Wind heavy in the effects mic. I'll turn it down a bit. He comes in and bowls to Jadeja, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes that one around the corner down towards deep backward square, running in from long leg. Abi Sekande feels. Jadeja takes his single, brings Kohli down on strike. Kohli's innings now probably represents the main interest for most of the India supporting cricket lovers in the ground at the moment, and possibly on the stream as well.
Right, Sharma is carded to bat next, but we saw him just go off for a net now. So Mohammad Shami and Umesh Yadav, the other 2 India players.
Back over the wicket goes Bumrah and bowls down the leg side to Virat Kohli. It was pretty wide, but it's going to be signalled leg byes, it looks like, by umpire Warren. No, bye. He sort of put his right hand out as though he was going to raise his right knee. I thought hadn't hit anything. It was wide and went wider. Bates diving away to his left could only parry the ball, and the bye is taken to 66 for 7.
Very full, started leg side and just kept on swinging leg side here. Not an easy take at all for Bates low down.
It's been a great experience for him these last few days, or most of the game anyway. Round the wicket goes Bumrah and bowls. Rain starts to fall. It's left by Jadeja.
Rain was spitting before tea. It stopped over tea and it started spitting again. It's got its timings wrong.
He's blowing in rather, but
no,
it won't be for long, if at all.
I think I've just seen the square leg umpire signalling towards the ground staff to get ready. Anthony Harris is waving in that general direction.
Bumrah bowling in his sleeveless sweater at the moment is in and bowls. Jadeja is forward, almost plays on there to the amusement of Jasprit Bumrah. Played it down into the ground. It bounced up into the air and actually sort of went backwards and not very far in the end from the off stump.
That could easily have snuck through. It's one of those where the delivery's got a bit more juice on it than the defensive stroke was ready for. So this sometimes from Bumrah bursts through the defensive shot.
Umpire Harris still has been looking in that direction of the ground staff. He can't quite attract their attention at the moment.
Tractor has been summoned. Seems to attach itself to the covers.
Bumrah, with the wind such as it is behind him, hurries Jadeja on the back foot with a delivery that swings back in towards his stumps a little bit. Stays on the back foot, keeps it out, back down the pitch. It goes, end of the over. 6 to Jadeja and 58 to Kohli. Now we're going to see Joey Everson have a bowl. I had a chat to him yesterday morning, and he said he kind of felt okay now and may have a little bowl in the second innings. Or is it going to be Roman? Big Roman.
It's Roman Walker.
It's Big Roman.
Roman Walker's had a pretty good day. He hasn't been as good in the second innings. 10 overs, none for 33. He was a little bit loose at times yesterday. A little bit better this morning, but it took 5 wickets, of course, for just 24 in the first innings, dismissing both Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja. He's in from the pavilion and green number 49 on his back, bowling to Virat Kohli, who spikes him away through cover first ball, but a minimally forceful spank, and it'll just be 2 runs as Nagarkoti chases this back towards the cover fence. I thought for a second that was going to rocket into the extra cover fence, but
it kind of shouldn't. It took a weird bounce somewhere on one of those used pitches, and it sort of hopped into the air. So whether it, I don't know. That was very strange.
Just a lean into the drive from Virat Kohli. He moves to 60. 3 slips backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg as it is back of a length, and Kohli jumping and defending that into the offside, and there is no run. It's very hard to work out on the stream exactly why that didn't go for 4 at that last drive. A bit of a bobble. It's not a bad outfield by any means, but it is very dry and a bit rough in places. Particularly square of the wicket where those practice wickets are. As Walker is in, Kohli allowing this one to pass, and it goes flying over the top of off stump through to the keeper Bates. See down below us Rahul Dravid and Paul Nixon, the head coaches of these respective sides, having a good chat. They exchanged numbers earlier. So Rahul Dravid and Paul Nixon can send each other the latest WhatsApp memes.
I hope Rahul Dravid was passing on a few useful numbers to Paul Nixon.
As Walker is into Kohli, who's turning this into the leg side. There is no run. If Paul Nixon is anything like as communicative, shall we say, a texter as he is, as he was a presence behind the stumps, and I think Rahul Dravid may regret that.
Yes, he likes a text. Does Paul?
One of the great characters of sort of mid-2000s and county cricket. I used to really enjoy Paul Nixon's work behind the stumps. As Kohli defends this into the offside, and they take a quick single, well run by lightning quick Jadeja and Kohli. Very good understanding between the two of them, of course, having backed together so often. And once those two start running, it's very difficult to catch them napping. Nagarkoti's gone down to long leg for Jadeja. Saini has now come back onto the field. He's there at mid-on. Sorry, that is Saika Shore, taller, another very tall figure. Walker in, outside off stump. Jadeja bodily outside off stump, pushing to Sakande at mid-off. There is no run. Jadeja on 6, Kohli on 61, India 269 for 7.
New Zealand continue to go nicely at Headingley, 125 for 1. Now, a few more raindrops on the window. Hopefully that's all it is. That sort of shower is going away to the east, passing the ground on the east, curiously.
And
raining
it's
quite
now
hard now.
It's
actually
raining diagonally quite hard
yeah,
now.
It's blown in now. I think we will have a little break. So, just the 2 overs post tea. The player's actually running off, so it is raining quite hard, and we may have to close the window, save the effects mic from cruel and unusual punishment. Say, I don't think it'll be too long as that shower. I can see the main part of it is still away where the weather is coming from. So, well, it's 269 for 7. Jadeja has 6. Virat Kohli has 61. He is... Oh, hang on. Has it stopped already? Is Kohli wandering back out there? The players have stopped and turned. Now, I'm looking into the trees. I can see not very much, actually. And we're all going... Well, they're turning around. So much for that little shower. It is passing to the east. And hurrah! We're not going to lose too much. Those players who went running off are being summoned back by Sam Evans, the Leicestershire captain. Whether they made it up the stairs to the pavilion, 1 or 2 sheepish grins. Louis Kimber, Sam Will Davis, Sam Bates re-emerge. VK Kelly as well. And we're going to crack on.
It's interesting there that Kohli and Jadeja didn't really want to go off. Actually, I don't think either of them actually made it off the field before they were called back on. Neither did Jasprit Bumrah. The weather stopped in its run-up.
Unless they sort of somehow contrive another innings tomorrow or later on if they're dismissed, then this is the last innings, isn't it, before the test match for both of them. Obviously have a few nets, I'm sure. But the last sort of innings in anger, so to speak. Bumrah is in, bowls to Kohli, who defends. A delivery from almost middle stump out into the on side. Picked up there by Kamlesh Nagrakoti.
Only the one wicket falling to a Leicestershire bowler in this innings, Hanuman Vihari. Scratchy in both innings, caught behind off the bowling of Will Davis, but that was really set up by Saini and Bumrah, bowling extremely well at Vihari this morning. Shreyas Iyer run out by two Leicestershire players, VK Kelly and keeper Sam Bates.
Well, bowls full, clipped beautifully away off leg stump by Virat Kohli out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's going to have to run his runs. Jadeja, who sort of had strolled, as a consequence, almost overtaken by Kohli. They almost arrived at that far at this near end at the same time. Jadeja absolutely almost walked that first, as though he assumed it was going to go all the way. It didn't, so they only picked up 2 when really 3 would have been an absolute minimum.
Certainly for these two, that was unusually casual from Jadeja. Just pointed out to me that Jateshwar Pujara has actually batted for both teams in this innings, in this match.
Yes, he has. Yeah. Made more runs for India than for Leicestershire. In goes Bumrah bowls just outside off stump, almost on off stump, and on the back foot waiting for it. Kohli with a slightly angled bat deflects it down into the off side. There's no run.
Thank you, Abhishek Chopra, for that. A friend of mine. Good follow on Twitter if you want like your cricket history. And he and someone else were telling me about some happenings when India played here in 2007. Plenty of wickets for Ranadeb Bose, who was a Ranji Trophy stalwart. Who took 6 wickets in the match, including a 5-for in the first innings, but didn't end up playing a game on the tour and never played for India.
Bumrah is in, bowled slightly short this time, up on his toes, cracked away by Kohli to the point boundary. Young man out there leaning for the ball, leaping into the air with joy, bouncing around out there. Calmly put away for 4, calmly and utterly, well, definitively almost, complete certainty about the shot, just up on his toes, and didn't again try and overhit it, steered it away through point for 4. Sun comes back out.
So it's really the only, it's where Bumrah does tend to bowl when he does bowl loose deliveries, is outside off stump. Kohli's very good off the back foot through the point region.
Bumrah is in, bowls, same place. Oh, caught! Did he catch it? Yes, he did. Kohli steering it into the offside and didn't quite get on top of it this time. The fielder there at that sort of deepish backward gully position. Sakande managed to get his hands underneath it, and well, Virat Kohli's impressive knock comes to an end on 67, as we've been saying, or I've been saying. He has looked in pretty good shape. But as Nakul's pointed out, he's often looked in pretty good shape in recent years, but hasn't quite managed to go on and make it fully count. 67, pretty good effort from him, and I'm sure he will be looking to do that at Edgbaston. 275 for 8.
Very fine catch by Aberdeen Sakande, who's not had a great game, to be honest, but that was a pretty good catch. It flew off the outer part of the bat and could easily have just flown past her over, but Sakande getting off the ground and going to his left, got 2 hands to it and took the catch. So Jasprit Bumrah does have his first wicket, and we've now got 2 batters at the crease who've batting for the second time today. Shreyas Iyer, who made a very pleasant 30 before being run out superbly from short leg by VK Kelly off the bowling of Saika Shaw, is going to come out and bat. Shreyas Iyer has now batted at 4 and number 10 in this innings, having batted at 5 in the first.
A few Leicestershire batsmen be calling on this rule to be introduced for championship games.
That really was a very good catch by Sakande.
It was. He was obscured by the pillar from where I was sitting in the commentary box, but seeing the replay, nice for him to have made a contribution. Bumrah is in to Ayer, who is on the back foot, defending, delivery on off stump, back up the pitch to Jasprit Bumrah, end of the over. His first wicket of the innings for Jasprit, and a good one, Virat Kohli.
Yeah, it wasn't a vintage Bumrah delivery. It wasn't quite as short and wide as the one that was crashed away for 4, but still outside off stump. Kohli had a thrash at it. Thrash is probably a little bit harsh. Had a drive off the back foot at it, and it was very well caught. Virat Kohli gone for 67 in the second innings off 98 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. One absolutely extraordinary uppercut off Bumrah, and one hit off Sai Kishore over long on. Walker in outside off stump. Jadeja leaves through to the keeper. There is no run.
Sort of anticipating seeing a few people leave now. Virat Kohli's got out, but still plenty to watch.
Plenty to watch, plenty to eat, and plenty to drink, whether that's alcoholic or non. Why would you leave?
Is Ayer starting on his old score as well? He seems to have been given 30 to start with.
He has. That's that's odd. And his old number of balls as well. That's a little
He's
odd.
decided, yeah, this is a little, yeah.
This is it's a driven at by Jadeja, beaten on the inside edge by Roman Walker. There is no run. Well, the scorecard still has just breathed Bumrah up the electronic scoreboard, which has had a few issues, not necessarily surprisingly, with the rotating cast of characters. We got. Oh, there we go. Shreyas Iyer has now been demoted back to 0 off 0.
It remembered,
off 1.
perhaps. It remembered. It all needed sort of changing.
Imagine the panic in whoever's operating that. Scoring's not as easy as scorers make it look. As Walker's in to Jadeja, leaving again outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. Idly watching some cricket highlights on my phone yesterday. Courtney Walsh bowling a 17 ball over with many no balls. Absolute nightmare in a scorebook with pen and paper. How do you fit all those into that little box? All that infamous over that poor Scott Boswell bowled in that cup final. As Walker is in again outside off stump, and again left by Jadeja, not having a go at any of these outside off stump as Walker's trying to angle the ball across him. Brilliant interview that Nick Friend did in the Cricketer with Scott Boswell, a poor Durham man, wasn't it? Scott Boswell, or have I got that wrong? Who bowled a long and yippy over
For Leicestershire.
Oh, it was for Leicestershire, wasn't it? Against Somerset, yes. Long and yippy and really hard to watch over in a final at Lord's. It's outside off stump and left alone through to the keeper. There is no run, but it's a lovely sympathetic piece of cricket interviewing by Nick Friend. Sort of one of those overs that starts funny and then gets increasingly harder to watch.
Especially a final as well. On telly, which was a big thing in those days.
Yes, the One Day Cup final was a real highlight of the cricketing year. 2 slips and a 4th slip in. Well, no, 4th slip has just wandered back to 3rd. This time Jadeja is made to play and it's pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. Good over from Roman Walker to Ravindra Jadeja. A maiden, I think. 275 for 8, India. Although the 8 is,
I was going to say,
slightly strange, given that Jadeja and Iyer are both back out there.
How many of the party will bat remains to be seen, I suspect, until the end of play, one way or another. Whether they are all out or 10 down or 11 down.
The only one who really could use a bat, I guess, is Rohit Sharma, who batted okay in the first innings, but was then again, actually, Aberdeen Sakande taking that catch, an easier catch. Top edging a pull right up in the air off Roman Walker. Yeah. I suppose Shubman Gill could come out and have a bat as well. He was very pleasant before he got out for 38.
Bumrah continues from the Bennett end, is in, bowling onto the legs of Ayer, who clips him away off his legs down towards long legs. Sam Wood can't gather the ball cleanly. It bounces down towards him at a fair old rate of knots. Manages to grab it at the second attempt and get his throw away, and it is just a single. He comes running in, then called in because it'll be the left-handed Jadeja on strike, of course. Not quite general post in the outfield. A few changes. He runs up to backward point, because Bumrah was also going to go around the wicket to the left-hander, mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, mid-wicket and long leg, as well as the 3 slips. Goes in and bowls outside off stump, but coming back in slightly short of a length. Jadeja up on his toes, getting in position to crack it away. He was rather cramped for room as he tried to do so. Inside edge, sort of thick inside edge down into the ground, favouring orange for his accessories. Ravinder Jadeja, in terms of the little orange parts on his glove and his bat handle, and on the back of his pads, actually, the sort of Velcro bits, if they are still Velcro. The fastenings, there's an element of orange about them. In comes Bumrah and bowls to him, outside off stump. A little bit wide, a little bit of away movement, says Jadeja. Might just have straightened a fraction off the seam. The ball is now 72.5 overs old, though.
He's almost reversing at this stage, yeah. I don't know if many people expected we were going to get to a second new ball in this match. Not something you tend to see in tour games.
Past umpire Warren and bowls again outside off stump. Again, a very safe leave for Jadeja. He does leave, lets it go through into the gloves of Sam Bates. Leicestershire bowlers will be conscious, perhaps, now of the presence of Paul Nixon.
It's not someone who usually goes unannounced.
No, but kind of, you know what I mean in terms of selections going forward. Yes, I mean they'll be aware that you can't not be aware that he's around. That's for sure. But it might just sort of, I'm sure everybody's trying their hardest anyway. In goes Bumrah and bowls. Hurries Jadeja, just a fraction, but he's very much equal to it. Plays a very neat and correct forward press defensive shot out into the offside. Times it nicely as well, and it bounces out into the offside.
And after that rain, not even an interruption, that attempted rain interruption, it's now glorious sunshine again.
Yeah, we look as though we're pretty much set fair now. Looking away where the weather's been coming from, looks very fine indeed. Bumrah is in, and bowls, goes past the outside edge. That one did straighten, move away from the left-hander. Comprehensively beaten there. Ravinder Jadeja, 276 for 8.
I think we can safely say that Shreyas Iyer is going to play next week, barring an injury, if he's getting to bat twice in the same innings.
Yeah,
I think that would have been probably the case in any case. He was got more Test pedigree behind him than Hanuma Vihari, the other option for number 5. Cheteshwar Pujara would be very likely to bat number 3. I'd be very, very surprised if he didn't. The only selection issue I can see is whether or not Ashwin plays. And if so, who for? As Roman Walker comes in from the pavilion end to Shreyas Iyer, who punches this down the ground, doesn't quite time it as well as he wanted to. It sort of pushed it into the turf. Sakande does good work coming around from mid on. Imagine Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Cheteshwar Pujara, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, Rishabh Pant, Ravindra Jadeja are locks. and probably Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Siraj, and Jasprit Bumrah. And then you're coming down to which of Shardul Thakur, Umesh Yadav, and R. Ashwin play at Edgbaston as Walker comes in. To Iyer, that's a good delivery, seaming away, and Iyer has to adjust whatever stroke he was playing to get the ball, the bat rather inside the line of the ball. There is no run.
Guess they'll have a good look at the pitch as and when before deciding.
Do you play the second spinner in Ashwin, or do you play a fourth seam bowler? Shardul Thakur probably more likely to play ahead of Umesh Yadav in that case because of his very useful batting indeed at number 8. This is punched by Iyer to cover. There is no run.
Looks as though Will Davis is going to be on before too long, judging by the warm-up routine he's going through at third slip at the moment.
As Walker is in, right arm over the wicket, and that's a good delivery, fuller delivery. Iyer wasn't sure whether to come forward or back, and sort of tried to withdraw the bat from the line of the ball again, but it's searching stuff from Roman Walker. He's got a little bit of his pep back after seeming to struggle a little bit last night, although he insists that that was not the case. Don't know what to read into the fact that Ashwin hasn't taken any part in this game. Come to that after Shreyas Iyer clips this away very fine and very well done by Joey Everson. I should say that it was clipped away very nicely and very finely done by Joey Everson, diving away to his right and saving a near certain boundary. A lovely flick away off the toes by Shreyas Iyer, timed it really nicely. Good work by Everson, no injury issues there. Ashwin joined the squad late because of his COVID diagnosis. Interesting to see if, I don't know if he bats today or if he bowls tomorrow, perhaps. As Walker is into Shreyas Iyer. Short ball cut away majestically by Shreyas Iyer. Bounced on him, but he rode the bounce so well and carved it away for 4. Lovely shot from Shreyas Iyer. One of the shots of the day.
Awful lot of space to hit it into, but it still has to be hit. And he did so very nicely indeed.
Adjusted very well to the bounce there, because it got big on him, or had the potential to get big on him, but he played it away very nicely indeed. Jadeja moves to 6. Shreyas Iyer moves to 5. Jadeja is on 6. India 280 for 8, although the 8 is advisory.
The ticker on the stream is struggling as well with the re-emergence of Iyer. It's rather confused, and it was showing him as having 30 a moment or two ago. It just
it's 5 off
taking
8.
its time.
5 off 8 in his second innings.
He is indeed. But it's Ravindra Jadeja who's on strike to Jasprit Bumrah. He defends a delivery that coming back into him from around the wicket at pace. And it's pace still, not flat out from Bumrah perhaps, but it's not far off. I don't think he's probably capable of bowling too many, of holding too much back. His action is that sort. It's sort of, the run-up is limited relatively, but it's all about the explosion at the crease. As far as Bumrah is concerned, he is in and bowls such quick hands, or such quick arm, but it's down the leg side that time. Bates does well, diving away to his right to make the stop.
It's a very injury-resistant fast bowler, despite the explosive nature of his action. His shoulders have always been in good nick. He's had sort of he's had a couple of hand injuries. He's had one sort of serious injury as an international player, but it only kept him out for a few months. He did have an ACL reconstruction when he was a very young man back in 2014, paid for by Mumbai Indians.
Bumrah is in, bowls to him, beats him, caught behind. There's an appeal for a catch behind. Bumrah is saying Is it, did he? Bates is saying, did he? Umpire Warren,
Umpire Warren touched his
pleasingly,
pad.
yeah, indicated with his right hand. Every umpire ought to do that, just to sort of send a message across to people like ourselves as to what they think it hit, and he thinks it hit the right leg.
Trouser pocket.
Well, left leg, I would imagine, of Jadeja.
Yeah, back trouser pocket, perhaps.
Straightened nicely, though, didn't it? At pace again.
Yeah, very tricky for left-handers when right-arm bowlers are getting the ball to seam away from around the wicket. The Stuart Broad Kemar Roach special.
At 80, whatever it is, miles an hour. It's pretty tricky indeed. In goes Bumrah and bowled, leaning forward, playing it with an angle bat. Wide of gully, wide of back, inside sort of backward point for a very straightforward, calmly executed, but nonetheless really nicely played four. Moves into double figures.
Very nicely played indeed by Jadeja. No fuss at all, just a little lean forward, a little bend of the knees and a little opening of the face. A wicket at Headingley. Tom Latham has gone caught behind by Jamie Overton for 76. Johnny Bairstow keeping today because Ben Folkes has a stiff back. Oh, and Jamie Overton's hit Devon Conway in the head first ball. He's fine. Concussion assessment seems to be okay. New Zealand 125 for 2, 94 ahead.
Is in and bowling, full outside off stump, looking perhaps to sort of drive stroke, guide it away through the offside, came down on it late, or attempted to come down on it late. Jadeja didn't get anything on it, and it was stopped behind the stumps by Bates. Difficult one for the wicketkeeper again, low down, stayed low, shot through rather. Sun goes behind cloud, but only very temporarily. As Bumrah, that little skip, having walked in bowls and turned nicely off mid-wicket, through mid-wicket by Jadeja, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It almost seemed to gather pace over the ground, and in the end, the pursuing Walker just had to pop his foot on it. Rather old-fashioned style out there at deep mid-wicket. Might put a spike through it. Probably won't mind given it's 75 overs old. 286 now for 8. Jadeja picks up a couple, moves on to 12.
It's like the old-fashioned bit of fielding from Roman Walker, and otherwise looks like a very modern cricketer, but suddenly the Grace Road became the Walker's Stadium. A little back heel, back to the on-rushing striker. I know it's not called that anymore. None for 40 in this innings. Bowled pretty well though in this spell. Troubled Ravindra Jadeja a little bit. Shreyas Iyer now on strike, the right-hander. And we got 2 slips, backward point, mid off. 2 fielders in the covers. Evans and Saika Shore are having a word as to where Saika Shore should go. It looks as though Evans might be going into the slip cordon. He's not been that much in this match. He's tended to do most of his work from cover. Yes, there is a third slip in place. Now they're very close together, those slips. Kimber and Evans are almost standing on each other's toes at second and third slip. This is outside off stump and through to the keeper. There is no run. I'd like them to be a little bit further apart, to be honest. There's a very real danger of leaving one for each other or getting in each other's way. So we've got 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and long leg. Roman Walker comes in, right arm over the wickets to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer, who smashes him over cover. A shot of real authority and class and dismissiveness, and away it goes for 4, and the drums start up again. Take that, Roman Walker.
Yes, it was rather, wasn't it?
It's a very good driver down the ground. He hit some really fine 6s down the ground off spinners, often no look. If you hit them that well, you don't need to look to see where it's gone. That was picked up beautifully over the covers.
The higher note of the drums is a very young man indeed. He's very good.
As Walker is in, that's on the toes and flicked elegantly by Iyer. Well done by Joey Everson at mid-wicket. There is No run. Yes, there's a couple of children in that Dole drum troop away to our or down sort of just in front of us and to our left.
He wouldn't be able to play one of the, I don't think he'd have the reach for one of the big drums.
Some of those other drums might be heavier than he is.
Bass drums, yeah.
But impressed with their work. 290 for 8. Walker in better delivery, better length, and just pushed up to mid-on. There is no run. Certainly no sign that the ground is emptied out, and why would you leave once you're getting to watch high-quality international players bat, sometimes twice. And the likes of Jasprit Bumrah and some of the fringe Indian bowlers. Saika Shaw, I think, has bowled well. Saini's been very impressive. Koti's got it down at good pace as well. Walker is in to Shreyas Iyer, who is pushing back to the bowler. There is no run. Ooze from the crowd as they think it might be a caught and bowled chance, but thumped back into the pitch before it got to Walker. Can see Will Davis now with his own shirt on, doing some warm-ups down below us in the Leicestershire dugout, talking to Paul Nixon. He's got his phone out, sending a text to Rahul Dravid perhaps. Town after, question mark, as Walker's in to Shreyas Iyer, who's driving firmly, more firmly this time. Walker got half a hand on it and thought, ooh, if I deflected that back onto the stumps. Actually, he might have been close. I'm not sure Jadeja had got back, but it rolled past the stumps. End of Walker's 14th over of the innings, the 76th overall. India 290 for 8.
4 overs potentially to a new ball. Now whether they're going to be playing to that particular rule, who knows at the moment. I would assume so. I would assume these two fine batsmen would almost prefer to be batting against a harder, newer ball in terms of the practice it would give them.
Yeah, it's more closer, replicates a real game. I mean, Shreyas Iyer often bats 3 for Mumbai, and if you're a middle order batter like Jadeja, you're quite used to facing the second new ball.
Davis is going to come on at the Bennett end, so Jasprit Bumrah's work is done for the time being, and possibly done for Leicestershire in this game. Sai Kishore is being sent to third man. Is he going to go all the way? Everybody's looking at him. He's asking for clarity. He's got clarity now. He is being sent down to sort of wide third man. Otherwise, pretty conventional field, including a long leg. Davis is in over the wicket on off stump and immediately called into action. Kishore coming up to meet the ball as leaning forward into his shot is Jadeja, playing with an angled bat through the vacant gully area. Down to third man it goes.
I wonder what the theory there was. I don't think Will Davis is quick enough to be bowling short in a way for Jadeja to try and uppercut him. And it seems odd to be giving Jadeja a single at this stage, so I'm not entirely sure what the theory behind that was, other than, unless it was just protection for a loose delivery.
I was going to say, it doesn't feel like an attacking placement as such, as you say. Solidly defensive, and he comes over the wicket to the right-handed Iyer, who is forward again. He too playing with an angled bat, and he too picking up a single, in his case down towards backward point. Sakande running across, can't gather, cleanly coming in from the boundary. Everson cleans up, singles from each of the first 2 deliveries of the over.
Yeah, there wasn't a deep third in place for the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. There was the deep point. Was the he is back in position for the left-handed Jadeja.
Waits with the bat raised as Davis goes in, bowls to him on the legs, push towards square leg. Everson quickly closes on the ball, hurls the ball at the stumps. Would have been tight actually, it looked fairly tight, didn't look to be particularly hurrying Iyer on that occasion, but had the throw hit it would have required a decision of umpire Harris. It didn't.
Put a bit of a scamper on at the end and then had to jump over the ball as it was running towards him, so probably in, and then he'd run so far past the stumps that even though it went almost halfway out to the boundary, was before it was picked up by Leicestershire. They couldn't come back for the overthrow.
Davis down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls straighter this time, and covers up carefully on off stump, plays it out into the offside. Just realised that the scoreboard, which used to sort of show the facing batter in different colour, didn't it, and has ceased to do so. The man on strike.
Look, they're having a hard day.
They are. They are. They're doing a pretty good job in the circumstances.
And Ravindra Jadeja is one of the most recognisable people in world cricket, but even if you didn't know, the fact that one of them is right-handed and one of them is left-handed is a reasonable giveaway.
You don't have many excuses. In goes Davis, and bowls bring the right-handed Iyer forward in defence, pushing it out towards mid-off, and there is no run. They are sort of fairly thankless overs, these for Will Davis, with what is probably now something of a pudding of a ball.
Roman Walker was saying at lunch it was getting soft, and it's been battered a few times since. I'm actually slightly surprised that they haven't tried to get it changed, or that the umpires haven't had a look.
Davis is in and bowling, a little bit shorter this time, up on his toes, and then kind of waiting for it to arrive, which it eventually does. Drops it down towards point, and again there is no run.
Looks like it's going to be Walker and Davis taking us through to the second new ball. Maybe Bumrah and Nagarkoti are going to take the second new ball. I've experienced that for Kamlesh Nagarkoti bowling, yes, in a practice game with very lax rules, but one being played in a competitive spirit, nonetheless, and being played with a decent amount of intensity, even in the third day. Bumrah's gesturing towards someone or other in the India dugout as Walker comes in, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, and is driven beautifully away for 4 by Ravindra Jadeja. That square drive again, over pitch by Walker and put away very nicely by Jadeja. He moves to 18. The fact that he has a multiple, I think 3 triple hundreds in Ranji Trophy cricket was used as almost as a you know, in the same way that people mock the county championship because Darren Stevens keeps taking wickets. People used to do that with Jadeja's triple hundreds in the Ranji Trophy, but he is a very fine batter, Ravindra Jadeja, in the Indian lower middle order. Deep point's gone back now, and Walker's gone round the wicket to the left-handed all-rounder. He drives it very firmly and well stopped by Evans at cover. That will have stung the palms. There is no run. Beautiful sound off the bat. Jadeja looking in a bit more rhythm than he has with the bat. So we've got 2 slips. Backward point quite fine. The deep point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Square leg. No, mid-wicket Leicestershire, and a long leg. Walker in and beats Jadeja on the outside edge. Good ball. Dragged his length back a little bit and maybe got it to seam away a little bit. Jadeja making the universal hand gesture for, ooh, that did a bit. Through to the keeper, there is no run. Bumrah and Walker having a little word. Encouraging clap by the India fast bowler for Roman Walker. Wrexham man turns in towards the man from Rajkot. This is attempted to be turned off the hip by Jadeja. Hits the top of the pad, and there is no run. Jamnagar, sorry, is Ravindra Jadeja. Plays for Saurashtra. Theoretically, at least, he's only played for them once since November 2017, such as his commitments with the ODI and T20 teams and in the IPL. Full delivery blocked by Jadeja firmly up to Sakande at mid-off, and there is no run. Horns are getting louder and louder around this ground. I suspect if any of the Indian players decide to come back from having a net, it will get even louder as the crowd, particularly away to our left, where they've got a good view of the progress of the players into the balcony, starts to get a bit louder as Walker is in to Jadeja, leaving this outside off stump. There is no run. Oh no, but nothing more than that. End of the over. 78 overs gone. 297 for 8, India.
Yes, you'll know if any of the superstars head for the nets or emerge from the nets. This is Jadeja and Ayer touch gloves in mid-pitch. Will Davis is going to bowl the 79th over of the innings. I wonder if we might just get a declaration towards the end of the day whether...
I wonder if Shami and Siraj and
would have it, yeah, 3 overs each or something like that.
It's not a bad thought, is it?
Roman Walker wanders off. High fives Sam Wood, who comes running out to take his place in the outfield. He's going to go to square leg, or mid-wicket even, for the right-handed Ayer, as Davis, a familiar sort of bustling run, comes in and bowls over pitches and is driven hard down into the ground and into the covers. Sam Evans, diving to his right, gets both hands to it. That will have stung a little bit. Picking himself up slowly, a little wearily, the captain. Touches gloves, touches hands, even with...
Needed gloves, I think, on that occasion.
Yes,
that was
hit
very firmly by Shreyas Iyer. He was doing some throwdowns near the pavilion last night, and you could feel them thumping into the advertising hoardings from up here in the box.
Davis is in. Bowls a slightly better length, short of the perfect length perhaps, and on the back foot. Wristily turns it into the onside, but only as far as Wood at mid-wicket.
Used to enjoy batting together on Shreyas Iyer's debut. These two put on 121 for the 5th wicket. Shreyas Iyer's debut 100. They also put on 62 against Sri Lanka. Fluent stroke players.
Davis bowls. May just held that back a little bit. Got into position. It was a straight-ish delivery. Had to wait for it and ended up blocking it back down the pitch to Will Davis. Crowd still enjoying themselves. Ice cream outlet doing decent trade still. Most of the other food outlets as well are likewise. Davis is in past umpire Warren and bowls outside off stump. Late decision as he steps forward to leave that one, then rehearses a sort of carve away through the offside.
Is Russell Warren a regular in these parts?
Yeah, oh yes, yeah, see him a fair bit umpiring. Don't know to what extent umpires are sort of they try to keep umpires within a rough locality. I suppose there's a danger in that if they keep coming back or need to mix things up a little bit. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump, cut away down towards the man on the point boundary, who grabs it at the second attempt. Jerry Everson had to sort of steel himself as it came racing towards him, bounced up. Grabbed it at the second attempt, bounced off his hands. We used to know because we used to eat with the umpires until the start of this season. The commentators, and we regularly filled in on the state of Jeremy Lloyd's garden and things like that.
I'm just looking at his recent games as an umpire. T20 in Cardiff, T20 in Nottingham, first class game here.
Yeah.
T20 game in Taunton, then Worcester, then Cardiff, then Leeds, then Nottingham. So he's been
so clearly not
all over the place. Ex-Northants player, yes. Russell Warren. 146 first class games as a batter.
Davis to finish his 12th over is into the left-handed Jadeja, who is up on his toes defending. Straightish delivery out into the offside, picked up by Sam Evans. End of the 79th over of the innings. Well, Roman Walker went off, so who's going to bowl the 80th? Looks like it's going to be Abhikande Sikande.
Yeah, Abhikande Sikande has had a frustrating game, I think. Did take that very good catch to dismiss Virat Kohli flying to his left at short third, took a decent catch in the first innings as well to dismiss Rohit Sharma, but it's not been going his way with the ball. He is going to it's pretty thankless ball in the last over with the old ball as a theoretical strike bowler, Sakande, certainly in terms of style. Russell Warren, in fact, a wicket-keeper.
Do you think it means he might get an over or two with the new ball?
It would be harsh, I think, for him not to.
Just bowl one with the oldest ball.
That would be harsh. That's the sort of, it's the sort of thing that, you'd see Joe Root doing, or, Dan Lawrence when he was playing for England with his geometrically unlikely leg spin.
Yeah, for a strike bowler, the writing is very much on the wall in those circumstances.
Only 2 overs thus far. He's bowling to Shreyas Iyer. That's decent delivery outside off stump. Bounces through to keeper Sam Bates, who has had a very decent day indeed behind the stumps.
Difficult one for Leicestershire and Sam Bates. Harry Swindles, who has the gloves at the moment, is only, I think, 22. And obviously Bates is maybe a year older or about the same age. Difficult, unless there's with Lewis Hill sort of also on the scene.
Sakande in. Iyer pushes into the covers. There is no run.
In case of injury to Swindles is kind of what I mean, but
Swindles keeps having he's had a particularly poor run in this winning run.
Yeah, he has.
Golden duck off Mitchell Stanley's first ball in professional cricket, then run out, sold down the river by Nick Welch without facing a ball, and then made just 6.
In terms of first-class cricket, he's not had a great run with the bat either. In that,
Sakande in 2 back on the hook, and a man sort of 2/3 of the way back, Nagarkoti, to the cover point boundary. This one skews a little off the outer part of the bat, trying to open the face Iyer, but got it a little too open, and it goes to backward point, fine backward point, and there is no run. There's the 2 slips. Those 2 fields that I've just described, then the cover, the mid off, the mid on, and those 2 fielders back at deep square leg and long leg. Saini is warming up at mid off. Sakande is in and is pushed. This time does beat backward point and should get 2, as Nagarkoti has a long chase. Would have got 3 probably if they'd pushed it, but there's not a lot of pushing of 2s and 3s going on. They could get the overthrow. No, they won't. Bates can't take it cleanly, but it dribbles to Everson, and there is no overthrow. 300 up for India with that 2. Shreyas Iyer moving to 13. Jadeja moving to 18. 300 for 8, although Jadeja and Iyer have both batted twice in this innings.
Harry Swindles has played 14 first-class innings this season with 1 half-century.
Sakande is in and is guided by Iyer to backward point for a single. Not been a great time for Leicestershire, full stop, in first-class cricket this season. Still time to change that towards the back half, this sort of second block of county championship fixtures. Probably some drier pitches. Use the hopefully have a good look at Rehan Ahmed and Callum Parkinson, who I think is a very good cricketer. What's it like with those 2 going on? Hassan Azad as well. There's a decent amount of championship runs under his belt.
He's found some extraordinary ways to get out and attracted, as he seems to do, some extraordinary decisions. Hassan is one of those sort of cricketers, really.
Jiteshwar Pujara went through a period of only getting out seemingly to unplayable deliveries. Dale Steyn has done him with 2 absolutely ridiculous outswingers that started from middle and then took off or trapped him LBW, as Sakande, for something of a type, from round the wicket, left alone by Jadeja. Through to the keeper, there is no run. Decent enough over from Sakande, just milked really by Shreyas Iyer. 301 for 8. I can't see whether there's any new balls being brought out.
Well, umpire Harris has kept Sakande's sweater, so Sakande just took his cap back from him, so it looks like he is going to continue, and there's certainly no signal of a new ball being raised, or sign of a new ball being raised to the scorers, which is what the umpires do, just to
I haven't seen anyone come out
tell
with
them. A nice new cherry.
And, I'm not sure who it would be because there isn't a reserve umpire or a TV umpire in this game, but usually they come out with the ball in a sort of Ziploc bag and it'll be thrown to the bowler. But no, Davis going to bowl with the old.
In he comes. And bowls two. In driving in the air, and for a minute I thought it was going to go pretty much close to Sam Evans, running to his left in the covers. And although it was in the air, it was just sufficiently wide of Evans. It looped towards him, rather might just have been a fraction short of him as well, and bounced out towards the sweeper out there on the offside boundary, running away to his right. One is taken. 15 to Ayer, just checking with the manual scoreboard. 302 for 8.
Navdeep Saini's on the field. He is at mid-off.
Staying over the wicket, Davis to Jadeja onto his legs. Clipped full delivery down to long leg. A little bit of a flourish from Jadeja, who runs the single, looking sort of backwards all the way. 19 to him. 4:30. Another hour's play or thereabouts. The crowd are getting their money's worth. They're staying pretty much to the end. Davis is in and bowling, short of a length, just outside off stump, up on his toes. Ayer is guiding it rather than punching it away through point, down to Everson on there on the point boundary.
I mean, look, there's a lot going on in the East Midlands, in Leicester, and in Nottingham and Derby and the surrounding areas, but I'd be very surprised if any of it is better than this to spend a sunny Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, the wind has dropped a little bit. I mean, it's still blowing fairly hard, but it's dropped a little bit, and if you're out of it, the sunshine is lovely and warm, of course. And there are places around the ground where you can be in the sun but out of the wind. Round the wicket goes Davis to Jadeja, bowls outside his off stump. The left-hander steps forward but leaves his bat raised.
Having a little prod, a little bit of gardening. Going to use your tree identification app that you were talking about earlier. It's interesting how commentators sort of... Martin Emerson, the Durham commentator, who has that plane spotting app that is...
Yes, he will tell you where it's from and where it's going. In goes Davis and bowls Fuller on off stump or just outside, leaning forward. Doesn't put his full weight into the drive, and consequently Evans is able to make the stop away to his left in the covers.
I mean, we're in that time of the football season, I suppose, with transfer. There's a lot of transfers going on that fans of teams will track the arriving flight of a player who's coming to sign their medical, or sign their contract and do their medical or whatever. Flight radar getting a lot of social media attention.
Davis is in again. That's a good line and length coming in towards off stump. Jadeja blocks it back down the pitch towards Davis, then rehearses a clip away through mid-wicket that had he been on 65 or 70 and seeing it like a football, he may well have essayed. As it is, he was more careful, more circumspect, just pushed it back down the pitch on the offside. The umpires have a word with each other about what one wonders. Still no sign of a new ball being taken or used.
Or even offered.
No. Wind gets up again. Maybe a dark cloud coming over.
You can see I think it's about to get loud because one of the India players is coming back from having had a net. I think that's Rohit Sharma out there is doing some selfies out there, despite the fact we were told that wasn't going to happen. A couple of stewards accompanying him. As Sakande is clipped up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, big crowd has now gathered. He's signing them just in front of the meet over there. Taking the photos himself. Very good of him.
Yeah, he's practicing his selfie skills, Rohit Sharma. Fairly active on social media, as most of the Indian players are. Sakande is around the wicket to Ravindra Jadeja, who's forward, half forward at least, and it comes off the inside part of the bat to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Do they have people to do that sort of thing for them? Or do they tend to be fairly bland sort of thing? Or
No. Well, I mean, it's less bland than a lot of athletes. I mean, it's some are more active and more kind of personality comes through than others. I don't think you tend to get the tweet something like that you occasionally get from footballers in particular. This is on the pads, and Sakande's annoyed with himself because that was a very easy single for Shreyas Iyer out to deep square leg. I mean, there's a lot of sponsored stuff, obviously, you know, sponsorship commitments and such like, but no, it seems reasonably authentic for most of them as far as I can tell.
Warwick could spend the next 2 hours doing that, couldn't he? Basically. The more you do, the more sort of gather around.
It sort of becomes a sort of gravitational pull.
Freebies time.
Oh yeah, some bats and hats being handed out down below us by one of the India sort of management staff. It's clipped pleasantly by Jadeja out to Nagarkoti, set halfway back to the deep square leg boundary. They come through for a single.
Signed.
Signed. That's a great souvenir. I mean, the autograph and the selfie is great, but the floppy hat and the team jumper signed by the players.
And a T-shirt, is it, of some kind? Something like that.
Training top, maybe?
Yeah. Wow.
That's excellent. Sakande is coming in to Shreyas Iyer, who thinks about uppercutting that over into the family stand, but then decides better of it, leaves it to the keeper. There is no run. I did have, in fact I still do have, I think one of the more ironic pieces of cricketing merchandise, a copy of the little blue book, the MCC Laws of Cricket, signed by Stuart Broad.
Look, it doesn't say if you hit it you need to walk.
It's a convention. Stuart Broad has come up very strongly against the dismissal sometimes known as the Munkard, which is of course perfectly legal. Sakande is in to Shreyas Iyer. Full delivery, almost a full toss. It's driven, and Saika Shora to do good work coming round from mid on to stretch out that long left arm and clutch it and fling it 308 for 8. Still that cluster of stewards, which now seems to have grown in itself. So there's more stewards now than there were around Rohit Sharma as the selfie hunters and the fans gather in front of the meet. I mean, it is fantastic, and I'm glad that the Indian players are doing it.
They've also sort of gathered in the meet, judging by the sort of group we can see in the plate glass window above it all. Round the wicket comes Davis and bowls to Jadeja, who's driving, gets a thick outside edge in the air for quite a long way, but out of the reach of Sam Wood at backward point, and it runs down towards wide third man for 1.
What I particularly like is it's the senior players seemingly taking it upon themselves to do this. You know, there's no, as far as I can tell, there isn't a member of the Indian, or there's one member of the Indian group with Rohit, but we saw Rishabh Pant doing it earlier, and that sort of leadership and outreach from the senior players, some of the absolute most famous and best players in world cricket. It's wonderful. More of this sort of thing.
Back over the wicket, Davis to the right-handed Iyer, who drives pleasantly out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Everson ran along, but knowing, I think, that he wasn't going to get anywhere near it. Evans dived to his left. In the covers, he spent a fair amount of time on his knees in the covers in this game, one way or another, Sam Evans, and he's back down on them again, picks himself up, as I say, rather wearily, and the crowd grows and grows there in front of the meet. Rohit is the boundary side, the outfield side of the advertising hoardings, everyone else on the other side, of course, but it is a huge leaning crowd over there now as Davis is in outside off stump. This time Iyer just leans forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
You know what, I wonder if the fact that he's coming back this way means that he is going to bat at some point today.
Not if he keeps signing and having his photographs taken. He'd be doing that until about 7 o'clock this evening to satisfy the crowd over there. Difficult, isn't it, once you start? Does he set himself a limit in terms of time, or He's being very patient at the moment, smiling and signing. In goes Davis, and bowls driving is, I don't think it carried. I think the edge was there, but it didn't carry. Bates, or may not have grabbed hold of it just before it went all the way to him. Ayer walks away slightly guiltily, I think. I'm going to say there was a faint edge. Davis
And
didn't quite carry.
no, he did grasp it cleanly, but it just bounced short of him. Good take.
Okay,
Good
it didn't
take.
carry then yet. We will never know. Unless we ask.
Sometimes you don't know as a player.
I thought that might happen. The advertising hoardings have gone over, and the crowd have gone over with them.
Oh
I
dear.
thought that press of people over there, and Rowett is now having to walk away, or further down anyway, to a safer area. As the advertising hoardings are picked up. Yeah, that was always going to happen with that crush, I think there.
Crush is perhaps a little dramatic, but it was
Well,
it was a bit of a pushing and a massing.
It's fairly narrow there, the sort of concourse. And people had nowhere to go other than onto the hoarding, and over it went.
Thankfully, the hoarding went over quite easily. Although, yeah, a bit of an overspill.
It did, but I'm just slightly concerned because there's a sort of picket fence behind it to which they were all
That would be
attached.
unpleasant.
And it has got sort of slightly sort of rounded ends, but anyway. In goes Davis and bowls very straight to Ayer, who defends out into the offside, and there's no run.
Rohit has moved the photo session a little bit further along now in front of that picket fence. I wonder if that was going to be the end of it all, but no, he's still going.
Foxy Phil, this game is beginning to make no sense looking at the scores.
Oh, it did that a while ago.
Just remember the point of the game, which is to prepare India for the forthcoming test match. Davis is in, bowls just a little bit short, a little bit wide, and sufficiently so for Ayer to get up on his toes and square drive it away out to Everson on the point boundary and take one and keep the strike. Actually, he moves on to 23. Jadeja has 22, 314 for 8, and well, no doubt they're getting some benefit out of the time they're spending at the crease.
Yeah, I think so. Shreyas Iyer has batted pretty nicely, actually, in both of his innings today. Jadeja getting a bit of time in the middle as well. I thought bowled very well yesterday. The protective cordon of 3 stewards in their high-vis jackets around Rohit Sharma. I don't really fancy being the one crowd side of that huddle.
No.
Piping sounds of an excited child as Abdina Sakande comes in to Shreyas Iyer, a little bat waggle held at just so low waist height, and then raises the bat up above the shoulder, and there is no run.
Being at Milton Keynes for a game between Northamptonshire and Hampshire, a one-day game when Shane Warne was captaining Hampshire, and despite the sort of fairly constant abuse he got from the crowd, at the tea interval he lined up all the he brought a table out, sat behind it, lined up all the kids, made them queue, but sat there and signed for best part of, well, the entire interval essentially.
Shouts of RCB, RCB, presumably because Virat Kohli is out here somewhere. Nicely guided by Shreyas Iyer, and this is guided down to the deep third boundary. And actually played, I should say. It was a fair enough delivery, really, outside off stump, a little bit of movement away from Sakande, but Iyer controlled the shot and guided it away down just in front of the hospitality tent at deep third for 4. Kohli no longer captain of Royal Challengers Bangalore, but still an important part of their team. Didn't have a particularly good IPL this season. There's some stewards chasing some. Oh no, I thought there was a steward. It was actually a child in a luminous hoodie. Was going around the back of the stand. As Sakande is in outside off stump through to the keeper, there is no run. There's a fella at the far end who's been waving that India flag all day. Sort of grey top and blue jeans.
Rahul is starting to sign now.
Frantically scribbling. Whoa, whoa, shouts one of the put-upon members of Leicestershire staff. It's Ashwin.
I beg his pardon.
This is short, and up on his toes goes Sakande, as Ayer rather, and is pushed into the offside. There is no run. Ashwin is now wandering back into the pavilion.
He signed a bat from the proffered from the crowd, and then he's legged it. Rowett has signed about 100 at least.
And he's coming back round now. I think the session is done. You know, the impromptu meet and greet.
Well, it was a wholly admirable effort by India's captain, but we're going to have to wait now while he does that, because
Selfie's behind the bowler's arm.
he's behind the bowler's arm. And, well, they're just marching behind the bowler's arm.
Oh, in
well,
fact,
it's
it was
running now.
Oh, in fact.
Oh,
you know,
it's Rishabh. There you go.
That explains it.
There you go.
They've been dressed so we couldn't really see it, who it was, until he came round here, but they're wearing the same short sleeve jumper over t-shirt and shorts, and that's beautifully played by Shreyas Iyer. Long half volley from Sakande and thumped over the extra cover fielder for 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
The young man batters his drum. He's got one green drumstick and one red drumstick. He's holding them the old-fashioned way, rather than
traditional grip. I think they call it, more of a jazz drummer.
Exactly.
Very loose wrists.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Very talented, actually.
He has a future.
Come for the cricket, stay for the technical analysis of bowl drumming, as Sakande is in to Shreyas Iyer. This is guided to backward point. There is no run.
And is Sakande this time going to take his sweater? No, he's not. So he wasn't cable knit, and the bottom bit, it looked awful.
That wasn't good. And
just dreadful.
They had these very, very white ones for a while after that.
Yeah. Nagarkoti is in from the Bennett end, bowls wide outside off stump, reaching for it. Jadeja gets there and drives it away, bat a long way away from the body, but managed to get to the pitch of it and crack it away through extra cover for 4. The ever-diving Evans, ever-willing Evans, dived again but couldn't get there, and it crosses the ropes.
That is a long, lonely chase for the fielder from mid-on.
I think it's Davis out there with Bates' sweater, so just having ended his long spell, he finds himself having to run roughly the equivalent of bowling about 3 balls.
Why doesn't he have his own sweater?
He does, of course, but for some reason in this game he's maybe left it at home, or maybe it's in his locker in the home dressing room, which is now out of bounds, being used by India.
It's been a logistically challenging game, I think, in some ways.
They've moved into the Gower suite.
And the India team circus is in town.
Nagarkoti round the wicket, bowls, and again Jadeja is looking to drive. This time it's a little bit closer to him, and he doesn't time it at all. Thick inside part of the bat bounces back past Kamlesh Nagarkoti, but only as far as mid-off.
I'm sure some of those selfies that were being taken by Rishabh Pant are going to start appearing on social media any minute.
Yes.
Wi-Fi here at Grace Road being tested to and beyond its limit. Hopefully not beyond, actually.
Struggled yesterday because apparently one of the broadcasters from India was sort of downloading vast, huge files. In goes Nagarkoti outside off stump this time. Jadeja lets it go through. And there is no run.
Yes, we were told that by a rather exasperated member of the Leicestershire media staff.
They eventually traced the problem. Since then, in fairness,
it's been absolutely
flawless,
perfect. Yeah, been very, very good. I'd like to hear from a few more of you out there. Please do get in touch with us at Knuckle M Pandey or at Foxes Cricket 22, or tag the club and we'll find a way to see it.
Nagarkoti is in, bowls foolish, driven hard, well not driven but played hard down into the ground, got in position Jadeja to drive it away, had to come down on it and check the shot rather hard down into the ground. It bounced high out into the offside.
It's one of those shots that might sort of almost by accident miss the field and end up going for 4. Ben Stokes plays his defensive shots like that. They're so firm that if by some chance they happen to miss mid-off, they're almost certainly going for 4.
On the second bounce, they sort of gather pace and shoot off across the outfield. Nagarkoti is in and bowling, swinging in and looking to turn it on the leg side. Jadeja misses it, comes off the pad and bounces out into the off side. Rehearses the flick away. It'll be all the better for this extra time at the crease.
A little bit of rain has interrupted play at Headingley, with New Zealand 152 for 2, leading by 121. Devon Conway is 11. Kane Williamson, who's been out of form for a while, certainly by his extremely high standards, is 48 not out.
Just going to see where that one goes. Plenty of cricket left. We played sort of 2 days in a session kind of left there. Is that right? In goes and bowls a full toss. Nagarkoti on that occasion over pitches on off stump to a degree. He looks a little bit tired and weary now, despite the fact he's only just come back on. And he's been fielding for much of the afternoon and indeed the morning, and he's driven away through the offside. Evans can just, and a very tiny person comes out with the ball. And Evans smiles at her and thanks her, and she's probably about knee high to a grasshopper, certainly to Sam Evans, who's not very big in himself, and she's being lifted back over the advertising hoardings. I hope somebody got a picture of that. That was lovely.
Can't have been older than 2, if that.
Tiny. Quick on her feet, though.
Oh, very, very. Steady on the feet, too. Good. Was she helped over the advertising hoarding to begin with? I didn't quite see the... she plonked and then repositioned.
There it goes, yes.
Very enterprising work from that parent.
Lovely shot by Jadeja. He's moved on to 30, 330 for 8.
Was off the last ball of the over. Sakande is going to continue with 2 slips and a gully. Shreyas Iyer pushing this into the offside for a single. 331 for sort of 8. Jadeja and Iyer both having a couple of goes at it.
Leicestershire, la la la. That's the famous old chant. That's the first time I've heard that in this game. Hear it on Friday, depending on how they get on, of course.
Didn't go as the result in the North Group of the Blast didn't go quite as Leicestershire were hoping. Some of the teams who Leicestershire wanted to pull away lost and rather bunched the pack at the top of that North Group. Sakande is now round the wicket to Ravindra Jadeja. It's almost a full toss and sloppily fielded to the first poor bit of keeping, really, that Bates has done, and it's gone through him for 4 byes, arcing down the leg side, and the fact that it got to him on the second or third bounce, Bates rather dived over the top of it. I've been pretty impressed with his keeping, but that should have been stopped. Traditional Bhangra beat. Drummed away by the extremely energetic and very good Dole troop away to our left. You can see the young boy on the smaller drum has moved to the left of them rather than the right of them, changing the acoustic somewhat, no doubt.
It was a sloppy piece of cricket, wasn't it? Poor ball, poor piece of keeping. Maybe a little bit weary now.
Sakande into his 6th over of the innings. Very full. Looks like he's almost trying to York Jadeja. Maybe the ball is swinging a little bit, and it's driven off the inside part of the bat to mid-off, and there is no run. Navdeep Saini, I think, is warming up at mid-on, swinging his arms around, and then back the other way. He's doing some high knees as well. He bowled, I think, very well in this game. Hurried the fellow Indian batters. Sakande is in. Nothing hurried about that from Jadeja, just pushing it to backward point, and there is no run.
They're certainly not playing with any sort of real urgency. They're playing properly in those terms, but that does imply that there isn't going to be any sort of declaration. It was just a kind of hopeful idea, really, on my part.
You sort of get the impression that if Leicestershire in the fourth innings went past the notional total, the game would just keep going. Sakande coming in from sort of the 30-yard circle would be in a one-day game. Comes in to Jadeja, very full toss and punched inside Kishore at mid off, who didn't really have a hope for runs. Sakande really trying to pitch the ball up, but he's got it wrong on a couple of occasions, and that was pretty easy for Jadeja. Some of the venom has gone out of the Leicestershire bowlers, or the India/Leicestershire bowlers, since tea. I wonder that they haven't tried to take a new ball or change the ball. This ball must be pretty knackered by now.
Whether he's hoping for a suggestion of reverse and overpitched, trying to get one to swing back in, I don't know, but it was a bit of a gift.
Last ball of the over from Sakande. It's very full again. That one pitched, but it's very firmly driven by Jadeja. I think that did actually swing a little bit, but that was a very nice shot. Leg side of the stumps, back-to-back boundaries. The second off a better ball and I think a better shot to end the over. He's on 38, India 343 for 8.
A consoling pat on the back from Sam Evans to Abhi Sakande. And the two are in deep conversation. A low 5 between them, suggesting that that might be it, and indeed he is popping his sweater back on.
Went up in the middle and quite straight, so I think it was certainly a plan from Sakande, but he just got his length wrong on one occasion, and the second was genuinely a good shot down the ground. Nagarkoti's also been bowling very full from the Bennett end.
Yeah, they were both good shots. Even a low full toss has to be put away properly, doesn't it? And maybe slightly easier to put away, but you've still got to hit it cleanly. 38, Jadeja now. 56 balls faced, 32 off 46 for Iyer, who is on strike. To Nagarkoti, who is in, and clipped in the air, straight to mid-wicket, and he's gone. Well, again, minimal celebrations on the part of anybody out there, really. Minimal reaction other than Iyer just turning and walking off. It was full on leg stump, as so many of Kamlesh Nagarkoti's deliveries have been. Many have been put away through the leg side. Shaya looking to do just that, clipped it in the air, but absolutely picked out the man at mid-wicket. I think it was Wood out there, and the catch was duly taken, as it should have been.
Yeah, went straight to him again. Shreyas Iyer batting beautifully and untroubled until he got out, clipped it firmly but straight to mid-wicket, caught just in front of the face. A first wicket for Kamlesh Nagarkoti. Shreyas Iyer gone for 32 off 47 balls, 5 fours, having made 30 off 42 with 6 fours earlier. Put those together, it's quite a nice innings. Mohammad Siraj is coming out to bat. I mean, he's at number 10 or number 11, and I suppose that makes sense in a normal game, but this isn't a normal game by any means. Second wicket, I should say, for Nagarkoti. He bowled Shardul Thakur with a fantastic in-swinging Yorker earlier. Back and see who the catcher was. I think you are right, it was Sam Wood.
Well, he's showing as being run out by Kelly Bates. Just a reminder from the scorers that he's been out. This is the second time he's been out. That was the first time he was out.
Yes, the fielders have all been Leicestershire, young Leicestershire players. 2 of them academy players, Vikai Kelly and Sam Wood, and then Sam Bates. A lot of Sams in this Leicestershire group. Sam Bates, a young wicketkeeper on the sort of fringes of the first team. Bates.
This is what I was sort of saying about Swindles, really, and then with Hill, who did have the gloves for 3 or 4 years essentially, now playing as a batter, but a more than capable wicketkeeper, and will keep pretty much in white ball cricket by and large. Swindle's come in for the last couple of games, picked up 3 stumpings, but no runs. You know, as you say, just the 1 run for twice out. Sorry, no runs for twice out, and only 1 ball faced, essentially.
That run out against Durham was pretty farcical.
Was rather. Nagrakoti is in to Siraj, who gets a full straightish delivery, manages to keep it out. Not with any real degree of comfort. Rehearses a clip into the leg side, came off the pad, and there's no run. So he did come in for that first-class game last season at the last minute, but at the moment, as far as I'm aware, that we might get a chance in the second sort of tranche of county championship games.
I'd say he's kept well in this second innings in particular, after a slightly nervy start in the first. Made 8 with the bat.
Nagrakoti is in. Siraj is beaten outside off stump. Speed, pace, a little bit too much for him on that occasion.
Where Mohammad Shami and Jasprit Bumrah have improved their batting, Mohammad Siraj hasn't as yet. Is by no means his main role, but it's, you know, if you can get these little 1%ers getting your number 11 to stay there for a little while longer, it can certainly help.
2 for 45 for Kamlesh Nagrakoti now, who is into Siraj, who is playing with a bit of a flourish there, not entirely convincingly. Sort of length delivery on off stump, looking to stroke it out into the offside. It bounces down into the offside. Evans fields in the covers.
We've now got the beat of We Will Rock You being doled out to the left of us.
Trying to build up a little bit of tension. The drummers who've been admirable all day, really.
I'm not going to say their name. I know this isn't the BBC, but shouldn't be advertising necessarily, but I do believe they are available for weddings.
Nagrakoti is in, dug out. It's that full ball onto middle and leg, and Siraj just down on it in time. Bat and ground and ball come together, and there's a puff of dust as it squirts off a thick inside edge down towards long leg. Wouldn't mind seeing those guys back for one of the T20s. It might be rather fun.
A house band, yeah. I wonder if they'll think of that. Sean Jarvis has done some fairly forward-looking things in his time at the helm of Leicestershire as the CEO, and that might be...
He's shown a willingness to innovate. That would certainly be an innovation. Nagrakoti around the wicket to Jadeja, who is on the back foot, blocking it out into the offside, realising that Evans has a fair amount of ground to make up to get to the ball, running in, calls Siraj through for the single. Siraj responds, they make their ground comfortably. Indeed, Evans doesn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps. End of Nagrakoti's 10th over. 2 for 47 for the young man, who stays squatted in the crease because he has summoned the grounds man again to do his tamping, just so that he can scrape it all out again.
Still tamping away. You can probably hear that maybe on the effects mic. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 12 tamps. Like it's like watching Novak Djokovic when he's about to serve, bouncing the ball.
It's irritating, isn't it? Well, irritates me slightly.
I think he does.
Tennis.
He either does 11 or 13 every single time. Novak Djokovic is these routines that athletes go for. I mean, we've seen plenty of cricketers do things like that. Jonathan Trott used to scratch his guard. Shindarang Chanderpaul and others used to take off the bail and hammer it in for their guard. MS Dhoni undoing his gloves. Stephen Smith, another one, the gloves and the checking all of the equipment and these routines. Or you think of, if you're a rugby fan, Johnny Wilkinson settling into that squat and then looking up at the posts. All these little idiosyncrasies. It can go a little bit too far. The South African opener Neil McKenzie once taped his bat to the ceiling in a slightly bizarre bit of attempted superstition. It was because
Taped his bat to the ceiling.
his teammates used to play pranks.
Okay.
One of them taped his bat to the ceiling. He then got runs with it, and so he decided to tape the bat to the ceiling himself in the next game. It didn't work, and he soon abandoned it.
Yes.
It's taking things a bit further than lucky socks. Navdeep Saini is going to come on at this end, the pavilion end, replacing Abidin Sakande. Noah Koti is set deepish on the square towards square leg, halfway back to the boundary. That was thumped by Jadeja, but straight to mid-on. Sai Kishore, and there is no run.
I saw a video of a batter coming in, annoyed at being dismissed, banged his bat down onto the floor of the dressing room, sort of Q end first, bottom end first, and such was its springy nature, it shot back up and the handle stuck in the ceiling. And it couldn't reach it back down. It was fantastic, much to the amusement of his teammates.
Oh, that is outstanding. It is truly outstanding as Navdeep Saini is in right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Ravindra Jadeja, who flays this. I'm not sure there was all that much control in that shot, but he gave it a good go, and it's flown over the slip cord and almost into the tractor. One bounce four.
I think the arrival at the crease of Siraj has sort of sent a message, I suppose, to Jadeja. He's going to have a little bit of a go henceforth.
Ravindra, you don't have too much longer.
Yeah.
See how many you can get. Yes, Mohammed Siraj, very much a number 11. He in his didn't actually bat in the. I suppose the fact that he didn't actually bat in the first innings would be why he's out now. He has a Test match batting average of 6.2 from his 17 innings, and that's helped by 7 not outs. Saini into Jadeja, who's threw that shot incredibly early as he tries to swing it away over square leg and ends up Q-ending it into nowhere really, and there is no run. The player is going to restart it Headingley in 3 minutes. So, briefish.
I assume they can go on late as well, so
7:30
make up time. 7:30.
7:37 probably.
Yeah.
I've seen games finish at 7:30 in Test matches every now and again. So it's light enough here in England in the summer, late. Why not? 22 minutes we think here of play on day 3. Navdeep Saini into Jadeja, who swings that away. It's come off the outer part of the bat. Sakande couldn't reach it as it was going over his head. It's had a little bit too much meat on it from Jadeja, even though it wasn't out of the middle, and that's another 4.
Very agricultural. We've seen so many lovely shots today. That was a bit of a smear, a clubbed smear.
You and I better get ready to.
I think it's coming our way.
If he nails one of these.
Right. I haven't had a ball hit into the commentary box. One from Paul Collingwood hit that bar right in front of us.
A railing just in front of us.
Yeah.
Commentary box at Amstelveen was got a little bit of a pounding from a couple of the Dutch batters. Saini is in to Jadeja. That's short and should be signalled a wide, and is signalled a wide by the umpires. Russell Warren at square leg giving the sign to the standing umpire to signal a wide. That was a very loopy bouncer.
I've never seen one for the over signalled so sort of enthusiastically by umpire Harris, turning to all parts, pointing to his shoulder. Nobody cares.
You've got an audience. As Sai Kishore is coming back to long on, Sakande's set pretty deep at mid-off, almost long off, as in comes Saini, getting some impromptu T20 bowling practice. Jadeja guides this comfortably into the offside for a single, of which there were many to be found, bringing Siraj back on strike for the last ball of the over. Now all the field will come in. Or will the field go out and try and give Mohammad Siraj a single that he's definitely not going to take? 2 slips. Backward point is coming up into position. Deepish set, cover, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, both deepish, or deeper than they might be otherwise, still very much mid-off, mid-wicket and long leg. doubt Siraj will be quite as adventurous as Ravindra Jadeja as Navdeep Saini comes in to finish the over in and bowls, and that's left alone competently enough by Siraj through to the keeper. There is no run. 355 for 9, and now I think the people in the hospitality section to the Bennett end and the written press box may well have to watch out as Jadeja's back on strike.
Who is going to get the honour of bowling? It is still going to be Kamlesh Nagarkoti, so test for the young man, another test for the young man. 48 off 62 now for Ravindra Jadeja. 355 for 9. Be curious to know what happens if a wicket falls fairly shortly, and if that is and it is an if, despite the fact it would be 10 down, it is the end of the innings. Take 10 minutes off for the change of innings. There'd be very little time left, you know, only a couple of overs. And
yeah, I wonder if they would.
They'd be keen to do that.
Yes, I wonder.
Round the wicket goes Nagarkoti, bowls to Jadeja, who gets in position to open his body up and carve it away, but it's a bit too good a delivery to do that on off stump, and he ends up just coming down on it and guiding it, blocking it out into the offside. Offside field has retreated. Wood is 4/5 of the way back to the point boundary. Third man, of course, on the rope. Kelly is in there at fairly conventional extra cover, mid-off, 2/3 of the way back, too long off. Long gone, Walker nearly all the way back. Nagarkoti is in and bowls, and outside off stump stays a bit low, and Jadeja tries to flay it away, misses by best part of a foot, I would imagine. Abhi Sakande is having a lot of fun with the crowd down there between the meet and the pavilion. He's encouraging the cheers.
He's conducting them.
Yes.
Down, down, down. Allegro.
Nagarkoti with that now familiar pause at the top of his run, comes in and bowls. Jadeja hits it hard back down into the ground. He leaps into the air, gets his right hand to the ball as it bounces over his head, slows it down en route to mid-off. Again, there's no run, so 3 dot balls so far for Nagarkoti.
I think they're also expecting fireworks. Will Davis is set back at long on at that far end.
I'm going to have to desert you at the end of this over. Apologies for that. I have to go and do something administratively to do with an activity tomorrow morning. But hopefully it will only be for a couple of overs before the end of play. Nagarkoti is in, and it's hooked, or attempted to be hooked, and it comes, I think, off the glove, and it bounces out towards backward square. Just watching to see if Jadeja shakes anything. Indicates with his... Don't think so. Just didn't really get anything of it.
I'll look on the replay to see what that hit. Can't quite make out exactly what that hit. Whatever it wasn't middle.
Certainly wasn't.
Got a deep point and deep third as well.
He's bringing long on in towards mid-on. Mid-wicket is coming in now, Evans. So they're looking to keep Jadeja down this end. Nagarkoti is in, bowls to him. He steps back and opens his stance, carves it away through the offside, out towards deep, sort of, well, almost long off, wide long off in the end. Kelly sort of got a hand to it at extra cover and slowed it down, otherwise it would have crashed across the ropes. Jadeja just takes the one, moves on to 49.
It was an interesting field. It was almost like a middle overs one day international field. They had deep point, quite deep third, long leg and deep square leg, and then you had a sort of ring field with a slip. Jadeja thought about coming through for the 2, but then realised he didn't want to. Only going to let Siraj face 1 ball at the end of each over.
1 ball left in what's been a pretty decent over from Kamlesh Nagarkoti in the circumstances. restricted it to just the single so far. In he comes, bowls to Siraj, who's a little bit late on it, but gets some bat on it, on off stump, and guides it down to backward point, and there is no run. Well, thank you for your company today, Akul, and everybody who has been watching and listening on the stream. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning, as will Adam Whitty from BBC Radio Leicester. I might be a few minutes late tomorrow morning as well. But looking forward to another entertaining day's play here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Thank you very much, Richard. It's been a pleasure over the last 3 days. I regrettably won't be here tomorrow due to other duties. Don't know if I'm allowed to say what Richard is doing tomorrow that's gonna make him late, but rest assured it's very impressive. As Navdeep Saini is going to continue. So it's Saini and Nagarkoti, two promising, I say young fast bowlers. Saini's 29 years old. Nagarkoti is a promising young fast bowler. Jadeja's on 49. I suspect the sword bat wielding will be coming out if he does go to 50. Perhaps a little less enthusiastic given the nature of the game. It's a very spread field. We've got a slip, deep third, deep backward point, cover almost on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, or long off and long on, long leg, deep square legs at halfway back, and mid-wicket sort of in a single saving position. Slower ball, wide outside off stump. Siraj wants the single. He's not going to get one because Jadeja sends him back. And there is no run. It's me, Nakul Mpande, with you through to the close. 14 minutes. A handful of overs. What's been a very entertaining day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Particularly entertaining for the almost every spectator in the ground, I wager, has got a selfie with Rishabh Pant at some point today. Jadeja on 49. Saini in rhythmical run, elbows close to his body, pulls up as for some reason, I'm not sure if it was Jadeja who wasn't ready or Saini just lost his run up. Horns blare around the ground. The drums have been going all day. The whole drums down to my left. There's a photographer in position for the Jadeja 50 moment should it come, but let's not get previous. Let's not get ahead of ourselves as Saini is into Ravindra Jadeja, who clips this off his hips. There's a single there if he wants it. He doesn't. There is no run. Never entirely happy with these passages of play where the fielding team are only trying to get one batter out, but I can understand, particularly in the context of the game. Sam Evans is running the Leicestershire captain in this game, who's marshalled this ever-changing cast of characters pretty well, many of whom he won't have met. And that's even some of the Leicestershire Academy players, but perhaps he runs to have a little word with Saini. In right arm over the wicket, and this is short and this is hooked round the corner, and again they won't take the single down to long leg. 356 for 9. One for the over signalled by the umpire at this end. So Saini can't bowl too short. No change to the field as yet. 3 balls gone in the over. Anthony Harris doing the signalling. He's been performed his part with gusto and elan. There's been one controversy umpiring-wise in this game, a minimal one of Virat Kohli steering what turned out to be a catch, but was adjudged to be a bump ball into the hands of Gully. That's hooked, and that is Ravindra Jadeja's 50. Almost didn't need to say that because of the roar of the crowd, but Ravindra Jadeja, batting for the second time today, goes to 50 off 71 balls with 9 fours. It's been a good innings from Ravindra Jadeja. He's looked increasingly fluent as the game's gone on. A little bit hacky towards the end of it when the field went out and Siraj came in, but he'll be happy for the time in the middle. He's bowled very well in the Leicestershire batting innings, taking 3 wickets on a very unhelpful pitch. Siraj has now graduated from facing 1 ball at the end of the over to 2 balls at the end of the over. 2 slips now, still a reasonably spread field. The backward points quite deep. The cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket square leg and long leg in position. Siraj facing up to Navdeep Saini to bowled together, led the attack together as it were in Australia, in Brisbane. He leaves us alone through to the keeper. There is no run. A few, I think, signed cricket balls, perhaps. The Rahul Dravid has just handed one to a steward to hand to some kids who are very much loving life down there just below this commentary box. Crack open the window a little bit to let you get a little bit of the sense of the buzz around the Uptonsteel County Ground today in particular. The crowd have been royally entertained as Saini is into Siraj down the leg side, nicely taken by Bates. Didn't flick anything on the way through, and that is the end of the over. 357 for 9. Ground announcer just letting people know that at the close of play nobody should be getting in the way of the egress of the India players. I feel that is something of a thankless task, trying to keep the fans away from their heroes. I think we're going to have some spin. It's going to be Saika Shore who's going to come on at the Bennett end. Everything Sakande flung a helmet by one of the Leicestershire subfielders. You can see Roman Walker is off the field having a chat with Paul Nixon and others. Paul Nixon putting things in a bin. Better head coaching than Justin Langer, if you remember that documentary. There's going to be Saika Shore. He's bowled pretty tidily, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50. Dismissed Cheteshwar Pujara. Caught behind by Sam Bates, came down the wicket. Saika Shore slightly saw him coming and drew a thick outside edge, which was very well caught by Bates. He also caused a run out, or was bowling when a run out happened. Shreyas Iyer's first dismissal, where he was dismissed very well by Vika Kelly, another Leicestershire academy player from short leg. Again, good work by Bates. He's going to come through and round to Ravindra Jadeja. I think might be eyeing up the Uptonsteel stand away to our right, my right, at the commentary box end. Breeze is blowing that way as well. Saika Shore is in. That's a full toss, and that is hammered by Ravindra Jadeja. Hard and flat for 4. The only surprise once that left the hand is that it was only 4. A poor ball from Saika Shore. He's bowled tidily, the young man from Chennai. Also part of the production line of Chennai spinners, along with R. Ashwin. Slow left armour, 25 years old. Played a decent smattering of first-class cricket, 20 first-class games for Tamil Nadu. This one's outside off stump, which is not a particular surprise given that the shortness of the leg side boundary. It's left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. There's only one fielder saving one, which is Kamlesh Nagarkoti at cover. See, deep third, deep backward point, deep cover, long off on the offside. This is outside off stump and guided by Jadeja, who reluctantly walks a single. Mohammad Siraj a bit more keen, I think, happier facing Saika Shore than he was facing, for example, Navdeep Saini or Kamlesh Nagarkoti. See how the field changes for the right-handed tail-ender Siraj, who didn't bat in the first innings. The innings was declared overnight or in the morning of day 2. Saika Shore is signalling he's sending long on back. Deep mid-wicket is going out as well. There's a regular mid-wicket, and then on the 45. A slip, Louis Kimber in position, short third, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. So a little deeper than normal. There's nobody at point. Siraj wants to try and reverse sweep or cut. Defends very correctly, really, from Saika Shore, who blocks back to the Chennai man. Siraj, also a Southern Indian, blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. In again, Saika Shore to Siraj, who again just leans forward and plays the epitome of a forward defensive through to the keeper. There is no run. Mohammad Siraj plays for Hyderabad. Only made his first-class debut for them when he was 23. He didn't actually bowl with a cricket ball till he was 21, and now he's firmly established as part of this India team. Siraj blocks into the offside. There is no run. He's now graduated to 3 balls in the over and has kept out all of them very nicely. 362 for 9. Remind you that this is a tour game here at Grace Road, so some of the rules are being relaxed in terms of players batting twice and players turning up for both sides. In Cheteshwar Pujara's case, he's batted for both Leicestershire and India in this match. Then it's all to the service of India for their game against Edgbaston and at Edgbaston next week against England. The postponed 5th test after the tour was cut short in dramatic circumstances on the morning of what should have been the 5th test at Old Trafford due to COVID in the Indian camp. Saini is going to continue from the pavilion end to Ravindra Jadeja, who's now going to trust Mohammad Siraj, now that he's batted 11 balls, with actually batting as he pushes a single to mid-wicket. But Mohammad Siraj has taken off his gloves and put down his bat and is getting some kind of bandage put on him by umpire Russell Warren from it's an arm guard, in fact, that he's getting put on him from umpire Russell Warren at square leg. I wonder who gave the arm guard to Russell Warren. That was a sharp bit of sleight of hand. They didn't quite catch it. He's put an arm guard on to face Navdeep Saini. Got 2 slips backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg and long leg. So it's not exactly a field necessarily set for short pitch bowling. But you certainly don't want anything to happen to Mohammad Siraj's, even his non-bowling arm, with less than a week to go before a test match. Crucial test match, one Cheteshwar Pujara described as, if India do win, one of their best ever it will be. So Yorker, good bluff from Navdeep Saini, just slightly too far down leg, and Bates can't take it cleanly, but they don't decide to run a by. Huge puff of dust as Siraj scrambled his feet and bat to try and get that away from his stumps, just tailed in a little bit from Saini. Well bowled. Try and see on the replay exactly how much that missed by, and if it did swing a little bit. But still bowling with the old ball, which is now into its 92nd over. The ball was changed in one of the earlier innings after just 10, but this one's held together well. Yeah, it's just swung down the leg side. Not an easy take for Bates, who's kept fairly well for an experienced wicketkeeper. Richard was saying kind of the 3rd choice wicketkeeper at Leicester. This is defended solidly by Mohammad Siraj. He says no as he pushes to backward point. Not as entertaining with the batters, for example Trent Boult. I'm sure you've all seen giving it some commentary and giving it some entertainment with his yelps and his no thank yous and things like that. No change to the field. Still, it's a fairly orthodox field with 2 slips, 3 saving 1 on either side, and the long leg fielder. I think Will Davis is having a prolonged chat with one of the ground staff seated upon his tractor. Full delivery, and Saini pushes up to Saika Shore at mid-off, and there is no run. Dramatic happenings at Headingley, where one of the homes of cricketing drama. Joe Root was bowling when the rain came. And the rain came and went, and then Joe Root got Devon Conway at short leg with the first ball of the resumed session, and Matt Potts has just got Kane Williamson for 48. New Zealand 154 for 4, leading by 123 with Henry Nicholls and Daryl Mitchell at the crease. Here in Leicester, Mohammad Siraj was very nearly not at the crease anymore. Oh, well, no, in fact, because it's a no ball signalled by the umpire as Saini oversteps, searching for the wicket of his fellow tail ender Anthony Harris, putting out the arm. Good delivery though from Siraj, just nibbling away at some pace. Hopefully Mitchell and Nicholls can avoid any such comedy happenings as in the first innings. 2 balls left perhaps in this day's play of day 3 of this tour match, as Saini is in squaring up Siraj. He fiddles it to backward point, then puts up his right hand like a traffic policeman, saying, "No, you shall not cross, we shall not cross." umpire Davis, Harris, apologies, just goes and has a look at the bowler's footmark. Clock has ticked to 5:30. This is very likely to be the last ball of what's been a very entertaining day's play, which started with KS Bharat and Hanuma Vihari batting together, has now progressed via an excellent 50 from Virat Kohli and also from Ravindra Jadeja to 364 for 9. Last ball of the over from Navdeep Saini to Mohammad Siraj, who keeps it out, drives it up to Sai Kishore at mid-off, and there is no run. He's on 1 off 16. Ravindra Jadeja is 56 off 79, and off come the bails. Ball is handed back to the umpire Anthony Harris, and that is the end of a very entertaining day's play. Ravindra Jadeja, I would say unbeaten, but he was dismissed earlier. Both he and Cheteshwar Pujara, in fact he and Shreyas Iyer came out and batted twice today. Cheteshwar Pujara, having batted for Leicestershire in their first innings, also batted. I'll run you through the slightly confused scorecard. KS Shuman Gill was first to go, caught behind by Bates, the quite impressive Leicestershire wicketkeeper of the bowling of Navdeep Saini for what had been a very sparkling 38 off 34. Hanuma Vihari, less sparkling, considerably less so, caught behind also off Will Davis for 20. Shreyas Iyer was brilliantly run out by Kelly, his fielding at short leg off the bowling of Sai Kishore. Bates doing good work there as well. KS Bharat looked pretty good for his 43 before he spliced a pull of Navdeep Saini to Jasprit Bumrah, who took a decent catch. Ravindra Jadeja was then dismissed 2 balls later by a ripper from Saini, which took the edge, flew to Louis Kimber at first slip. Shardul Thakur was bowled by Kamlesh Nagarkoti, a very good Yorker, which left off stump flat on the ground. Virat Kohli looked in sublime form for his 67 before getting out, flicking, skewing Jasprit Bumrah to Abhidina Sakande, who took an excellent catch, flying at short third. Pujara and Jadeja both came. Shreyas Iyer, Pujara was caught behind off Sai Kishore, trying to come down the wicket and skewing an outside edge through to Bates. His third dismissal, or fourth dismissal, I suppose, third and a half dismissal. He shared the credit for the run out with VK Kelly. Shreyas Iyer batted extremely well in the second innings of the day, as it were. Caught at mid-wicket, flicking Kamlesh Nagarkoti to mid-wicket for 32. Ravindra Jadeja in his second dig ended 56 not out, with 10 fours, and Mohammad Siraj survived 17 balls for his 1 run. Prasidh Krishna bowled 4 overs yesterday, a little bit wild and woolly after his impressive showing in the first innings. No wickets either for Roman Walker, the destroyer of the first innings. Will Davis took 1 for 40. Navdeep Saini, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 55. Jasprit Bumrah only took the 1 wicket in the match so far, but has bowled really well and looked in very good rhythm, 1 for 30 off his 12. Abhidin Sakande's had a tough day, apart from that very good catch, none for 39 off his 6. Kamlesh Nagarkoti and Sai Kishore, 2 of India's net bowlers, the fast bowler from Rajasthan and the left-arm finger spinner from Chennai, taking 2 for 48 and 1 for 55 respectively. India 364 for 9, leading by 366. Would not be at all surprised if they declare. And Leicestershire, perhaps with Pujara again, just to get a little bit more batting into him. Who knows? Come out and bats tomorrow. More bowling for Mohammad Siraj and Mohammad Shami, Umesh Yadav, Shardul Thakur, Ravindra Jadeja. Remains to be seen whether we'll see R. Ashwin, who is with the Indian side, join them late because of COVID. But that is it from us here at Grace Road today. We've had a wonderful time over these last 3 days. Regrettably, I will not be able to be here tomorrow, but you'll be in the very capable hands of Richard Ray once he's done what he needed to do. And early in the morning, you'll be with BBC Radio Leicestershire's Adam Whitty. But I have been Nakul Mpande, and I have thoroughly enjoyed my time here. And we'll see you on the stream tomorrow at 10:20 a.m. UK time.